But the Loki god, he's one of luck. Looks like a leprechaun.
Loki also be the snake in the garden? You fixed it, right?
What?
No, it's Samael.
Yeah, the guy that but Lucifer in the bar or Baal in the garden.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, it's how Zeus is. This guy. Loki would be Samael. Is that what you said?
Lucifer's not the devil.
Is it like a certain angel or something, or is it like
No, Lucifer is not the devil.
Well, actually,
Yep.
Gadriel let him in the damn.
His name is Azazel. That's the devil.
Yeah, Azazel is. Or
Halael. Yeah.
or by another name.
When he was in heaven, right, his name was Halael. Then his name was taken from him and given to another. And his name was changed to Azazel. Azazel. Lucifer is the name of the king of kings. Like Nimrod, the one who bears the light of the world. Now, who's the light of this world, Bong?
They're both also the fucking morning star.
Yep. But one is the root of the offspring of David. The other one is the root of the offspring of the Pharisee. They are not the same.
Azazel's the one they sent the scapegoat out to.
Yep. See, it's a lot of people get their vision of the devil and the name Lucifer from what the hell is his name? Dante, and I can't remember the other guy.
Yeah. The other one that had the 9 layers.
Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, the Divine Comedy. But who was the guy that wrote it? I can't remember his name. He wrote a couple of them like that, and it was medieval writings, romantic
I'll
writings.
look it up. I'll look it up for you.
And that's like where the envision of people being tortured in hell comes from. And there's 7 different rings for 7 different deadly sins.
Yep.
A poem by Dante. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I wish. Okay.
Like Magus or something like that, which means magician.
Yep.
Okay, it's not actually. It's just called Inferno.
Yep.
So it's Dante.
It's Dante's Inferno. So it's written by Dante. And it's
Right.
Alighieri or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to say, who wrote Dante's Inferno?
Yeah.
It's kind of in the fucking in the question.
But there's another one.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now.
By Morton. Divine Comedy by Morton.
Yeah, the Divine Comedy is the one you're thinking of, and that's not Dante's Inferno.
No, I know, but those are the 2 books where we get like the common misconceptions and
well, it says
identification
it says
of the
here
devil.
it's divided into 3 parts: Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's Dante's Inferno.
Those.
No, that is the
No, those
Divine
are-
Comedy.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. The
which is where
Divine
the idea of
Comedy is
purgatory.
all three of Dante's books together. Yes.
The Devil's Inferno.
There's a sweet cartoon movie.
Is that where you have to get out to get
Really?
out?
Yeah, he's he's part of the Knights Templar. He's a crusader. He was sent on a crusade by the Pope.
Uh-huh.
Yarm Kipper.
I think if you want to get out, you have to climb out of Satan's nutsack or something like that. I forget.
What?
You got crawled out from between his balls or something. I don't know. I forgot.
Dude,
Layers.
that sounds pretty serious.
I think there was like 7 rings to hell or something like that. And then purgatory is
Yeah,
where,
and it
like,
accompanies
the worst of the
seven.
worst.
7 deadly sins.
Yeah.
7 ways to win. 7
7
holy
levels.
paths to hell, and
I have
your
a
trip
question.
begins.
I have a question. How did you guys get on this anyway?
Out of what?
On this topic?
We jumped up on it.
You guess you did. Yeah, just like Bong. Okay, so at 2 minutes after the hour, he said ISIS had to look for his penis.
I don't know. Yeah, we started talking about Egyptian gods for some
It's
reason.
Ah,
It's
okay,
not my
okay.
fault that there are penis references in all these cosmologies.
I know.
Right?
It's so
They-
strange.
I mean, Uranus, penis, I don't know. It's like their words. It's like phallic.
Now, I'm willing to bet that, since they said Uranus smells like farts, I'm guessing that there's a brown hole there.
Good God.
Probably good.
Full of methane. Full of methane.
Oh.
Rosebud.
Just thinking of some dude farting and his underwear is so hard
Really?
it goes brown.
Really?
Jenny,
Uranus?
okay, look, we have Jenny, we have KJ, we have any other women? I'm sure we do.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well, don't forget we have the World Wide Web listening too.
We have people
Yeah.
listening that don't fart, so sorry about that.
Yeah. Nobody listening. Nobody listening.
Sorry. You know what I mean? All these cosmologies always have these weird things in it. It's always like eating your children.
Well, yeah. What about people walking around with that symbology and not knowing where it comes from? What about that? My favorite is Under Armour.
Well, it's about Kronos. Like the Greek mythology, he ate his children. Right? It was like, why are you guys always
I heard
fighting?
that smile, by the way. I heard that.
All right, that was that dude. And then she gave him a stone to eat.
That's symbolic, though, of how time eats us.
Right? Right? What about the Big Bang? Is that also symbolic? How nothing exploded into everything? It's got to be symbolic, right? Or is that one literal while this one is symbolic, right?
Symbolic.
Look, when we say we're going to Mars, we're not saying we're going to the god deity Mars.
It's symbolic.
It's symbolic. Oh, it's 7 wandering stars. The Pantheon. Okay, symbolic.
Mars is a good place. They be going somewhere.
The globe Earth is symbolic. Are you saying this sphere?
They go somewhere.
Is he being spurious right now?
And you spirit? I'm very
I am so cereal.
so spiritual.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that sphere is a symbol for something?
I was reading, so I really don't even know what you were saying.
I am saying,
Dang.
are you saying that those are symbolic and not mathematical geometry stuff? Like,
Oh yeah, I'm saying the mathematical magic doesn't match the mathematical model.
exactly. So you're saying sphere, like the
It's
globe.
yeah, it's not what we observe in reality.
Sphere, not spear.
Like
Experience.
like a
Eh,
You're
eh,
saying
fillet.
sphere, not spear. Come
That
on.
triggered something. Hey, you guys remember Charm Pier? Bong, you remember Charm Pier from
Yes.
ODD?
Yes.
All right, I was just
I remember the name. The name.
Charm was a little hot British chick that was a mod on.
Oh, dude, I do now. I do. Got that moment. Oh, what the hell? Yeah,
Yeah, now you remember.
yeah. It's a philosophical.
After her, Bong said, "All you need is a good profile picture, and Mike will be nice to you."
Philospherical. Yeah, philospherical. It's a philosophy.
Yeah,
What's your worst fear?
they're listen. They're sacrificing children to their god Moloch.
How
They
about
considered it an honor to do that. I mean, ew.
What?
well, didn't Pythagoras say the sphere is the divine shape? Like
Did you say it was an honor to sacrifice a child to
That's
Moloch?
how they thought of it.
Oh,
What the fuck?
That's
well,
how
it makes
they
They're
me
still
thought.
doing it
wonder.
today. They're still
It,
doing
ma-
it today. They're lining up at the
it
abortion
makes me
clinic.
wonder what God asked Abram to kill his son.
Exactly.
because everybody was doing it. That's why everyone was doing it to honor their gods, to sacrifice their firstborn. So that's why God did
Everybody's
it.
doing it, picking their nose and chewing it. That mean you're gonna do it
Oh
too?
my gosh.
The thing about
Do we just follow suit?
because like these spirits kind of knew the prophecy. I think they all started setting up these religions and these rituals to kind of confuse the plan that God had which was to sacrifice His Son to atone for sins. So all these copycatters are trying to strawman God, right, and can cause confusion. You know what I mean? Where you have to sacrifice to the gods, right? Some people bring the first fruits of their, of their farms, and people bring the first fruits of their cattle, lamb, animals, and then some people go as far as bringing their own children, and it's like, why? Well, we heard something about this from the demons. I don't know. It's what the gods want. It's not what
Nope,
God
that's not
wants.
what happened. Bong, that's not what happened. I have to stop you right now. What actually happened is they had temple prostitutes, which was all the young maidens of the land had to go to the temple and they could not leave till a stranger prostituted them. They felt that the gods would return, and in their temple, they never wanted them to be without, be alone. So there
You
was
guys
always an accompaniment.
you guys never heard that song?
No,
It's
yeah,
Genesis 6:6, right?
yeah.
Or Genesis 6:5, right?
That's
It's
like
the
one of
whole,
the ways they do it. The stories they use to perform this
but
ritual.
the
Like
reason
why would anyone
what they would do,
remind this to their child?
what they would do to keep the giants from returning and the Nephilims from returning is they would take all those children of the temple prostitutes and burn them and sacrifice them unto Baal. That's
Yeah.
what this was about.
Baal.
That's what Easter was about, and that's also what Christmas was about,
Baal. You
and
mean
also Halloween.
Baal.
Yeah,
Yes,
Baal.
that's what Christmas is about. Yeah, I think a lot of the holidays they involve children. Ones. A lot of
The
the
4th of July
Oh
also.
man, but what about the presents, man?
Oh, that means you bow down to the Christmas tree. You bow down to that tree of Osiris or of Nimrod.
But
Now,
you
that
can't,
was
you can't
originally
take
a holly
away them
tree.
kids' Christmas.
It was a holly tree.
Yeah,
But how you gonna
And
take
why?
Christmas? How you gonna take Christmas away
I think
from
it's
the
a dove.
kids?
And how was
And it was
why was it a holly tree?
because it was the only thing that fruited in the dead of winter.
How can you take Christmas away? With great pleasure. I take Christmas away from you and throw it in the
No, we need Christmas.
What the hell?
We need Christmas. We can't do without it. We gotta work all year and spend all our money on one day.
You know, man. How else are we going to
For the
keep our
kids.
alive? How are we going to feed all those million? What about all those expensive cars those millionaires have to afford? How are they ever going to have those things? Christmas.
Yeah, but I understand. You have like if you have like 9 children, you might want to like do something to like control their attitude. But the thing is the truth's going to come out. So it's like why even lie about it in the first place?
Yeah. Be like, you're not getting any Bitcoin and crypto this Christmas. You better watch out because Santa Claus is not coming this year. Okay.
I mean, I know a few people that have large families. This one lady, she's got like 12 kids, 12 children, and she come to the truth, and they all realize it's not good to do that, but their relatives still get them gifts and want them to come over for the holidays and stuff. And the thing is Jeremiah 10 says, "Do not worship Yah like the pagans worship their gods.
Oh yeah. My parents this Christmas.
Do not bring into the house a tree
My
and
mom and
decorate
dad
it
are like, oh,
with silver and gold. Do not bow down to it."
I was like, no, not Merry Christmas. Like this year, my mom and dad Merry Christmas, and it's like, oh no, we don't do that, Mom. It's like, oh what? You guys don't do that anymore? It's like, yeah, we never no, like, you know what I mean? It's weird. It's like I was like, Mom, it's a pagan holiday. It has nothing to do with the Bible. Okay, son. I'm just saying, I'm just calling to see how you guys are doing. And
I can't believe you guys never heard that song.
my
Everybody's
mom is
doing it, picking their nose and chewing it, thinking it's candy, but it's really not. It's a hot
Mom, why
snot
are you
Sunday.
obfuscating?
It's a hot snot Sunday with a booger on top.
My
You know
parents are
it's feeling runny, and it's gooey just like honey, and you think it's kind of funny. Well, it's not, because it's not.
You think it's hard talking to them about
This is for kids, man. These are kids' rhymes.
Yeah, my dad asked me, so son, we're not bringing a Christmas tree into our house. I was like,
Listen, my children,
what you're
and you
saying.
shall hear of the midnight attack of diarrhea, a 50-yard dash to the bathroom,
What? Why
first
don't you
on
do
the
a
bed,
Christmas tree
and
in
then
your
on
house?
the floor.
Or a banana tree. What is a Christmas tree? Oh, the evergreen tree. Oh, the evergreen tree that grows in
You
freaking
bring the basin, you get the mop.
Yeah. Go to the tropics to celebrate Christmas. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
The night was dark and stormy. The bathroom light was dim. I heard a crash. I heard a splash. Oh gosh, he's falling in.
Nah, Christmas is for the kids, man. What about the kids though?
Yeah, man.
Well, it's really not. That's the point.
What about the kids? It was like, what about mom and dad?
Here,
Got no fucking money.
I got the answer. What about the kids? So you can buy them gifts and teach them to celebrate goodwill towards men, but you don't have to engage in rituals. You don't need the tree.
Right. You don't need the stories. You don't need the Santa Claus.
And really, if you're teaching, if it's supposed to be a time about goodwill for men, the gifts should be for your neighbors, not your children.
Yeah. Not about breaking an entry and leaving gifts in your house like a creepy pedophile old flying guy, fucking high ass reindeers and shrooms or something. What? Who are you talking? Santa Claus, dude. Oh.
Oh, you're talking about who St. Nicholas was. Bong.
You said, yeah, breaking and entering.
It's the most criminal time of the year.
Oh man, Santa
corporate
Claus
holiday.
is a big time criminal. What? Yeah. Mm.
He's been
It's a
wanted
corporate
throughout
holiday, and
the
you know what's fucked up? It's just called December, right? December. That's 10. Why is it the 12th?
Santa
It's
Claus
all
is
jacked up, man. All of it.
Because they fucked with our calendar in 17. What the fuck
Okay.
was the year?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Santa Claus is an intergalactic fugitive. We have been hunting him for thousands of years. If you
Oh, but
guys
I
see
bet you.
him,
But there's people that get interviews, though. You know, isn't that
yes,
weird?
yes, we have heard he is here on Earth. So if anyone sees him, I want you to give us a ring.
Santa Claus is really Krampus.
You know,
We've
it's
been
kind of. You know what that
practicing
reminds me of? They were looking for Osama bin Laden for years or whatever, and then somehow, some way, some newscaster person was able to get, well, quote unquote, was able to get a interview with him
Yes.
in his cave.
Yes,
It's
he
like,
is
are
a
you
supervillain
serious?
yes, he's a supervillain from the galaxy 666 planet planet Earth, and he has escaped into the galaxy, and we have tracked him down to Earth. He probably thought it was Earth, but it was actually Earth, right? Yeah. He wears a red suit. You guys know who I'm talking about? Big white beard. Flies around in these UFOs that look like reindeers. Yes. That's not magic dust. It's space dust. Yes, yes. Joe Thaler is his sister.
We have a random fact. We have
Yes.
space apples now. Did you know that?
Yes. Escaped our galaxy, and now he's in Earth, on Earth. Don't worry, we are here to save you from Santa Claus. You also might know him as Satan. Yeah, anyone?
Hey, yo, what's a man got to do to get a hearth around here?
You know what I'm saying? He's like, who? Breaking and entering is a criminal, space criminal. Yeah. Working with NASA. All these
Sounds like some Rick and Morty shit, man.
Morty, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something, Morty. That's not level. You want to see level, Morty? Here, this is level. Yeah, it is Rick and Morty shit, man. That's what Michelle Pfeiffer is all about. That. Is your uncle Rick? Your grandpa Rick? I have a grandfather named Rick. Anyone?
Pickle Rick.
Rick Sanchez. Rick Thaler. Rick Sanchez Thaler. Rick Thaler. So yeah, I mean, isn't this what we do when we talk about the globe? We start spinning our wheels and end up talking about ridiculous things like space time and what? That's why I've always wanted to be an astrophysicist or an astronomer, so that I can use my imagination and fulfill my potential, my purpose. What's your purpose? To dream about space. Yeah, because you can't experiment on it, right? No shit. Yeah, of course. What? What did you think I was going to experiment in space? Come on, man. It'd be ridiculous. Not what astrophysicists do. We guess. And the best guessers will be hired. The best guessers. Astronomer. Guessicist. Astro guessicist. What do you do for a living? I guess stuff.
Did you ever watch the Big Bang Theory TV show?
A little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, that's what they did. Well, I think they were theoretical physicists in the show.
Yeah. But can you guess the lottery numbers for next week, though? Can you do that? No, no. Wow. So you can estimate and guess how old the universe is? Wow. Probability. Cool. Statistics. Wow. You can't guess the
Yeah.
lotto numbers for next week? How can you
Yeah, what about them ancient astronaut theorists?
Oh,
Anunnakists.
the ancient astronaut theorists.
Oh,
That's a mouthful.
we were just talking about Egypt, right? That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Anus. Anulogists?
ANU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An,
Anu, I think is the correct way, right? Anu.
yeah. Yeah.
So,
We have to add an ist or an en or some kind of like at the end of it.
hey, so would the pyramids work on a globe? Like, seriously?
Pyramids on the globe?
I don't think they work now.
Well, no, they don't work, but where they're the stars that they're supposed to be pointing to.
Oh, yeah,
I guess it would be like in the same kind of like, lighthouses wouldn't really work on a ball.
Well, it would work on a ball that has flat surfaces on it. Technically, it wouldn't be a ball, but hey, you can't think of it as a ball, right? Because magic refraction.
Yeah, but the average individual doesn't know anything about that.
The average individual, the smartest individual, nobody would be able to know the difference. Yeah. Like we can
Only infamous globers talk about refraction.
we can just assume it's a plane and it's flat. Can we just do it that way? It's easier. Yeah. I mean, it's not like we can see the curvature anyway. It's not like anyone can see that it's off, right? Yeah, except for the aliens and all the and fucking missing everything in space. Of course, it looks like we're hitting it on Earth because it looks flat. But in reality, we're not hitting shit because it's a ball. Not confused? You confused yet? Yeah. So on the ball, up and down, not the same. Not the same. It's more like in and out. You know what I mean? In and out. That's what a hamburger's all about.
What is it with you today? Oh boy.
It's all coming together, you know.
I guess.
Together, yeah. It's all making sense now. Space burgers. That's what we gotta make.
We have space apples. They're called
Yeah.
cosmic apples.
Yeah. We need some kind of
Cosmic
space.
apples. And you know what they engineer these types of fruits and vegetables to have a higher sugar content. In fact, they do that with grapes as well. They call them cotton candy grapes. There's another candy kind of name for a different kind of grapes. There's two different kinds. And it's. I just like regular old grapes.
Have a higher resistance to space, right?
What the hell does that mean?
These fruits have been engineered to survive the vacuum of space.
If there
Can I eat it?
was one.
Is it edible? Yes, it's edible. Is it safe? Yes, very safe. For space consumption?
Well, okay.
I'm just picturing an engineer, ISS, guys in the ISS, eating apples on the camera. Like, you've seen us eat spinach. You've seen us wash our hair. Now watch us eat these space apples.
They they ate spinach on camera.
Oh, yeah. How to take it out of the plastic.
Oh, what is wrong with these people? Oh my God. Our tax dollars at work here, folks. That's what we get. A clown show.
Well, that's
My
what
God.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like from them. It's like, and now we are about to eat this apple. in the ISS. Sexy. Look at this sexy red apple. It's so sexy, isn't it? Crunch.
Okay, do you think people are confused like a regular person who doesn't pay attention to this stuff? Do you think they think the ISS is outside in space? Because it's not. It's not, right?
People totally believe it. They do.
But that's what they. Do you think that some people think that?
I do. I do. Think and
So they
believe it.
think they're in the vacuum of space.
Well, not the people in space. People down here. Not the people doing the show, right? They're not in space. They know they're not in space.
Okay, but the ISS physically is in low Earth orbit. It's under the dome or whatever the barrier is.
I think it's here on Earth, somewhere.
Well, of course, but I mean, according to what other people think they know.
I don't know. I think they think it's in low Earth orbit. There's no dome, and we're gonna go.
Well, no, they tell us it's in low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
But I mean, do they ever make it seem like it's okay? Never mind. I need to think about that a little bit more before I try to rephrase it.
Yeah, waking
I'm
up
just
from
trying to get I'm just trying to get the average person's perspective. It's hard to think of what you used to know before you knew all this stuff.
Yeah. When you think about when you question the globe, it's like questioning God.
People
See,
don't.
in my mind, when I was a glober, I wouldn't dare think anything about I wouldn't dare question God. I wouldn't dare question Einstein. I wouldn't dare question Newton or NASA.
Really?
Think
Do you
about it.
remember that?
Thinking about it made me feel guilty about myself. You know how that bad feeling you get after you masturbate? Yeah, that's the feeling I got. So even
Oh
questioning
my God.
Einstein gave me that feeling, right? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
Like that times 100.
yeah, exactly.
Jamie!
You won't dare think it. That's the crazy. That's the thought control. That's what's crazy about it. People don't realize it's being done to them. Like you are afraid to think something, but yet you don't believe in God. Like who is going to judge you? The government?
Oh, you mean as a Christian you feel guilty after you masturbate? I'm like,
Well,
what the
as
fuck is wrong with
because you
mom?
need to be
Okay, I got
Christian,
it
right?
now.
You don't have to
Okay.
believe in God. You don't dare think certain things about your parents. You know what I mean? It's just something you don't want to entertain. That your
Well,
parents
sure.
do nasty things in the
Right.
past.
Yeah, of course.
But you don't know, and you don't dare think it, right? That's the exact kind of thought control they have over people. You don't dare question these things because one, how are you don't have the stuff to question it with, and two, there's smart people everywhere telling you what is, what's not, confusing you, and three, you don't believe you're smart enough to understand and to figure it out. It's all these things working together to keep people in cognitus.
You remember that guy from Saturday Night Live? He would look in the mirror and he said, "You're smart enough. You're good looking enough."
I don't
Who is
believe
that
in
dude, you guys?
Yeah, I don't believe in them because I also
We
don't.
could have a Glober look in the mirror and say these nonsensical things that
Myself
they
doesn't work.
believe. All right, that shit down. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's saying
Thank
things.
you.
There's
It worked for him, didn't it? He's an American senator, Al Franken.
Right. Oh, thank you, Al Franken. Thank you so much. I think we can do something with that. We can parody the shit out of that.
I think the character name was Stuart Smalley.
Thank you again. I thought of small something, Stuart. What better name can you get than Stuart? I love that name. Oh man. So wait, say again. What were you saying? You're good enough and all that. Go ahead, back to where you were, sir.
Remember the Muslim guy last night that was going off at us and all? Like, hey, you're just stupid, fucking stupid. I swear. Yeah, that's what was happening to him. Like he didn't know what to think or how to think, so he just, just started saying things. Like that's the cognizant, like one who wouldn't dare question what he believes in or what he's been told his whole life to be true.
I just thought, Bong, for some reason I was thinking about the 3 astronauts when they first came back from the moon and, they all looked like their dog died. I think they were double crossed. I think if they were told at one point that they weren't going to have to be in front of other people, maybe. And I don't know, maybe they're pissed. I mean, what do you guys think? I know I'm going way kind of random and shit, so forgive me on that one, but
Well, what do you
Anyway.
expect? They're being debriefed about going nowhere.
so maybe they weren't given the whole story. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they had to know from the get-go, from the whole thing?
Oh yeah, of course.
I
Well, I
think they're
didn't
probably in on it. Just bad actors.
Yeah, it's the first time
Bad
anyone,
actors.
the world didn't think it was a ball. So imagine lying to the world
Dude, I was
about
talking.
something this big for the first time. Like you're the first liars. Like you're propping up this lie in front of the whole world, right? God is watching you, and holy shit, are we really doing this? Is this really gonna fucking work, or are we gonna get hung? What the fuck is going on? Don't worry, it's gonna work. We've been
So
doing
you
this.
think do you think they were told about that they had to go in public like that and do a press thing or whatever, like at the last minute? You think they didn't know about that?
I
don't
think they knew
know.
about it long beforehand, but they just didn't plan through it, very carefully.
You don't they coach people with this shit? I mean,
Of
they
course.
do now. I know they do now. I mean, why wouldn't they then? It just
I
doesn't.
don't know.
It's just
There's so
weird.
many. I mean, the people today are not the same people as back then. The people back then were probably harder to fool than people today. So it was probably nerve wracking, right? To know that people are
No,
stupid. But we're about to lie to them on the highest fucking biggest level. The whole fucking world is, you know what I mean? Like, is this gonna work?
so you think they were feeling like the biggest douchebags on the face of the earth?
Probably.
Yeah, but
I mean, look at
see,
their faces.
oh,
At the subconscious level, at the very least, yes.
yes. What? Elaborate on that.
That they were feeling like douchebags. Because when you're doing something bad that you know is bad, subconsciously you feel terrible about it. But, you might be a natural born asshole, so you might do it anyway.
Yeah.
So you don't think they were natural born assholes?
No. They are natural born assholes. But, the
Okay.
natural born asshole part of them lets them keep a straight face while lying. But deep down inside, they don't feel so good, I don't think.
Yeah, people have gotten better at lying.
Well, that'll give you for sure.
Okay,
I don't know. It's kind of hard to do anything new. There's nothing new under the sun. I mean, but go ahead, Bong.
What about when they read that War of the Worlds script over the radio and everyone freaked out?
Oh my God.
I mean,
Yeah.
there are all these psychological operations happening at the same goddamn time, as well as military operations. Like, everybody look here while we figure out what's going on.
I would give anything to have been able to talk to somebody that actually heard that and hear about their experience.
Just so you guys know, I've heard a lot about this over the years, and just going by the multiple shows I've heard Clyde Lewis on Ground Zero, who's radio show that's produced here locally in Portland. I've met the guy myself a few times. Clyde is pretty cool. He's in denial about the fact that the Earth is flat, unfortunately. But he's gone over this story that you're referencing, this War of the Worlds over the radio story, many times. And just going by what I've heard from him over the multiple years that he's covered it, I think it's been blown out of proportion. Like, I don't think anybody died on accident. I don't, the point is, I think a few people maybe got a little riled up for a few hours, but I think a lot of these stories have been blown out of proportion. I don't think that many people were actually taking it that seriously.
Yeah, I would contend with that. I mean,
Well,
But
it's exactly like the pandemic, is it not? At first, everybody
well,
was
it's
riled
to
up.
generate fear.
Yeah. I,
Well, I think it was done on accident, not on purpose. I don't think they were trying to actually scare people with that. Like the way that it happened is that they had these commercial breaks. It was over the radio, right? So they started reading the War of the Worlds over the radio, and they had these commercial breaks that were far in between. And I think half or so of the people listening to it over the radio, they didn't hear the very first initial announcement. This is now us reading the War of the Worlds over the radio. So since they tuned in halfway through, they didn't realize it was a story. They just thought it was, the news, and that the news was telling them that aliens were coming from space or something like that.
Okay,
That even
I
those
did
people,
not
they didn't get that
know.
riled up, I don't think.
I didn't know there was commercial breaks involved, so that puts it in perspective a little bit more. Thank you. That's mighty interesting. That's a good bit of information to have, I'd say.
that
Yeah,
totally
it
sounds
probably
like
wouldn't have happened at all like that if they just reminded people throughout the story that this is us reading a story. But they only did that at the very beginning of it, and it was like several hours long, I think.
It's not like it was. Sorry, it's not like it was Patricia Steer. If you're just joining us, this is a story read by ...
That's why it's a psyop. That's why it's a total experiment, man. Like, you're gonna read the story, right, about aliens invading the Earth, right? But nobody believes in aliens, right? And then what you call it? You can see how people react to it, right? And you're gonna space it out, the commercials out so far, so that you get you get enough time to get a real reaction. Some kind. How are people going to react to this if they miss the first part? It's all kinds of experiments. How are the public going to react to this kind of information, right? Like any information, fill in the blank.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Wait, I got a question for you guys. Isn't it something that's documented about 9/11, like the rise in the Schumann resonance? Is that a thing?
I heard what you're talking about before. They said that when 9/11 happened, like something changed all across the world. I think it was the Schumann resonance.
Okay,
And I
so
wanna
what
say
if... Oh, keep
Go
going, Hank. No, you.
I think I remember, didn't it go lower for a second and then eventually it normalized, and that was because everybody was scared? I think that's what I heard, but it's hearsay, so.
Yeah, I get that. I'm with you on the hearsay part. But, my wild mind kind of thinks that way about War of the Worlds. Because until that commercial break came, that person might have been scared out of their mind.
Holy shit! The aliens are here.
That would happen with it first throughout
sticking
the
your
day.
nose and getting a sailor.
Yeah. So throughout the day, it was probably crazy when they read that.
When you see it, Jen, swing away. Swing away.
Okay.
Quick, circle the wagons.
No, signs. Nobody got the movie pun. Signs.
Okay, so yeah, I was just kind of getting to the part where, when there's a reason that they do these things, and it's not something that I'm very knowledgeable about talking about, but yeah, fear. I mean...
Who's seen the movie Signs with Mel in it? Mel Gibson.
Me.
Oh, it's been
That's
forever.
the religious interpretation of that movie.
Well, it all builds up to the moon landing. It all builds up, it all climaxes at the 1969, right? Like, oh, we landed on the moon because the Earth is a ball and there are aliens, and we landed on the moon.
Man, whenever I hear somebody tell me that they listen to the news, I always tell them stop watching the news.
Yeah.
I mean, because all it does is make people mad.
My wife's been telling me that for like 20 years.
I mean, you guys want to belittle like arrogance of these people.
People working there. People have dedicated their lives to get us to the moon. God damn it. What is wrong with these
Oh
people?
my God, son! I know what you're talking about. They just discount everything we've ever done.
Everything we've done and achieved in the club. Oh my God. Look at how awesome we are. How
I
can we
mean,
not?
all you got to do is watch Channel 10 News. Christ.
The arrogance to think that we're not the awesomest species in the universe and we figured it all out. 14 billion light years, guys. God damn. When'd you go to school?
10 million years. You know, it's evolution, folks. Evolution.
Oh my God, aliens are coming.
Did you hear that guy earlier? He said, "You don't understand."
Yeah, I
Like,
heard.
he,
You
like,
know,
what the hell?
this well enough.
Like, yeah, we don't understand. We just got the same education you, but yeah, we just don't understand. It happened a little bit over a long, long period of time.
Aliens are coming.
Like, wait, how do you prove that long fucking period of time? Yeah, yeah.
It's just my baseless assertion.
Cut the shit. Yeah, you seen what I seen. Look, you see these three people with the tinfoil hats on? They're all Globers. They believe in aliens. So you got to see the pun there. This is signs. They all realize there's fucking aliens on Earth, and they put on tinfoil hats. So the Globers who believe aliens come from other worlds are the ones wearing the tinfoil hats, not the flat earthers.
Well, the aliens are helping us form our new world order. That's the reason why we went to Iraq.
No.
Aliens going to land on Jerusalem.
See, those demons got two fingers in your ass talking about they're checking your prostate while they're taking off your alien hat. It's probing time, bitch.
The aliens like the Middle East. That's where they want to land. I don't know why we're over there kicking people
Because
out.
their religion is against anal shit, so you know they're double trolling them when they anally probe them guys. In America, I guess it's no big fucking thing. I'm wondering why I never heard anybody but, what the hell's his name from Family Guy? Peter. How come Peter's the only one that ever felt he was raped when he got a prostate exam? Peter, what's wrong with you, Peter? My doctor, he molested me.
Oh my God.
He stuck his fingers in my butt.
Oh, he's right. It's like, what the fuck is this all about?
It's just
I know.
prostate so you can look after your prostate. Stop being so paranoid.
I know.
This is my ass.
It's just part of the NASA benefits program.
Look.
You said
Hey, well, in Peter's defense, his wife did tell him, "You like red carpet, don't you? Say you like it."
Stop thinking like that. It's not about your ass. It's about your prostate. Because the doctor can look after your prostate if you don't let him stick his fingers up your ass. Bob, what you talking about?
That episode was so funny. He just walks out of their pants down, butt naked. Reminds me of my grandson.
Walk around the whole fucking day. Some dude just stuck his fucking fingers in my ass, and you're not.
Yeah.
Dude, somebody just stuck his fingers up your ass. He's a doctor.
My niece's son, my great nephew, he just thinks it's funny. I see the light on in the bathroom. I go knock on the door. Nobody says nothing. I'm
What,
like,
you just stand there and let some guy stick his fingers up your ass?
I say, okay, there's nobody in the bathroom. But it's always my damn great nephew. He's in the bathroom. He just don't say shit. I'm like, damn it, why do you do that to me? He said, poop on you. I'm pooping. I'm like, this fucking kid is long trolling me, man.
So let me get this right. You let him stick his fingers up your ass?
I wonder who taught him that shit. His mom or his dad poop on you. That's got to be a guy joke. I ought to kick his dad's ass. I ought to tell him. Yeah, I'll try that. Next time I knock on this door and you don't tell me you're in here, I'm gonna kick your mom's ass and your dad's ass so I get the one that told you about this joke. you don't say shit. I hate that. I don't like walking around people when they're pooping, especially not a 5-year-old kid.
Yeah, there's a guy on the street that'll stick his fingers up your ass. Please, son.
He's 4, actually, and so, but for the first month he did it, I guess he needed help wiping, so I felt like I had to fucking teach him.
You know what I figured out that can't be right?
But
That
I
goddamn
love
movie,
my
American
Pie.
Was it American Pie?
Huh?
Shit. Stifler, the movie.
Oh,
Was it American-
Stifler.
Yeah,
Yes.
at the end of the movie. Yeah, he was like, "Did I say 2 fingers?" Better make that. I was like, "All right, what's going on here? This must be wrong. What's this? It's called a prostitute." No, that's something's wrong with this. It's like, what? Having your guy stick his fingers up your ass? Right? If it's a woman, I don't know. Does it? Still fingers up your ass.
It's a prostate exam. It's a medical thing.
Yeah. So is Windows 11 updates.
Oh, doctor, stick it.
What do you call that? Milking the prostate?
That ain't right, boy. I don't care who you are.
Okay,
All right.
we just hit the bottom floor, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's the lowest chakra you can get to.
Thanks, Mike.
Moving on up.
Bet I ended this one. Now can we get back to flat Earth?
There's nothing good to manure, cow manure.
Actually, I think we're already down there, flat level. Bam!
I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? We're moving up.
You can milk anything with nipples. Dude, I love that show.
Man, listen.
Can you get pregnant? I don't know. Let's ask Google. Google. Can a man get pregnant?
Don't ask the nurse that question if you ever go to sell semen.
The year is 2022. These are the questions. Can men get pregnant? What? 2022. People are smart.
Should that guy get his ass beat for asking that question? That's the second question of 2022. And should I beat that? I don't know if it's a girl or a guy over there in the corner, but should I beat its ass?
What do I call you? They, them, it, what?
I'm beating them, they, we, I, it. Right. Just so I get your pronoun down, bitch. I'm beating down everybody in them 362 genders, all right?
The year is 2022 and people are afraid to use words.
I just call them all dark, cisgender,
So what are people afraid of these days?
predatory, homosexual.
What do you mean words?
Canceled?
Words.
People are afraid of talking.
He assumed our fucking pronouns. He said words.
You do not have.
Maybe I'm a noun. Maybe I'm a noun and he's an adjective, or she, or they.
Only scientists.
Conjunction, what's your function?
Call me a verb. I'm the word. You heard?
You do not have a license.
I'm an action word.
License to speak, right? What? Freedom of speech? You guys know what that's? What's that? That's illegal. You better not say
A double negative.
Speak.
An oxymoron.
Imagine that, right? License to speak. License of speaking, right? You have a license to speak, to be talking, sir? Be using words? Yes. Give me that fish. Let me pull it out of his mouth. Here's your license, bitch.
Yeah. Once I get my foot out of your ass, it's on the bottom of my shoe.
Yes. It's in my fist. Want to see it?
Right. Everybody asks that till they get punched in the mouth, officer.
Now you have lost your license to speak. Your teeth.
Oh,
I
you
just saw
mean?
a horse on a carriage.
I mean, you mean cops don't got guns in 2040? Oh, I'm so gonna fuck this timeline up.
Cops got words.
Right. You stop.
I heard cops don't have guns in Iceland. Most of them, anyway.
I don't know how the fuck they'd ever arrest me.
All right. That's a cop walking around with just a notebook.
Yeah, hey, I got it. Wait, hold on. Let me say, I've seen a lot of fights in my day, and Mike is about 5'10", right? What about a $130, $150?
Yeah, $150.
Those are the squirreliest little fuckers. You really can't catch him.
I hit
If they
3
grew up on a
motherfuckers at
farm,
one time.
I'm telling you, those fuckers are squirrely. You can't catch them.
Hey, that was my nickname, Hank. Because when I was about 8, my mom tried to whoop my ass, and I ran out the house and climbed up a tree. So she called me Squirrely.
How fast can you run a 40-yard dash?
She said,
Dude, I'm not joking.
pretty fast, Bong. I still run miles. I smoke weed. I smoke.
100 light, real quick.
I let myself have 6 cigarettes a day.
I'm here, and then I'm not.
But I still jog, man. I can do a 10-minute mile, 4 in a row. Can you?
Nope. I can play basketball with my son. That's about it.
My son don't want to play basketball with me.
Until he beats me,
That's probably because till he got till about 15, I packed his shit every shot he took.
I was like, look, with all your prowess of being a young man, if you can't beat an old man with skills, what good is all that jumping around?
No,
I'm jumping around so much.
I let him play when he was younger, but when he was 15, I slapped every shot I could down, and he's like, well, what the hell? I said, well, if I take it easy on you, you just be a pussy that don't know how to play hoop. Check the ball, punk.
Yeah, the way my son plays is like he tries to go for the shots and the layups. You know what I mean? He doesn't mind the defense too much. I'm like, look,
yeah. And then I took it around my back, dropped the elbow into his shoulder, and said, "This fight 21, punk."
I'm not gonna just let you, run up and put the ball in. Like, get out of here.
Right. My wife said,
"Dad, come on, man. I always miss."
She said, "You're too fucking competitive." I said, "Hey, I'm just treating him like my older, like I'm his older brother. My brother used to beat the shit out of me on a basketball court. I'm pretty good at basketball."
Like, get that LeBron James shit out of here.
Yeah.
All around the place.
Like the first time I tried to play football with them, all I ever got was stiff armed, man. I had to learn to avoid the stiff arm before I could actually play football.
Yeah.
I'm serious, man. My mom said, I swear, if you boys break him, if he comes in with one fucking broken bone, I'm going to take a 2x4 to the whole lot of you. Like, damn. But I was
getting weak, man. I'm really weak compared to my dad. My dad's, and he's weak compared to his dad. What he said to me, he said, my dad, he said to me, son, my dad was like way stronger than me. He says like he could like do all these things. I was like, what? But you're strong, right? I think he looks at me and he's like, but you're weak. Like, what? Like, how big team in basketball when I was 17? What are you talking about? I was like, no. Every day we used to go up that mountain. See that mountain? I was like,
yeah.
Shit, I could barely climb that. Holy dude, I went up there, man, and then I saw the work they did there, and I couldn't believe it. It was like fucking real labor, like a community working together to get these rocks all the way up here every day.
You know who I used to see when I looked at my dad? Listen, well, the first time I seen the Apache Chief cartoon, I said, Dad. He said, what? I said, E.N.A. Chuck. He said, the bitch slapped you. I was like, yeah, it was it. I was running. Yeah, you big Apache Chief, motherfucker.
You know what they said to me? He's like, the only way your generation is getting up that mountain is with the helicopter.
Yeah.
And then they laughed. And I was like, yeah, I might really bring a helicopter.
Then I called him Grape Ape.
Well, I laughed with him. I was like, high five. I know, right? Watch this. Show up with a helicopter one day.
Dude, first time I went to Canada, my dad said, I should leave you out here for 3 days by yourself just to see if you could survive. I was like, I'm only 13, Dad. He said, by the time I was 11, I could survive in the woods 3 days by myself.
Well, it's because our fucking lifestyles change. You know, the technology changes the way we live our lives and you know the way we use our bodies. So it's like,
you know what I told him? Well, I guess you should have raised me like Grandpa raised you, then, motherfucker. I mean, I ain't gonna lie.
Illiterate.
Leave my brother. I told him, leave my brother out here. I'll be all right. Where's my brother? Make my brother stay.
Muscle power had its time, you know. Now we have to use the tools, you know. If this truck, right, or if this excavator, or if this can do the job like 100 times faster, then that's 100 men like that don't have to be here. Like
I got all the old antique wood cutting and splitting shit, dude.
I mean, yeah. Times change, but does the way we think have to change? Do we have to be less competitive? No, we have to be. That's what I'm saying. The kid, my son too. You know, it's like,
man, I grew up with 5 brothers, man. I'm competitive as hell.
Even though you're not a Maori Samoan warrior running around with a club and spinning the fire mag and drinking.
I took ass whoopings till one day when I started smoking weed. My brothers all went to sleep. And my oldest brother was one giving me high.
Yeah.
And they all went to sleep, and I said, I was watching TV, and they said, you fucking be quiet or we'll beat your ass if you wake us up. And I was like, oh yeah, you're gonna beat my ass while you're sleeping. You can't whoop my ass while you're sleeping. And I got a whim.
I still learning how to have big hearts.
I got slapped by the epiphany that night, and I was like, that's right. They can't whoop me while they're sleeping. And I got up. My oldest brother kicked my ass the most. So I got up and buried my little fist as far in his eye socket as I could. And then I ran to my dad's room.
Conditioning, yeah. It's called conditioning.
Yeah. My dad said,
toughens you up.
You see my eyes? See what that motherfucker did to me? My dad said, you know what we call that? My brother's like, no, don't go there. He's like, that's a coming to an understanding, boy. I ain't your brother saying he ain't taking no more ass whoopings. I was like, that's damn right, Dad. I'll black the other eye tomorrow, motherfucker.
Seems like the more we go to school, you know, the more we lose of that, you know, and the more softer.
Yeah. My brother said, give me his own goddamn room, Dad. I don't want him in my room no more. He said, that ain't your room. That's my room. My dad said, I don't know if you should do that again, Michael. I said, I don't know, Steven, Monty, and Jason all been whooping my ass too, Dad. I think I got 4 more motherfuckers to go before I can quit.
When I was little, I used to be afraid of my dad killing me, right? Because he was the only person that was allowed to kill me. And then all of a sudden, I heard about these laws that you could actually have your parents arrested for child abuse. I was like, no, I'll be dead by then. No, are you crazy? What
the fuck is that?
Want to die? It's like parents can't kill their kids. Oh, my dad can totally kill me, dude. What are you talking about? And now it's like you grow up. It's like, wait, but you know, in my mind, if anyone is allowed to kill you, it's your parents. You know,
yeah.
Because,
hey,
you know,
I grew up with that. I brought you into this world. I'll take you out.
Well, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Hey,
right?
listen, my dad was so straight up. When I told him I had 4 more brothers to sock up, the next morning at breakfast, he said, now, I want to talk to you boys. And he talked to the other ones. He said, did you see what happened last night to your older brother? Yeah. Well, your younger brother said he had 4 more motherfuckers to go before he was done. They was like, oh shit. He's like, well, if you all don't want that, I think you should take heed to what your brother's saying. He ain't taking no more ass whoopings without getting even.
I can't relate. I'm the oldest. That's why I can never relate to.
Yeah, you's one of them motherfuckers. Okay, all right. I know who you are now. That's where your attitude comes from. I'm the big brother here, man. Be quiet.
It's like, oh,
Yeah, I'm the oldest too.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I'm the oldest of 3.
Hey, all my brothers was nice to me when we got home from school. We was in the field. And I don't want to talk, Mike. I'll leave you alone.
What about you, Hank? Are you the oldest, the youngest, middle child? So,
The oldest of 3 boys. So I got 2 big brothers just like me, but they're little.
yeah, Hank knows what's up. and Dalmar, you're middle child?
That's just it. I'm the smallest.
Ah, you're the youngest.
I was like, see, 3 of my brothers had a different mom, 3 of my sisters had a different mom. My dad was, his first wife got killed in a car accident.
It's too bad you had to be a boy, because if you were the youngest girl, you would have been treated like a princess.
Yeah, so I was small like my mom. My mom was small, my dad was big, and my brothers were bigger like my dad. Now I was smaller,
Yeah. I always treat the youngest no matter what, like.
Hey, I used to be scared, man, and think, what can I do? I'm smaller than them. But then I started wrestling and working out, playing football and shit. Plus, baling hay finally caught up, and I started ripping up, and I was like, wait a minute. This is an advantage. Me and my brother, you remember that game you used to play where you put your hands on your ears and you hold your hands out? And if I slap your hand, you got to keep holding them out till I miss, and then it's your turn? You ever play that?
Yeah, slap hands?
Slap hands.
Yeah, slap hands. And if you flinch, I get to slap the shit out of you in the face.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
so
damn.
I used to play
I remember that part.
I started, that's how we played. I never liked that game. Yeah, I started playing with my brothers, and none of them could hit me. And I was slapping the shit out of them. They was like, oh, shit. I was like, yeah, you got that long ass arm. It's hard to move that motherfucker. You can't move it quick enough. You heavier than me. I done rolled into mine, bro, and I know I can hit you 3 times before you can flinch.
I can take a punch from a man, but if a man ever slaps me, I'm beating his fucking ass down.
And that's why the little guys are squirrely and cocky, because we come under if you got a big family, you come off and under a bunch of ass whoopings to learn how to whoop a ass someday.
I learned that in school.
And then because I was small, I always went into a fight. Not underestimating, but overestimating a person.
You know what sucks about being the oldest?
Saying to myself, I'm too small to fuck around. I got to give it all I got. And then,
yeah,
and then it got to where I put a 3-piece on a motherfucker and drop a right cross on their jaw, and they're sleeping. And then I'm mad because I got all scared and excited and worked up for some shit that was 3 punches.
The luckiest thing about being the oldest is when you go to school, you have to look after your brothers, your little ones, right? But now you have to prove. Well, now you have to establish yourself at school. So because your little siblings look up to you. So it's always like the hardest. Is the first.
Yeah, my brother had to set the example and not let a motherfucker talk shit to me. And
if you fight me,
I always respected that. I got tired of the ass whoopings, but I always respected my brothers for what they did.
Is that protective, being overprotective that got the job done?
The part I didn't like is when they said nobody gets to beat Mike's ass but me.
Yeah. Sometimes it got really violent, but hey, that's how you establish a nation, right? With violence, and blood, lots of blood, and then you plant your flag down. Go Bong Nation
That's how you win the Holy War too.
in the school. Gangs. All right, let's figure out who
When
the
I
gang.
lay my hands upon thee, when we kill ye and all ye descendants, ye shall know that my God is God.
If I were to choose a gang that would win, right? Filipinos. I'm ganging with the Filipinos. But dude, Filipino. Hawaii.
Dude, the only gang I ever needed was my brothers. We go in town and go to the basketball courts and play against the city kids, and we're like, man, these city kids are all pussies.
Yeah. Well, all the Asians, man, they like hanging out with the Filipinos because
My
got
brother
the good
had the
food.
goofiest jump shot.
They got that pork, man.
He had a
Adobe. Yeah.
Dr. J Hook. If he shot from up by the top of the key, he was doing it granny style. But we still win. My brother was 19. I was like, still trying to teach him a proper jumper. He's like, look, man, it goes in like this. Leave me the fuck alone.
So yeah, I said the thing about the average size, farm boys. Also, someone else I've heard who's really badass is mountain men, like men that live in the mountains. They're usually like
Oh,
tough as
yeah.
nails, strong as fuck.
Yeah, they are.
Rough, rugged, and raw.
Well, they got to carry everything down off a mountain or up a damn mountain to get it. My cousins in Tennessee, they live on the side of a mountain. Like 40, they got like 800 acres, man, and like 300 of it is the side of a mountain.
You just gotta go live there. And then
I
you'll
went
find
down
out.
there to bury my uncle when I was like 15, and I was joking around about moonshine. I said, "Y'all got some shine? Well, we got a still up there on the mountain. We growing some marijuana too, all along the trail, all the way still. You want some marijuana? We smoke some marijuana." I was like, "Hell yeah!" Halfway home, my dad's like, "What the fuck is that garbage bag in the back of my truck?" I was like, "That's my marijuana, Dad. My cousin gave me that. What?" I ain't waste no money on it. He was like, "God damn it, boy, if I get pulled over, it's still your fucking marijuana." He didn't throw it out though.
Yeah.
My dad was righteous though. At 15 I worked like a grown ass fucking man. And if I wanted a beer, as long as it was on the property and my dad knew, I could drink one at
My
15.
dad used to grow and smoke, but my mom got he was drunk too, but my mom got him off of it, so he stopped both. And then I told him about how good it is, and I started growing some, like, and then
Oh,
he was like, so this means we can smoke weed again, right?
yeah.
Right? Mom was like, okay, you can only do this weed.
Hey, my
But
dad
not anymore.
my dad didn't quit when my mom told him to. He just started using the outhouse again.
Dude, I grew some and I came back to Australia. And then when I went back, man, he's like he passed it out to his friends. Oh, he saved me a couple plants, it's a couple in the bag. But he
We
had
wouldn't-
some. Was like, man,
Hey, we wouldn't tell my mom because he'd hide all his beer cans, and then we could steal his beer cans for gas to go cruising the air, and he wouldn't say shit.
our dad is like legendary farmer down there. It's just like he doesn't do it anymore, man. He's just old now, It's like just does it because he's old.
When I was 16,
It's important.
my dad was in that outhouse drinking a beer, and I didn't know it. I had this badass air rifle. I started popping shots through the outhouse, and my dad was like, "Who the fuck? What the fuck is that? I'll fucking kill you!" Come out, pants down, beer in hand. I was like, I tried to run. My brother's like, "Where are you going?" I told you Dad was probably in there. It's about beer 30. I was like, damn it. I should have listened to my brother. I said, I did that, Dad. I didn't know you was in there. He said, my daddy built this outhouse. I said, well, your daddy still lives here. I bet he'll think it's funny. He said, fuck you, boy. I'll be shooting holes in my house while I'm shitting at least.
And my dad took a long. He would never let me shoot because he doesn't want to waste the bullets, right? So he had to like train me proper. Like every bullet counted. You know? It's like, this is fucking hard to get it down. And it's like, damn, man, I can't even practice on my own. Fuck, I gotta go.
Hey, we had money too, but every bullet counted too because
if we. No, it's not even money.
Bullets was our meat budget for the month.
Yeah. It takes like 6 months for it to, because it go like 3 to 6 months. It'll be in quarantine and fuck it, the customs. You know, so it's like, that's why. Because they're really strict about guns down there. You know, are you gonna shoot people with it? No.
Oh, we always had 22 rifles, man. When I was 12, I could just walk around the farm shooting a 22 all day long if I wanted to.
So we have a 22, 12 gauge. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as I shot away from the house and not towards the neighbor's house or because
we had a 38. Yeah, Dad had a 38 special he uses to kill pigs with. It's like, so this is for killing people? No, it's for killing pigs. Like, really?
Yeah.
Dude, those bullets sat there for like 12 years. Like brand new still.
I like the 38 specials, man. I still got my dad's wood grain handle and all.
Yeah. I stole it. Yeah, I went to practice with it. I took that risk. Got my ass whooped. Well, fuck, you know. It's like
you're a brave fucker.
I know. I was like, that was the naughty years, man.
I wasn't scared. Listen, I wasn't scared of killing myself with a gun. I knew how to hand a gun. I was scared my father would kill me.
Yeah, I know.
I brought you in this world, you little bastard. You're going to take my gun and just go shoot the country up. I'll take you out.
I snuck off into the woods to shoot.
My responsibility. Moment I know you ain't going to be shit.
Took like maybe 4 bullets, but then he found out, counted them, right? And he's like, hey, where the four bullets are missing? It's like, look like, oh. And, the questions and no answers, slap. What you ever do?
My dad used to reload them, so we just try to put the empty ones back in the box, and we would shoot them on the farm, but I never took them and left the farm, But when we did shoot them, we put the empty ones in there, hoping it was beer 30 the last time he shot it, Hoping he wouldn't notice.
When I was 14 in Samuel, this senior bullied me. Big ass dude, man. This guy could crush you, snap me, man. Playing basketball. I couldn't, you know what I mean? Me being a fucking, I couldn't, let him do that to me. It's like, fuck you, man. That's a foul. Grabbed my neck and almost snapped him. You want me to fucking kill you, you little shit? And he threw me. He's like, fuck you. I'm going to get my dad's gun. I'm going to shoot your ass. Dun, dun, dun. That scared the shit out of him. I was like, yeah. Next day, I was sitting in the office with my dad, that guy, the principal.
I bet.
Who told you can threaten people with my... Wait until we get home. Go in the car. I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Hey, country boys don't even sling that threat around. We're supposed to all know we got a shotgun. Here in America.
We're getting my ass whooped, man, so hard.
We don't even go there. Everybody got 2 brothers and a shotgun, you know what I'm saying?
And Bong, your dad telling you to go wait in the car was already a threat, bro. Your ass was in deep shit.
Stomach feeling, it drops down to the floor like you're dead, right? Like that's what
he was gonna make you feel, man, boy. You threaten somebody like that again, you're gonna learn your lesson now.
When I got sent to the car like that, I already felt the heat of 2 knuckles on the back of my head. I felt the knot already growing.
So the guy that is scared, right? He's like the scariest guy in the whole school, right? And after that day, he was scared of me. So it totally paid off, right? at home.
Mom said it paid off.
Yeah, but I was kind of smiling inside, like, yes, tomorrow I will be the king.
Mom said he'd shoot that motherfucker. But did you die?
Bro, ever since then, nobody fucks with me because they
You
know I'm
did
crazy.
not die, but don't keep talking shit, because you might.
They think I'm crazy. You see how that works? It's like I got an ass whooping for it, but these are the price. These are the price for that you have to pay to if you want to,
Yeah.
paying for yourself.
Yeah, psychological warfare is a big part of it. You know,
Yeah,
I
like-
remember when I was in high school, there was this little tiny guy, and he kept talking shit and running through the halls, and I couldn't catch him because he was little. And one day I was like, "Hey, bro, you want to go smoke a cigarette?" Like everybody knew I was smoke, everybody. And he was like, "Yeah, let's go smoke." So I start walking down the hallway where the students that smoke.
Sneaky
They go down the hallway to
motherfucker.
go outside, and I fucking pinned him against the wall. I was like, "You better not ever say my fucking name again. If I hear my name come out of your mouth, we're gonna have some problems." And after
I
that,
can hear
no
Hank
problem.
now.
Is he
I got you now, you little squirrely bastard.
And then tough.
Hey, I've actually been there before, Hank. Come here, you little mouthy quick bastard.
Well,
I got you now.
Well, you have to, sometimes, like with that guy, when you're totally powerless, right? I mean, you gotta do something, right? It becomes a mind game after that. You gotta take it to the next level,
Once
right?
you're in the reach of a big guy, man.
Death is the
And
next level.
another thing I know about big people, they are quick for the first 2 punches, 3 punches, or the first 5 steps.
Sometimes you just gotta bluff when you have to,
You
but
gotta
make
be
it-
smart about when you talk shit. If you're within 3 steps, you want to take a couple steps back and say, "Look here, fatty." I never called nobody a big fatty unless I was a good 8 steps away from him. Because even if, listen, my dad was overweight and tall, but the motherfucker was fast for 4 steps. Christ, they got long ass legs.
We had gangbangers come from America to our school, and they always talk shit about gangbanging. But when you come to Samoa, there's no gangbanging there, right? It's just fighting, right? But when you
Oh,
hear
you gangbang?
someone
You
say-
got gun in Samoa? No, bitch. I get you with canoe paddle, motherfucker. You up shit creek, no paddle here, motherfucker.
Well, when you're in Samoa, and you hear someone that lives there say they're
Don't
gonna go
get
get
coconutted.
and shoot their ass. That's not
Right.
gangbanging, right? That's personal.
Motherfucker say, bitch, I'll smack you with a coconut. Shut the fuck up. Punk
Hey,
ass
look,
little gang
Look, I know
bang.
you got machetes too, but you got guns too, right? Well, my dad got guns.
Hey, we
It's a
had a
war,
kid.
man.
I had a kid
I got a whole village by myself.
go to my
The whole
school.
village. Yeah, and I got my ass whooped.
He
It was-
was a city dude and a gangbanger, and he talked mad shit for a minute, but then I said, well, hey, why don't you come over to the house, man? We're baling hay, man. My daddy pay you $4 an hour cash. Come help bale hay. We come to our house, and when you bale hay, you get a paycheck and a meal.
Get that young gangbanging arm strong so you can hold the
Well,
gun.
listen, we feed you, give you drinks the whole time you're there. When he come in the house for fucking dinner, you come into the back door, and my dad had AR-15, M19, M1000, M1A. This motherfucker,
There are only two people like that around me.
he said, y'all gangsters, huh? You got guns everywhere. I said, no, motherfucker, we hunters.
There's two that have guns in Samoa. It's
I
usually
said, we hunters. Look, we'll hide by a tree until your punk ass comes out. We ain't gangsters. We're not dumb.
Man. Where in Samoa, hunting is just an excuse to have it, but having it,
Or we'll
everyone
track your ass.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand it when motherfuckers in America started saying, "What do you need an AR-13 for to hunt deer?" I'm like, we're talking about my Second Amendment rights, bitch. You got nothing to do with deer hunting.
Well, it can because it can kill deer. That's why.
I told a motherfucker straight up, show me where in the Second Amendment it says you can use a gun so you can hunt.
I'd be like, well, I can use a rock, but I think an AR-13 is more efficient.
And then they're like, that militia, that only applied to government militia. I said, do you know who the government militia was in the days this was written? It was every armed citizen who was required to have a gun, bitch.
Yeah.
Are you fucking dumb?
Hey, I told my dad we could print some guns. He got excited.
You didn't read the Constitution.
Back that. Watch, I'm gonna bring you a
didn't
print.
read history. Now
Print
you
all
want
the-
to have an opinion on the Second Amendment when you're 15.
Now
You
we
know
just
what I
gotta
mean?
make some bullets.
Like we as Americans are dumb enough to let our 15-year-old kid fuck us out of the Second Amendment. Sure. You know what I told my kids? I'm going to let you get on the internet, but when you start telling me what laws should be at 15, 16, you're done being on the fucking internet. When you start telling me LGBTQ is cool, no more internet. When you start telling me there's more than a male and a female, you're off the internet and you don't get no fucking TV.
All the things that could cause no more internet to happen. See,
All
there's
I
a
had
list.
all I had to say was, plus you got to clean the bathroom.
Yeah, I tell him, don't listen to this shit. Don't listen to that. Don't look these things up. If these
Look,
people say these things,
I'm not
this is
scared to
what
admit it.
power- I tell him, I tell him exactly what not to
listen.
pay attention to.
My son is 26 years old and he ain't never cleaned a bathroom in his life. Now my oldest daughter has, but that's because she was in the military.
And that's all you need.
You know what I'm
All right,
saying?
so y'all check this out. Last night, I got home and I was talking to my children, and they were like, Dad, I just want to say I really appreciate you, the way that you raised us. And I was like, why is that? And they were like, well, because you were listening to such good music, you gave us a good taste in music, and you didn't raise us with the internet for the first half of our lives, and we got to play outside, and we went on nature trails, and we went to the lake, and all that stuff. And they were just like, man, I just want to say, like, nobody else in my age group, which is between 18 and 21, those two, and like nobody had the life that we lived, right? Like everybody else grew up with screens and everything, and yeah, they had, game cubes.
Yeah.
Right. They had Nintendos, and they played PlayStations, but they also got to go outside and shit.
Yeah, that's what they
At that age, I was playing with the girl next door. I went to school so long, I was ready to marry her. Damn it!
I was trying to kiss the girl next door. I just got caught trying to kiss her.
When you guys were playing video games when you were 16, I was trying to play with the girl next door. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
it was next town over, but same thing.
She made me wait too, but that's why I married her.
She didn't make me wait. I kicked her to the curb.
Yeah.
No, actually, she cheated on me.
My girl loves that 66 Impala I got. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's that way of life is disappearing, and I think it's something that we want. That's natural to children, to us as humans, as people.
I know. I want my son to know my life. First Corvette I ever got. I want him to experience the same shit. Have a wife like mine. First Corvette I ever got, my girl said, "Oh, that's my Corvette." I said, "What? No, that's mine. That's the first vet I ever got." She said, "Oh, you want to watch the next movie in the chain?" I said, "What's that?" "I'm never getting laid again in my life because my woman can't get the Corvette." I said, "Oh, well, you look good in that Corvette, hon."
Oh, I don't get the Corvette.
I'll buy another one.
Yeah,
I started telling her all about it. It's a special edition too. It's got a big black 4-speed.
Yeah, because they're changing everything, right? And if they don't know what was, then how can they know the kinds of changes that have happened?
I want him to experience that.
Yeah, so it's almost like trying to hold on to trying to pass on the lessons. It's like we're being stopped. It's like there's a barrier, right? Like stop, from handing over the lessons.
So, a lot of people will make fun of that Wrapped, but Wrapped will motivate a man to go to levels he never went to. He'll quit seeing barriers because you know he
Fuck the
won't think
police.
like he
Straight
won't
out of
think like
town.
I can't do that. He'll think like I'm getting late again, so I'm gonna make this shit happen.
I hear
Like,
what's weird about gangster rap, man, is that the police, right? The government, they're working together. The rap industry and the government to fill the prisons. So it's like we're going to really abuse these people, and these people are going to react, and they're going to cause everyone to want to rebel, right? And then we
you
can
know,
fill more of these prisons. It's like, and we'll just call it the ghettos. But
with
we'll
men
use
and
these,
women.
yeah, we'll use these very
You ever heard
populated
Master
areas
P?
of poor people.
You ever heard Master P? If she ain't a gangster bitch, then I don't want her. Don't want her, no. And if she ain't a gangster bitch, then I don't
promoting
need her. You can keep
promoting
that hoe.
nihilism, right? Promoting greed, promoting all these things, and at the
Yeah.
same time, it's like, whoa, gangster rap.
I gotta say, my wife is a gangster bitch. One day she got ripped off over some greens. The girl never came through, and then she started avoiding her. That bitch drove right over that house and shanked that swimming pool right in front of God and everybody. And I'm like, man, I'm glad it was the
Yeah.
pool. I'm glad it was that fucking pool, not her.
I like to say my girl was a farm bitch, but if you jerked me out of the pickup and started whooping my ass, my old lady would pull the strap on you.
That's
Yeah.
almost like a problem, reaction, solution.
Oh,
Problem,
see,
reaction, solution.
I got one of them Cyber Blitz. I ain't painted it yet, but I'm doing a classic restoration on it, so it's gonna be.
And you know what the solution is? Build more prisons.
That's a '63 split window Corvette. Mm-hmm.
How can the problem be the solution? Well, the problem was, well, we're going to fill the problem was empty prisons. The reaction is, let's create an industry, right, that will cause more crime, more bad things to happen, therefore filling the prisons. And what is the solution to empty prisons and crime? Prisons that are full. Oh, prisons are full. We gotta build more prisons, more solutions. Yes, we must build more solutions and fill them. Right? Problem, reaction, solution. And that's just to encourage the generations
If you build
all
the
over the
prison,
world.
they will come.
Yes. And this will also encourage children to want to be bad, rebel against their parents, make money, throw their parents in jail, whatever, right? And at the same time, fill all the prisons. What a world, nihilism, right? I mean, what a way to usher in the new world and unite. I can't help but imagine if there was an outside threat to our world, how quickly we'd come together and unite as one world, right? Put aside our differences. Outside threats, like what? Like empty prisons? Conspiracy? Or conspiracy theory? I think it's a total conspiracy. I mean, how is it not a conspiracy? Music. Don't you just love the soundtracks to your lives?
I'm trying to build a prison, another prison system for you and me to live in.
Exactly. I mean, look at what they did to conscious rap. Right when gangster rap was like, shut the fuck up, gangster conscious rap. It's time for gangster rap to take over. Yeah,
To all my
bitches.
homeboys doing time in the pen, gonna rock this beat for you once again. If you can't get out and you're mad as hell, say bitch. They'll make it sound for real.
Yeah. I was
They
like, what
they
happened to conscious
all
rap, man?
glorified prison like Bushwick Bill from Ghetto Boys.
Well, that's what they mean by hip hop is dead. You know,
God
hip hop
damn it.
was
Good
this vehicle
speaking.
for the hip hop was this vehicle for the Freemasons and the New World Order to bring light to the world. But then all of a sudden, gangster rap came in and like, nah, This is going to be our new world order. Darkness. Not your soft,
Darkness.
not your soft shit. This is going to be the dark shit, the hard shit.
Considering me, all I see, absolute
That
horror.
white man bullshit. This is going to be black magic. Gangster rap. It's like, what? The good guys, bad guys, Harry Potter versus,
Yeah.
really? You see, hip hop, conscious rap was never a good thing. You know what I mean? I know. Y'all want to go back to the old school hip hop, freaking, Thelema infested, Freemasonry inspired hip hop
I want
sound.
to rock right now.
Bambaataa and the Black
I'm
Mason
not
crew.
making I can't get down.
I know y'all, but Jay-Z has already made it clear. This
I'm not
is where hip-hop
internationally known, but I'm known to bring the bitches home.
Yeah.
Cause I
Yeah,
get
this is-
stupid and mean outrageous.
of Aquarius.
Stay away from me, cause it's contagious.
You know what I mean? Like these guys think they're so slick
Yeah.
with their plans, and shit. It's like, nah, man, you ain't slick. Just like the psychedelics.
Yeah, I'm the man that'll lose it.
Slick. Just
To
like
be an MC is what I choose. The ladies love me, girls adore me. I mean, even the ones that never saw me, like the way that I rhyme in the show. The reason why, man, I don't know. So let's go. It takes
This
to make
ain't
a
music.
thing go right.
This is slave. These are sounds for
to make
slaves.
it outside.
This isn't music. But what the fuck is that, man? There's a beat. Fucking slave. It's a slave mentality, man. It's a mentality. It's a spirit, the spirit of oppression. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm a slave. Why? You need Jesus, dude.
The spirit of oppression widen you. Eyes are widened.
Yeah. I mean, you're not Israel that left Egypt. Like, you were never slaves like that in Egypt. Like, fair enough, but yeah, man, we all slaves to something, right? Sin. There's always a master in your life telling you what to put first in your life, right? Money. That's who you're a slave.
Money, motherfucking green. Can't feel it, motherfucking. I don't want to scream.
You're a slave to your desires.
Stop with the cash. That's another Bushwick Bill song.
You want to know who your real master is?
I got a bone to pick because I'm sick of you motherfuckers talking shit.
You know why you cannot free
you up. You put me down and I'm mad. Time to talk about your dog ass.
Ask your doctor today if this is right.
Motherfuckers, it seems they want to try the act. How do you do them? Fuck them up like a cardiac.
Ask your doctor if flat Earth is right for you.
And if you're jealous, you can be the blood donor. I'll fuck you up so bad your own mama wouldn't know you.
Side effects may include
just the mastermind of breaking shit. Now let me tell you something, bitch. Get yourself a headstone of plotting some fine, cause when I catch up with you, your ass is mine.
Other side effects may include turning into a troll.
You know how much I got into that right there? In that condition right there. It took me about 45 minutes and I drove it out of the garage. The old lady said she'd sell it to me for $5,000, but I gave her a 10 stack.
What is it?
It's a 63 split window Corvette.
Oh. Fucking speed racer, dude.
It was her husband's. She just needed to pay the taxes on her house, and I was like, no. She said, I'll sell it to you. I said, how much you want for that? She said, I'll sell it to you for $5,000. I said, no. I had a 10 stack on me because I had parts money. Listen, I was going to the parts store, and when I seen this sitting out front with a for sale sign on it, and I stopped and I bought it, and I told her I'll bring you back some more too. because there was no way in hell I was going to buy this $100,000 car off this old lady that drove for 10 fucking grand. You know, if her kids found out down the road or somebody, they could turn around and say I scammed her, and I gave her $35,000 for it.
That is true.
Yeah, so I gave her $35,000 for the car, and it's well worth it. I fixed her car too. She said her car was broke down. She needed taxes. The roof was leaking. I gave her 35 G's and said, "Don't worry about the roof, Grandma. Go get you a permit. I'll do that. I'll fix the car. I'll do the roof.
That's a sweet boy.
Pay your taxes and get a roofing permit." And she was like, "Really?" She was thanking me, and I was like, "Don't thank me. I'm thanking you." Like, that's literally my, I said, I don't want to say it to an old lady, but she said, "That's your wet dream." I said, "Yeah." She said, "Yeah, my husband was the same way. And I just love that car. I had to have him." I was like,
is that because I'm old, or is that because it's your
I
wet
didn't
dream?
say shit. I didn't say shit. I was like, "Okay, ma'am."
Are you giving me 5,000 because it's your wet dream, or because I'm old and I need the money? Which one is it?
Well, she got her money's worth. Nobody could say.
May as well just make it 50. What do you say?
She had a nice big 3-story fucking farmhouse. Somebody would have charged her 20 grand for a roof just because.
$5,000 on it and see what you would do. I would have asked for 40 and see what you would do.
She got the permit, and I bought everything else. I bought the shingle.
Extra 5,000 for bingo though, or do my thing.
She shit when I said I'd give her 20 grand because it didn't run, and it,
That's a lot. I'm just fucking with you, man. Shit, 35.
She thought because it didn't run, and it, it wasn't painted. I was like, psh.
I was gonna spend $500 of a day.
I just told her the truth. Well, yeah, but the thing is, if the kids say, "Hey, this car was in my mom's name. Who bought it?" It's in my name now, and it wouldn't be that hard to say, "Okay, this bitch scammed my mom out $100,000 car for $500." You know what I'm saying? I would do it.
Be knocking on your door, hey.
If you fuck my old man out of that because he had Alzheimer's.
I'll never come back to my grandma's house talking about, next time you go talk to me, some bitch, give me a call back.
Well, if her son was anything like me, I might have got my ass whooped first. I mean, I would have known what was up when I looked out front and seen the kid with the shotgun coming to the door. Oh, somebody got mad over that Corvette.
Oh, man.
She had 2 other ones, Bong. That's where I bought them 2 new ones, too.
Just put a sign on it. 20 grand.
The red one and the black one I got?
All right. Starting bid, 20 grand.
She drives a Lincoln MKZ. And she didn't care about them Corvettes.
Somebody turn those things into NFTs, man. What the fuck? Have you ever thought about that?
I hooked your MKZ up, bro. I had the exact same year.
Oh, try turning one of your cars into an NFT, man. I'll bet bid it, put auction it off, see how much, just see how people. NFT, non-fungible token.
Oh.
So let me explain how that would probably work. If Mike had one that was like from a movie set, like if he had one from like Charlie's Angels or something retro, or Fonzie's motorcycle, then he could say, hey, this is a cool thing, and when anyone goes to sell it, I get 1%, and then the first buyer, it's in the contract, and then the contract stays with the title.
Oh well, I got some.
But if they resell it, you get a percentage of that sale, like 10%. It's not contract.
I got 2 dirt track cars in a Monte Carlo that was owned by a dirt track Hall of Famer.
Oh snap! Look at that.
That it was my uncle's. They were my uncle's.
Yeah, and if you got a community,
Butch Vietor. I got a Burt Reynolds signature fucking Trans Am.
Damn, that's money, man. You're sitting on like a fucking gold mine there, dude. Look into NFTs, man. I haven't checked out auto yet.
I got an anniversary edition Smokey and the Bandit. It's an 81 Trans Am. It started at Daytona 500 and was raffled off.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's got if it's got some history, it's already a lot of value just by having it.
It's a special edition because in 81 the Knight Rider came out. They didn't make the Smokey and the Bandit anymore, and there's only like 30 of these cars produced.
Damn, that's one of 30. That's a part of a collection.
Yeah, that's the first. I had a Yanko Nova. My buddy's dad won this car. It got stolen. In a year and a half, they got it back, but they had already wrote it off and tax. The insurance paid for it. They had a new Trans Am and shit. So he's like, "Well, it cost $1,500 to get the retitled. They had already wrote it off as stolen or scrapped." So his dad said, "If you want to give me $1,000 and pay the $1,500 for the title, it's your car." So, I mean, it took me a minute, but I gave him the $1,000. He let me take it home. I gave him the $1,000, and then when I saved the $1,500, you know, we went and got the title.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and one of his older kids' sons, friends, was going to prison, so they threw him a going away party, right? And when he left, he stole that Trans Am and he drove it through the cornfield and beat the piss out of it. The rear end moved all around and shit when I got it. And me and my dad got under it, and the motherfucker had corn everywhere. Like, my dad said, "Shit, you got Indian corn under here, boy." I was like,
damn.
Yeah, my dad. When I first got it, my dad was always joking about it. I don't know why he wanted that piece of shit, but the body was mint condition. It was red and black. It was sexy as hell. I called it.
I've always liked those in the IROCs. You know.
I called it the girl getter, the woman snatcher. You couldn't drive. I'm telling you,
panty dropper, the coochie recruiter.
You could not drive this motherfucker past a fucking woman without getting a look. And if you look good enough, you got the second look.
Oh, they're looking at the car, right? That's the car is attractive, eh?
Yeah, the car is attractive as fuck.
If the driver's attractive, then maybe she'll keep looking.
Yeah. So I'll show.
It's not to be attractive. It just has to have a lot of money.
I took these motherfuckers. I took the Smokey and the Bandit and the Turbo, Trans Am Turbo, the 81. I took them on deployment with me to the first Florida. I was stationed in Florida. I got pictures of both of them in the parking lot. Here, I'll show you. And this old man's walking by him when I took the picture. He's checking them out.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? The girl's looking at the car and the guy's looking at the girl, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, he was looking at the cars. I know he was thinking, "Damn, I can get laid in that."
Without the car, right? It's only the guy looking at the girl, but the girl's not looking at the guy. But when the guy gets the car, now the girl's looking at the car.
Exactly.
Right? Almost looking at the guy, but close enough.
It's one of them. Yeah.
Close enough. She totally looked at me, dude. I'm pretty sure she looked at the car.
In our area.
Oh,
then
no,
I got an AMC AMX that looked like a Mustang, like an older Mustang, dude. That was another one.
I used to beat Mustangs with my little Integra in LA, dude.
Yeah. You wouldn't beat any of my Mustangs with that Integra, but I can believe you'd beat a stock one. I don't own a Mustang that's stock. That's not why I like Mustangs.
My car was way lighter, that's why. And I knew how to get off the line real fast, and then just fucking you can't.
Yeah. So the one in the immediate, the black and red one is the 81 anniversary edition Trans Am Turbo, and the black and gold one is the Smokey and the Bandit.
I had all the radar scanners, everything, man. Like I knew when cops were anywhere near me, so I would slow down. Everybody else, like people I race with, they usually get pulled over. I'll slow down, and they'll just keep going, and then man, like
they both still look that clean to this day too. I love Trans Ams. I got Firebirds, Trans Ams. That to me, that's a Corvette with a back seat, and I love.
So when I was doing the whole garage band thing between like 16 years old and like 17, 18 years old, my buddy had a Trans Am, and I invited him to come to the pool hall one day. It's like, hey man, I'll pay for your gas and everything. Just come hang out with me. And he fucking had like a little slipping going on with his transmission. Turned out to be his drive shaft. And he pulled out in front of somebody, and that 78 Trans Am was totaled. Bent the frame.
Oh, ain't that a bitch?
Oh, I felt so fucking bad. Because I was the one that got him out of the house.
Well, yeah, they got a unibody frame, so if you bend the frame, you bend the body. And there's really not... it's hard to come back from that. I mean, an insurance company will tow it, but I could repair it. But
I think they got equipment now that can totally do that, right? Like bring a car back from.
They're called frame straighteners. You put it on the frame straightener, and you might have to, because it's a unibody, you got to pull the body back out from the bottom. But that's what I'm saying. I don't mind taking a car totally apart and every part off of it, straightening shit back out, and then setting it on a frame straightener. Because the frame straightener is basically a true surface, just like a machinist block. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So if it's not all touching where it's supposed to be touching, then you got to keep banging on it or pulling it or whatever you're gonna do.
Man, dude, they got this new technology where they can, where the car can be scanned to like every single, measurement. Yeah, that's what I mean.
You can do that with the frame straightener. You just got to have the alignment sensors.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're just the sensors are just blocks. You put the blocks on them, and it'll tell you the distance. You put one block on the hood, another block on the hood, and then you connect the blocks down on the bottom where one side is even and the other's uneven. So it'll show you literally digitally the difference.
There's a point where it's just way too costly to even bring anything back. It's better to just build a new one, eh?
Well, yeah, there is. Yeah.
I mean, why? Yeah.
But
unless it's like one of those 130 rare kind of ones, yeah.
Exactly. With the frame straightener, you can use hydraulics to pull everything back into place. You just got to weld chain attachments to the body.
Man, I swear I saw them using AI, dude, like to read, but there's certain things that they can't, you can't like get metal back to its original thing. You patch it's warped, eh? But it was pretty impressive. I forgot it was a manufacturer.
I got you, Chris. Is he in here?
What's his name?
Now I gotta find him. Chris.
Yeah, that's a nice car.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Oh, yo, Bong Sao, do you like what I posted in chat?
Yeah. GTR.
I mean, yeah, the GTR, bro, that's so sick. I need that, bro. I need it.
But my son wants to buy our neighbor's Sylvia. It's just sitting under the tree, and he wants to do it up like this. I was like, wow. Save up your money and go asking. He wrote a letter to the neighbor. Hi, my name is. His coworkers have been coaching him how to approach the neighbor.
Wait, he's trying to buy the GTR or whatever?
No, and Sylvia, the smaller,
Oh, okay. Does he have the money for it?
Yeah, he saved up. Yeah, he saved
Oh,
up.
nice. Yeah. Good luck to him.
Yeah, I was like, well, yeah, talk to your friends. You guys fix it up,
Nice.
Yeah, but these GTRs are nice.
Yeah, bro.
Well, yeah, they are.
So my first vehicle was a 1974 Chevy Love, I think, and a 19. I think it was a 70 something Chevy Love. I can't remember. I think it was a 74. And I took the motor out and I took it apart, but my grandpa was too tired. He was getting older. He never showed me how to, like put the bottom of the engine back together. So the crankshaft was locked up and it needed to be replaced, and he never showed me how to do it. So I never finished it.
I wouldn't touch it. I would have been like, all right, I gotta ask somebody about, like, the way I do computers. Like I would have done cars like that. Like if I didn't know how to put the bottom back together, I would like at least ask. It's your car.
I asked all my friends, but nobody knew how to put the bottom of the engine back together. So, I mean, looking back on it now, it's like I didn't have like internet access when I was like 14 or 15. So,
You know what an Infinity is?
Yeah, those are nice. My uncle is so old school mechanic, right? When I was in Samoa, they couldn't figure out why the car wouldn't start. It's one of the newer trucks, right? And then I saw that the key was broken, and the key is electric. It's got one of those,
Yeah.
tips in it. And I said to my uncle, I said, hey, it's the key. It's the electrical. Yeah, no, it's not the key. Be quiet. That's stupid magic stuff. It's not the key. What are you talking about? It's the key. It's something mechanical. Dude. And this guy even got angry at me, right? And then a couple of days later, he found out it was the key. And he started smiling at me.
You ever seen an Infinity M30?
It's like, it's one of those new magic fancy cars, Uncle. It's like, I can't believe it still. He couldn't believe it. Like, the way wireless technology works, he calls it magic. He was upset. My uncle was upset, dude. He was upset about being a mechanic.
Yeah.
I try to console him, man. I try to tell him it's not him, it's the world's changed, and he's like upset. I was like, fuck, dude. Like, this is so serious.
These Infinities are, equal to a Skyline R31.
Look, he was angry that he couldn't figure out the problem. That the problem was nowhere near. Like, it was like he could not have ever thought it could have been the key, because key is just a matter you have to turn the transmission with. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, so I tried to explain to him the whole lock, thing with the electricity. He got upset that he couldn't figure it out.
Infinity was rated 90, one of the best drift cars ever come out.
How would you feel, Mike, if that was you, a mechanic, upset? Like, what is this? How mechanics? Is that normal?
Yeah.
He's a mechanic. His whole life, fixes boats, does what you do with cars.
I know not know what a computerized cut key is. Yeah, I hear you.
He was upset for a long time. Like, it rocked his world.
Like those guys that it's got an ECM, electronic control module. Yeah, and it's like those guys. He just didn't know what an ECM was. He never worked on it.
He was more upset that I'm not a mechanic, because he was teaching me how to brake.
Yeah.
But he was upset that I wasn't a mechanic, but I figured out the solution, but he couldn't. That's what he was upset over. And I was like, it's not about being a mechanic, Uncle. It's just
well, my mama got a key like that. That's a computerized key, nigga. Look, your key worn.
Yeah. For him, that boy, dude, like,
the key got a chip in it, Unc.
It changed his attitude, towards the world. I was like, God damn, man, how long have you been stuck in the dark?
Oh, yeah. Goddamn punk kid fucking telling me about fucking cars. That little take your little Samoan ass home. Matter of fact, go out back and give me a coconut, boy. You don't know shit about cars. Your uncle knew that. I knew that.
So it's
I
the
was just
feeling of
fucking
being
with
left behind, man. You
you.
know, that the world is moving on without you. You know,
Yeah,
I was sad for him, man. I was like,
I can dig
fuck the world, man. Let's go fishing, dude. Like, I don't
that.
know how to make these baskets, man. Like, you never showed me. Oh, you're the only one that knows how to make it. You know, that you're gonna die. They're not teaching you. Show me how to make this basket. It's like, yeah, you know, it's fucking world. You know, it's like, oh, you could preserve it by teaching me this basket, man. Like, get off the key thing. Damn. This guy was on it for like weeks. Everybody on the village was talking about it. You know how he did it. He was embarrassed and at the same time, you know, sad that he didn't know that shit. And I was like, don't worry, Samuel, you're safe. I'm off to Australia again. Don't you worry about the world's problems. Oh, now everybody's vaccinated. I said it. Imagine telling him the earth is flat. Imagine telling him the earth is flat. Might give him a heart attack.
Look,
What's the challenge?
this is an Infinity M30, man. These are a popular drift car. They're pretty fast too.
Oh, yes.
That's
Good old 90s nostalgia.
yeah. That was a $25,000 car when it came out, though.
Yeah. That's a nice car.
It was
It's
the
like a drug dealer's car.
the Lexus of the '90s, 162 straight out the box with 30 pounds of boost. I mean, just stock, they look awesome, dude.
Some speakers, some radar detectors, and you're good. No, I can't.
I've owned a couple of these, man. They're pretty tight. They got like technology from the 240Z, Skylines. They got all that technology in them, and they're like one of the best steering cars you could get in that year. They handled the road better than they were rated one of the best fucking steering cars out there. My grandma had one of these, and I thought, well, Grandma, your old lady car look good. And she said, you better drive it, boy. I was only 15. I was like, really? Yeah, your Nova ain't done yet, but go on, drive that, boy. I said, come on, bro. Grandma's letting me drive her car. My brother's like, really? That's a badass car, bro. You better
see that scene? You see that movie Rookie posted the ending of Cars? My son at school when he was little, after watching this movie, I think it was 9, not 9, like 7. They were doing a race, and one of the kids tripped, and then he freaking stopped. He was all the way in the front, and he stopped, and he looked at me. He looked at me, dude. I was like, okay,
go! Fuck him, let him tumble.
He started crying, helping the kid back to the race, and he started crying. Oh, I didn't know what to do. I just gave him a little hug.
Yeah, he was like, Cars, man, he crashed.
I was like, fucking Cars movie.
That's cool, though, man. Ain't nothing wrong with fucking.
I was like, come here, son. That was not Doc that fell, all right? Next time, finish your race.
Right.
It's a totally different situation, but good job. High five. Put it there. I know it was a mistake. You did it on reflex, okay, and that cost you the race, but stop, may as well go back and help him, right? Good job. I felt so sorry for him, dude, but character, right? I guess. High five.
You know what the right tires are to put on a Nissan, right? Yokohama.
Yokohama.
Yeah, that's where the Infinity headquarters is in Yokohama.
Yeah, all of the rappers educated me on what kind of tires and rims I should put on my cars. What kind of cars?
Yokohama are good rims, man. These aren't just for them.
Talas, 20-inch spinners.
Well, I do that just if I'm gonna sell them because I do live in a gangster boy state. So
I'm just saying, like if you wanna
I
market and promote
know,
your NFT,
man.
you just drive it down the street.
Fuck, man. I did a
Marketing and promote.
restoration for that.
Buy this NFT.
That rapper I know in Detroit, right? He got a '69 Chevelle, and this motherfucker wanted it cut up and customized to fucking put twomps on. I'm like, are you fucking serious? You put
wanted
6 on the front
just
and 18s on the rear, and they fit in there perfect.
why not just buy that kind of car instead of destroying a car and
Yeah, a car that's made for the twomps. Yeah,
it's kind of crazy.
but I mean, it came out all right. But it's still those twomps. Those twomps fucking beat up on your suspension, dude. The way you got to customize them.
I don't really drive fast. Like we got trucks, but we don't drive fast over bumps. Kind of. I'll fuck your shit up.
I'll show you a video. Look, I did the Monte Carlo.
I see these commercials
Monte
from
Carlo in this car. In this video, I did the holiday special, and I did the El Camino.
I see like these Chevy commercials.
Look.
Yeah. These Americans are driving their trucks fast.
What I mean.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Those are nice.
Look at that holiday special. He had to have the spinners on there. The green El Camino. That bitch is sick. But that motherfucker had to have it lifted up like a big dick with 20s on it. I'm like, dude, this ain't a 4-wheel drive. It's a fucking El Camino Super Sport.
What about 18 or 6? Well, I guess are there 16-inch spinners?
Yeah.
Yeah, then get those.
That's what I told him. You get 18s, man, and they fit under all that shit perfect, and you don't lose any of your handling capability. You actually increase it on tight corners with taller rims.
Yeah, that's more of a 2000s look, right? Like early 2000s look with that.
Yeah. I didn't like doing that to any of them cars, but I mean, with the Oldsmobile, the holiday special, that motherfucker's still it's still tight. But
I just because I want to say there's 20-inch spinners on it. That looks stupid. So
yeah, I think they look dumb up in the air like that. But
it looks like money, doesn't it? Like ugly money.
Yeah, that's what he said. And I was like, man, dog, I ain't trying to,
Like, bro, it looks like a toy. I
ain't trying to dog on you, but your car looks stupid. But I showed him. Listen, I showed him. I got a '63 Chevelle with a 572 in that motherfucker, and I pulled that bitch out the joint and went up to this car wash in Detroit where it's like they got a quarter mile down there. The police don't even come and fuck with them, right? I ate up every. Listen, dude. All these motherfuckers had newer Dodges, the Hemi Hellcats and shit. My Hellcat would fuck all their cars up, but I didn't just put a big exhaust system on it. You know what I'm saying? I put bigger injectors, upgraded cam, rebuilt headers, bored out fucking intake and exhaust valves. Then I put a motherfucking exhaust system on it. But my Chevelle waxed every car up there, man. And my boy's like, yeah, I can't do that in mine. I'm like, this is what I'm trying to show you, dude.
That's a Chevelle.
I mean, he's got a 537 and he can't even fucking race it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why have all that? Why have 400 ponies, dude? When if you take the corner too fast, it's gonna snap your rim right off your car and fuck your body up.
Yeah. I like that Monte Carlo from Training Day. It's like nice and nice and classy. Like,
it's a '79 Monte Carlo. The Regal from that year looks just as good too, but it's a prototype for the whatever that twin turbo Buick Grand National. It's a
It's the
prototype
office.
Buick Grand National. I mean,
One of my bosses here said, like, I worked for this guy here. He turned freaking Rolls Royce into his office, and he does business in it
yeah,
because he's always on the road or doing business. And then he bought a fleet of them and turned it into a freaking business. I was like,
yeah.
well, office in the car. That's why I had the idea to put
Look,
a student in the car. Yeah, because you can always, if you're
this
always
is the
working
way. This is
on the
the way
road.
the kid explained it to me. He's got 2 fucking Hellcats, you know, and one is done up like the Chevelle. The Chevelle's done up, and he said the same thing you said. Looks like money, don't it? Look at them big ass rims. He said, but if I want to race, I got
Fucking
this.
hood money. Well, who's that for? The hood
Yeah,
rats and fucking
and he
crackheads?
said,
You flossing for?
if I want to race, I got this Hellcat. And so I told him, good, let's run your Hellcat against my Hellcat. You know? And he's like, all right. And I ate him up, and he's like, damn. And I'm like, well, that's money, dog. Well, shit.
Whatever.
I mean, I got decals and shit on mine, but, you know.
You know what this says to me? It says, I'm a fucking drug dealer. That's what it says to me.
Yeah,
Arrest me because
yeah,
I'm a drug dealer and I don't
my
care.
shit looks stocky except for the decals because I spent most of the money on the motor. You
Like, why you
know?
always want the police, man? What you a narc? Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You drive your fucking circus car around, dude. Whatever.
I mean, my 392 Hemi Scat Pack beat his Hellcat. But, like I said, man, I bought that motherfucker and brought it home and tore it apart, dude. You know, that simple.
You know what I'd drive if I was a drug dealer?
What? A Chevette? I drive something that said no money, so other drug dealers, so my competition didn't want to rob me.
Like a Ford Echo, or something like that.
Yeah.
Or a Ford Focus, or it's just something small and economical, like, yeah. Fast enough to get me there, but
you know what I really do when I want to be a dick, I take the Plymouth Roadrunner up there with the 340 in it.
Or a Toyota Celica, or something like that.
Or the 72. I got a 72 Satellite with a 440 in it.
Shit, I even drive a motorcycle like a 300 or a 500.
I like, yeah. That's what I'm saying. If I was making my money illegal, I wouldn't want too many motherfuckers knowing I got it.
Yeah. Or the cops. Yeah, you want people seeing that you're working. You want to look like you're just a commuter.
Yeah.
Making that money, though, right?
No, I'll be in a Chevette. No, nigga, I ain't got no money. Me? No.
You don't have to tell people.
I'm broke.
You don't have to put a sign on your back that says "kick me."
Right. Don't pull a motherfucker over. I'm broke. I got a Chevette with 4 rims and none of them match.
I'd wear a high vis boots, construction kind of look like just going to work, man.
Yeah. Hat on with some safety glasses on. Sitting on my hat. Yeah, see, me and you think alike. You don't want to average, especially in Detroit, but whatever.
Especially in the hood.
Yeah.
Now, everybody can know you got it. You the man, right? But you don't have to be so obvious, right? Like everyone can also know that you're not being obvious about it, and everyone can learn from it, right?
Hey, tell me this ain't sexy, bro. I did this right. I bought this off an old lady too, but she put it on the internet for sale.
We don't have that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's looks like a woman. I mean, a female car. Sorry.
That's what my sister says every time she asks, can she drive it?
Is that a girl car? Is that a female car? Is the car female?
Well, yeah, I she got a name.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I call her Reaper. You fuck with that car, you reap what you sow. But
Yeah, nice cars are hard to hide, man. You can't really hide them.
I love the way it handles. The one
Yeah.
thing, the motherfuckers handle good, dude. I mean,
Yeah, that would probably if you were a drug dealer and you
I
drove that,
started with
you'd use up all your profits on the maintenance and gas.
yeah, I bought my son a Scat Pack 392 Challenger, and after I did that, I was like, nah, I gotta have one of these motherfuckers. When I bought it, it was
like a nice cruiser would be good too. You know, as a drug dealer, just as long as it's not too flashy. You know? Nothing like a Cadillac. You know, I'm talking about like something sedanish. You know, something mom and dadish. Like, you know, hey, I'm just a soccer mom.
when I bought that, it was just white. I put that lower shit on there and them decals on there. I put the fin on it, put them rims on it, tinted the windows. It was a woman's car though. It was an old lady's car. My sister loves it. My sister Neva loves it. She's always wanting to fucking drive it. But I let her. I don't give a fuck. You know. If you wreck it, you wreck it. Fuck it. Look. This is my sister Neva. Yes, she looks more native than I do. That's her. And
I can't drive these cars. Too much. Yeah.
Look at that smile. Look,
I can drive them with the windows
believe I let her drive it. She said, "Can I borrow it, bro?" I said, "Yeah." And then
too much attention. Yeah.
I was cruising in town in the Ford truck, me and my daughter, said, "Look, there's Aunt Neva," and she said, around this corner sideways, right? And I pulled up on her, and that's the smile I got. I said, "Oh, you like my shit, huh?" She was like, "Yeah."
Is this stock? The engine? Like
Mine? No, hell no.
This one.
Huh?
Is this one stock? This white one?
No, that's the same one, dude.
Oh, okay.
That's the exact same fucking car right there. Just before I did all the custom work to it. So it was stock. It was stock when she drove it. Yeah, I got it. It was just pure white. It had pinstripes on the top. I took that shit off, dude. Coated it with pearl white. Put that black on the bottom of it. Put the decals on it. I had the intake polished and ported. I bored the heads out. Put bigger cams in it. Higher amp ignition system. Or more spark to the plugs. Bigger injectors.
Well, damn.
Hey, that's my fat sister. I'd be telling Deuce to marry. She ain't that fat, yo.
If you've souped it up, I'll definitely drive it. Yep, hell yeah.
She's cute, ain't she? She's my sister. I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't drive a stock one, but I'll drive that one. Hell yeah.
See my niece? I said, well, you guys just out cruising my stuff, and she give me the peace signal and smiled. Yeah.
I want to drive it every weekend. Okay.
Yeah. And then before I could leave, she said, Uncle Mike. I was like, what? Can I have some pizza and coney dog money? I said, well, why don't you guys just go to the drive-thru restaurant? We got a drive-thru called Rudy's, and people hang out there with their.
So she asks you for a hot dog so she can go for a ride in the car.
Well, no, they were already cruising in the car. She just wanted me to buy her dinner too. I said, well, go to the drive-thru, go to Rudy's, man. That's where. Then you can talk like you're hot rod people with the other guys.
So you can talk like your hot rod people.
Yeah. Well,
Hey,
see,
hot rodders, how is everybody doing? Just getting a
that
hot dog.
that red '65 Mustang that I show pictures of, that's my sister's car. That's her car.
Yeah, sounds like a place my son would love to go and talk hot rod talk with them.
Yeah, my son. Yeah, my son
Probably just take photos.
wants one like mine, and he's doing so well running the company. I'll probably get him one like mine and just give my sister his Scat Pack Challenger. I mean, he's
I'm
like me.
a hot rod talker. I'm more of a hot rod driver. To the psst.
You'd love that. That bitch is comfortable. It's got fucking airplane looking dash, bumping air system,
Not
remote start, alarm. You'd like it. It's a, you, it'll make anybody want to race. Your average driver would be like, "Oh yeah, I can race this."
Dude, you'd fucking love it if you're in Australia, man. Everybody here are into cars like all the fucking time, man. Like everywhere. I mean, it's a different culture. It's a very car culture here, man.
Yeah.
My son hears you talking about cars and he sees the shit you post and he's like, damn.
Man, I can't really see your sister's face all that well because she's kind of making a face squinting, but she looks pretty damn good to me. You know, I wouldn't rate her a 10, but she looks pretty good to me.
Well, see, I told Deuce I'd buy him a brand new truck of his choice to marry her. I mean, you got to come down here.
You talked about Is that your fat sister you're talking about? Or
Yeah, she ain't really that fat.
No, she ain't fat. She looks good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell because she's making a face, so I can't tell how good she looks.
Are you trying to say Mike is hot? He looks good?
No, my sister.
When my friends saw my sister for the first time, they freaked out. They're like, "Oh my god, man, it's like a fucking female version of you, Bong." It's like gay.
That's funny.
Yeah, but Mike doesn't look like his sister, though.
No.
What are you talking about? I can totally see the resemblance.
No, I don't look like.
I see Mike. I see yeah, she's a female version of Mike. Yeah. Mike.
She's darker than me.
If Mike was a female, you'd look like her.
She's more native than I am.
Dude, that's the thing, right? Like, whenever I like a girl, right, at school, and then I see her brother, it's like, oh my god, like, now, time to look at some girls with no brothers. Guess who I married? I married a girl with 3 brothers and no sisters. Anywho, so I try not to look at her brothers because I don't want to see their makes it awkward. Shit, am I weird? You guys get like that too, right? Or is it just me?
No, that's not weird. My sister still got 5 brothers, She had 6, but one of my brothers passed away. So.
No, it's not the same with the brothers. It's more like you're my brother because I guess because my wife is like my sister. What the hell, man? What's going on here? This is called family, dude. It's okay.
I thought I had a picture of how that bitch came totally stock, but I guess I don't.
No, but you look at I eventually look at my brother-in-laws as brothers, real brothers, because of my relationship with my wife. I know them because I know her. That's what I meant.
This is it before, just with the rims and the tint.
It's like Jesus said, right? You can't know the Father without knowing the Son.
I drove to Ybor City to buy that car.
It's almost like by knowing, a sibling. Children are a reflection of their parents, right?
Yeah.
And our wives or husbands are reflections of their parents and families. So it's like knowing your significant other also means it's like knowing their families, where they come from, because
That's
right.
fun. You
It's
listen. You know why I liked my wife so much. When I was 15, her mama was 40, and she was still hot as fuck. I was like, that's what your daughter gonna look like when she gets over. And her dad elbowed me and said, "Yeah, yeah, boy, you better marry her," because he knew we got.
yeah,
He used to say, he'd say, "Y'all got money over there."
bitch.
I'd be like, not y'all. My daddy. He's like, son, whatever. I know your dad.
So it's called making babies. This is called making families. This is how you do it.
My
All
dad
right.
was a lot like me, big,
We
tall,
need to
scary
work
looking
on the
guy.
farm.
Talk tough as shit, but help you out in a bind without you even asking.
Well, go ahead and pump out some babies, preferably some boys, so we can get some more work done in the ranch, right? Okay, but if it's girls, it's all right. We can get something else done.
Dude,
we can get more boys if we get girls. So
we
that's
got
all right.
married. We got married. Listen, it was hard to get the license, but because I was going to the Marine Corps, straight out of high school, I got a license to get married when I was 17. Both
Yeah,
of
when
us.
you have a good diet for the bankers, of course they're gonna give you
Yeah,
whatever you.
both of us, and yeah, both
Yeah,
of us
all right, now come down.
we got married, and before we ever went to my first deployment, or I went, and then when I got deployed, brought my old lady. They were already telling me to, when you get out of there, be sea strong, boy, be sea strong. Get us some grandkids. They was already on it. They said they wanted hey, her dad would say, your daddy got fucking 5 boys, 6 boys. How many daughters? How many sisters you got, boy? I want that many grandkids. I was thinking, damn, I'm not giving you 12 grandkids. My dad did that with 2 women. Your daughter would hate me after the 10th one.
Well,
Maybe the 7th. I
they're
didn't
discouraging
know.
people.
I was young still. Young and
And
naive.
these days they're discouraging people from having children, man.
I mean,
That's some kind of crime against humanity.
listen, I was a virgin till I was married.
Oh yeah. I kind of don't want to talk about that too, but that's cool.
Look, this is my son's car.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. Actually, both of these
I know what it's like.
are my sons. The Charger and the Challenger.
Yeah, I had girls coming at me. I just couldn't click with any of them.
I painted
Just
it.
the magic wasn't there, man. It's like
This is
I met my wife that
this is his fucking
the old spot.
Challenger, and
Dang, that's a nice green.
he got the same rims I got. He don't now though. He didn't. He don't like the blacked out rims.
Is the green one finished? No, it's not.
Yeah, he owned the green one first. I just painted that when I took that picture. You like them Keystone Classics, man? That shit's from the 70s.
Tracy's back. She comes and goes. She's always here for ladies' night. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's tomorrow, right?
Tracy's cool, but actually, I think she got an old man.
You want to talk to Tracy? Yes, she's very fun. Here we go.
Tracy.
Hard. Yes. Flat Earth is very fun. You get to make fun of NASA, the government, just about everything, Can you just because everything is a lie. probably make fun of everything and be correct, right?
Probably.
And people say, "Oh, what do you mean everything's a lie? What is this rock a lie?" It's like, what? What? Like this. Never mind. It's like, but like this rock is not real. Is that what you mean? So stupid.
Are we talking about a spacewalk? Or a moonwalk? Or a moonwalk, motherfucker?
Can you be more specific? What do you mean this rock?
Yeah,
Of
you
course
gotta be
rock is
specific. Oh, now they're talking about that Samoan that wore the dress.
The fairy. The tooth fairy.
They landed on the rock.
Dwayne Johnson is the tooth fairy, but who is Santa
No
Claus?
true Samoan wears a dress.
Say it, Bong. Say it.
Fine. A Samoan who wore a dress.
He's a fucking traitor.
Hey, everyone wears eventually, right?
He ain't even worthy to climb a tree to get a coconut, that son of a bitch.
And I mean a dress. I'm not talking about a kilt. I'm not talking about
Say it right. I clarified that for you. That you know that's not a dress. It's a tutu, right?
Tutu. I didn't know that.
He fucking ferried out. He wore a pink tutu.
Is that what those are called? Pink tutus, yeah. Worse than a dress. It's a pink bikini with tights and shit, yeah. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, who is this? That's The Rock. No, it's not. It's some kind of gay-ass fucking person, it's a grown-ass man in a fucking tutu, dude. What the fuck? And it's just not just a grown-ass man. It's a grown-ass man with fucking muscles that I used to cheer for as The Rock. What the fuck is happening?
It's a TU.
Why are you so paranoid, bro? Why are you so upset over nothing? It's like, fuck you too, bitch. like, fuck, do you wear tutus? You sing guys in tutus, muscular guys in tutus? Are you serious?
Pink fucking tutu.
Who's watching this? Who is watching this? Your kids? Are you fucking serious? You don't see the problem here? You don't see what's wrong with this? You don't see the evil? You're so paranoid, Bong. Gosh. I'm fucking so judgmental of people. Fuck you.
You gotta be inclusive, man.
Serious? What's next? Yeah, what's next? Men are pregnant? Huh? What's next?
Look. I'm gonna show you the pink fairy tutu. The little girls buy this shit.
Don't mess with my tutu.
Put the tutu down, bitch. Or the Rock has to slap you quick. That's my tutu.
Tutu. Who let the tutus out?
Who let the fairies out? Who? Oh, the party was pumping. Everybody was having a ball. Hey. Who let the bags out?
If any other dude was caught wearing a tutu, you call him a fucking pedophile and all these fucking names, but not The Rock. Not Dwayne Johnson. No,
well, he is kind of big enough to kick fucking ass. Better remember that's a man in a tutu before you say some dumb shit
of what men should be fucking doing.
You say, look at this homo, he's wearing a fucking tutu. Excuse me, little white man. What did you just say? You know I'm The Rock, right, motherfucker? You ain't The Rock, you tutu wearing motherfucker. You ain't even Samoan, dog. My boy said so. Fuck you and your boy.
And he's not even pretending to play the character. He's straight up acting like The Rock.
Get you a lawyer. Buy you a lawsuit.
Giving the people's eyebrows.
Buy you a wardrobe. And slap the hell out of you.
Yo, don't touch me, bro. Like, what? You're tutu and shit, man. What's wrong
I know.
with you?
Eminem got mine. He got my attitude. I'll slap the fuck out of you, dog. Go ahead and hire you a lawyer. File you a lawsuit. I'll buy you a wardrobe.
Or you can't. Why are you so harsh? Why are you so just? You know you could go to jail
But
for
if
that.
I see you in that new outfit and you talk shit again, it's gonna be another lawsuit, homie.
You can't judge people like that. You can't. Go ahead, Josh.
Maybe this time I'll sue you, little son bitch.
Oh, you're so racist, Bong. You're so ignorant. You're so judgmental, and you have offended all these people who like to wear tutus. It's like, what? Chop head off. That was a joke. That was a joke.
You want to see his new rims? His new rims are blue.
The most masculine, right? The most electrifying masculine man in sports entertainment. Where's the fucking tutu? So he's not anymore. You see how your most masculine idols in Hollywood are fucking gay? Wear tutus? There's no such thing as masculinity. I mean, look at the fucking Rock.
You got the Tooth Fairy and Mrs. Doubtfire.
But you're not as masculine as Dwayne Johnson, so why don't you go wear a tutu, bitch? Right? Oh, you're not a man like The Rock. Yeah, I don't wear a tutu, motherfucker. Is that what you mean? No, I mean the muscles in a tutu. Ew, sick.
Look, you can't see it in the pictures of our cars, but these rims weren't cheap. That's up close on my rims. I thought they
listens to this, right? Dwayne Johnson listens to him.
I thought they was pimp as hell. But,
yeah, it was a...
My son likes these ones. But, you know, they look good on the car. I can't... Hey, it's his fucking car. You know?
I don't know about that blue, though, man. I've never liked blue. Or red, you know, on cars. You know, or like black.
Yeah. Personally, I think that's a little too much blue, but he likes them. But, you know, whatever. It's not my car. I can't say shit. I'm not going to tell him, you know what I mean? My dad would have. My dad said, bitch, I paid $2,000 for your rims. You better take that shit back off. But I won't do it. I mean, his girl, he's like me.
Like the NFT phone, man.
He actually is already like me because he doesn't even drive his Challenger RT that much. His old lady drives it because he likes, he likes what he gets when he comes home from a hard day's work. He drives his truck.
Skippity pops.
You know what I'm saying? And his old lady likes some rims, and that's why I don't say shit. I built that Batman, and my old lady said, I don't fucking like that color. I was like, whoa, motherfucker, that's a complete color change. I don't like that color. I don't even like them rims. I was like, well, how about the exhaust system? You like that? Because I put a thrust system on there, if you know what that is. Got the side pipes come out the sides, chrome pipes that go down it. Then she was like, yeah, I like the exhaust. I just don't like your taste in rims and colors. So, fuck, alright. I mean, I got offered quite a bit of money for that fucking car looking like that, but hey, whatever.
I could probably get in trouble from Samoans for saying this, but it has to be said, right? In Samoa, we've always had the problem with gay people, but it's not gay. They're not. They're called. Well, you know what the real word is? That is very accurate. Tranny. Yeah, so they're cross-dressers, but they're more trendy in that they believe that they're women, so it's something culture. They're called Fa'afafines. Fa'afafine, the way of woman, right? And they're treated that way.
Stop
So,
up, bean.
yeah, man. So I've always tried to
It almost sounds like Rahaim.
Fafine means women, right?
I'm
Fa'a
with
means the way of doing something, right? Fa'a Samoa, Samoan way, or Pa'a Pa'alangi, the Pa'alangi way. Pa'alangi means sky piercers, white people. but now that this LGBT whole thing has come out, right? Right. It's even harder now to talk to this community and in our culture called the Fafines because they're isolated. They can't. Now they've been empowered by the government, so much so that they're sitting in front of churches, like right in the front, the Assemblies of God Church, giving money to all the communities. I'm like, where the fuck did these people get all this money from? And how the fuck did this community organize itself to have so much political power in American Samoa, in our whole culture, all over the world? It's scary. And when you look at the LGBT being there, it's called the Sophias. it's it's it's
the
a real
gay
problem.
mafia takeover, man. What
I
are you
know,
talking?
man. I know, man. And it all started with
They
the
instead
ladies
of they
in the
started
late
their
90s.
own skull and bone society, but it's nuts
Yeah,
and butts.
that's what my
It's
grandma said. My
yeah,
grandma told me, like,
it's a
yeah,
nuts and butts society. Yeah.
when my grandma was alive, I was in the military. She called. We had a phone call, and she said, "Bong, there are people here having church at 3 o'clock in the morning. I really believe it's the satanic people that have come down. They're very wealthy people. They drive these very nice cars." I thought she lost her mind. I was a blue pill. I was in the military. I was blue pill. I was like, man, what's wrong with ground? What does she
Yeah,
mean?
she was telling you because she wanted you to come home and take care of the problem. Ain't you
Um,
trained in combat, boy?
look,
Ain't you?
but, but look, man. Now see how now it's all seems to be. See the Rock, dude. Like see the Rock, wearing a tutu. Okay, like this culture of football players and soldiers and warriors. This culture of wear a tutu. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Demasculine. Just it's taking away masculinity from cultures or people or you know what I mean. They do it to all our
I do.
cultures. Yeah, and then
You don't
then
want
they
no more warriors.
all right, and then they take advantage of this Fa'afafine community problem that we've had. So
Well,
it's
that's
like,
a new form of division, Bong.
yeah, man. And if I try to speak against it, I get told off. The governor. They have these fucking pageants, fucking drag queen pageants, and the governor and the cabinet, and all these fucking the lieutenant governor sitting right in the front, watching these fucking drag queens walking across and doing their stupid fucking dances. I couldn't believe it. It was on TV. It's like, fuck this shit, man. I had to. I don't know what to do here. I gotta go back to Australia and look after my family first, man. Fuck, you guys will be alright. I'll be back. I gotta go look after my son, man. Fuck this. As I came back, man. And I promised my son I'm never gonna leave you again, man. Next time I go, you come with me. We can solve some shit. Fix some shit, man. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's happening in your community too, right? In your culture, and you'll see it. You will see it. If it can happen in the middle of the goddamn South Pacific Ocean on some island in the middle of nowhere, then it can happen anywhere, right? They found us. They've always found you. They've always known where you were. Like, did you think you were safe out here? This is the national park of the United States of America, bitch. It's federal land. What do you mean they found you? You were born on their land. I know, right? You thought this was your island. Silly child. All this was given. The prince of the power of the air. You're owned. We're born in a prison. Yeah. Doesn't matter where you go. You know what I mean? It's in your mind. You are not your fathers or your grandfathers or your great grandfathers. You're something else. Something new. Right? Something that can't survive without technology and service. Supermarkets and shopping malls and shit. Fast cars. Computers. Right? Phones. A new breed, a new species. A new man, right? Neo. The new man. The new Adam. The Antichrist. And they lived happily ever after at the end. How about them cars, man? Shit. Why is it so quiet? Just want to hear another one? In the world. Or it takes forever to pull a bong. Where there, because there's no container. You can never pull a bong. In the world where you can't smoke your bong because no containers. World where there is no low pressure or high pressure because no containers. Comes a world with no containers. So you can just keep doing this forever and people just keep believing you. I mean, it's so fun, dude. Like, watch this, watch this. In a world where aliens come from a place with no containers. You see how I did that? Like, just throw in the no containers part. Like, you know,
In a world where aliens come from a place where they grow avocados. No, I love my alien brothers. Come on over, man. Texas is
In a
great. If you
world
don't
where
like tornadoes and snow.
you guys are missing the whole no containers part, man. In the world where you can't grow avocados because no containers to come. Avocados with no containers. Are you thinking? Are you getting?
Well, if you could have gas pressure without a container, maybe you could smoke a bong without a bong.
In a
You know?
world. Exactly,
That's
Sasha.
right.
What you just said.
That's right.
In a world where you
You can
don't
just
need
hold the
anything
stem
to smoke anything because there's nothing.
and the lighter, and you don't have to worry about the carburetor.
In a
Like,
world
hold
where
them like 3 feet away from your face. Sorry, go ahead.
where nothing exists, but everything exists. Because nothing exploded into everything. Comes a world with everything.
You ever heard Lawrence Krauss talk about nothing?
I know. Who? The Krauss?
Lawrence Krauss. Yeah.
Yeah, wicked muscular nerd looking guy.
A cheeky little nerd guy from like New Mexico,
Yeah.
Arizona, somewhere. Yeah,
nerd body.
he's such an asshole. He's like, nothing doesn't really mean nothing. He's like, what if there's like little black holes popping in and out of existence? It's like, what?
So
Why
I
would you
call it
say
nothing.
something like that? Like, who told you that?
So it's not nothing. Well, it is nothing, but nothing doesn't really mean nothing. Oh,
Shout out to Helio, wherever he's at.
okay.
I know he likes that Lawrence Krauss. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So something equals nothing, right? But nothing doesn't mean nothing. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Cross pushes my glasses up.
Dude, you said it with such a cheeky smile. It's like, is that Duper's delight? Is he really that happy to like teach his students, or
Was
is
that
he
a
like
riddle?
tricking them on purpose?
Right. Was that a riddle? Because I just saw you smirk a little bit. Oh, no. Was that a joke? No. Is that literal? Did you really mean that, though? Okay. No, nothing. Yeah, I know, man. He's little green man.
I'll see if I can find the video.
Yeah, you could put him next to Michelle Dollar. Kind of edit their clips into each other. Like, nothing. There's such thing as life. Yeah, nothing doesn't really mean nothing. Yeah, little black holes coming out. Why not just call it that? What's a black hole, by the way? What are little black holes? Are they nothing too, or are they like nothing equals little black holes? Okay, got it. Are you following? Yes, I'm following. Nothing means little black holes. You know what else is nothing? What? Well, Michelle Thaller thinks life is also nothing. So maybe life plus little black holes equals nothing, right? That's a good idea. We should develop that theory. Maybe come up with some math for it, like I don't know, scribble something real quick, see what it looks like. So if we have time here, and we have space here, and then we have little black holes here, then we have life here, equals nothing. Okay. And then what? And then Big Bang? So confusing, I don't know which theory to go after, this one or that, or the other thing. Every time I think about this stuff, astrophysics and astronomy, I feel like I am leaving reality and going into my crazy cave. You know how we have crazy caves where we laugh hysterically because I don't know, right? That's what it feels like, when I think about astronomy or outer space. It's like Star Wars. I've seen Star Wars. I've seen Star Trek. But when you talk about it, it's like you're in your little you know, anything is possible, guys. Like anything is like magic. No, it's more like what? Imagination. What are we doing? We're doing science. Pretty sure this is not science. I'm pretty sure this is what people in fucking Hollywood do. Fucking sit around and wait for some fucking spirit to fucking inspire them with some fucking hypothesis and some fucking bullshit explanation for everything and fucking assume some kind of bullshit number. Where'd you get that number from? Where'd you get that number from? 3959 miles. Where? Did you calculate it? Did you pull it out of your ass? Did you find it in one of your books? Did you convert something? What does it mean? Like, is that how big the world really is, though? Is that why it looks too small? Is that how far Antarctica is from the North Pole? Is that how far Antarctica is from the equator? The equator from the north? Where'd you get the number? Why doesn't anybody care about the radius of the Earth? Why do people who believe in the ball not care about the thing that makes it a ball? You know what I mean? It's like saying, I'm a Christian, but then you don't care about who Jesus is. That's like totally stupid, right? It's like, why don't you know Jesus? You say you're a fucking Christian. Who's that? Why should I know that? I don't have to know that. I just know the Pope tells me stuff. Like the Earth is a ball. The Pope does. It's a ball. The Pope gave you the Earth, the ball Earth. That's not true. You're just being religious. Oh, you flat earthers are so religious just because you believe in God. Yeah, and the Pope doesn't. What does the Pope have to do with anything? Everything. And the Pope and the ball has everything to do with everything. You know what I mean? It's like can't separate that. You know, it's like Hollywood and the movies that they produce. You can't, you can't have one without the other, right? It's like, yeah. Like Mike and his cars, you can't separate them. Mike made the cars. Catholic Church made the globe Earth. Am I still talking? Anybody there?
Yeah, bro, I posted something for you. Asked you to look at it. I'll ask you to look at it. Sorry.
Watching.
So Lawrence Krauss said he wrote a book about nothing. And I'm thinking, man, this is like the hugest ripoff of like mankind, right?
What was that? Hank?
Lawrence Krauss wrote a book about nothing. Virtual particles popping in and out of existence.
Virtual particles don't exist. It's a paradox.
That's why it's funny.
It's a paradox. Virtual and particles, nah, that's Mary Batchelor. And he wrote a book about nothing. Is he describing what's in between his ears?
What does virtual particles even mean?
It doesn't. It's a paradox.
It's a question only God can answer, or the creator.
No, it doesn't. No one.
Answer.
I can answer it. It's a paradox.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I meant.
You just violated the law of non-contradiction. Simple as that.
The law of non-contradiction.
Yep. Violation. Like married bachelor, achromatic rainbows, military intelligence, bright darkness, along those lines. In that vein.
Why is there something and not nothing? Why is there anything and not nothing?
That's easy. Quantum mechanics. Got to have a knower.
Okay.
So it's over. They've known this since circa 1925. They knew it back then. We don't know it now because we got numpty depthshets pontificating, right? They knew this back in the day. Go listen to Werner Heisenberg way back there in the day, tell you.
Yeah. So once you have a knower, you don't, you can't. Everything else is speculation after that, right?
Yeah, must have a knower for matter to. No, listen. You must have a knower for matter to exist. Period.
Yeah.
End of story. Validated by experiment till the cows come home, without exception. I can, right at this point, over 3,000.
So us just being knowers.
Wait, but aren't knowers themselves made out of matter?
Well, it must have a knower initially. Knowing itself is immaterial. Right? Knowledge. What is the chemical formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, or kcals, or kilojoules for knowledge? There isn't any.
So us knowing is why, we're experiencing what's existing. Is why things, like that. Why things exist, because we exist.
For us to know, but the initial one, to get into, not religion, because it's not religion, creator, I don't know. From what I've heard, he's spirit, not matter.
Yeah.
So we can go down that road. But for us, you're right. For us to know anything, yes, the matter has to be there. Yeah. But initially, where'd all the matter come from?
From nothing.
You got to have information. Basically, it's not knowledge. It's where it gets a little tricky. It's not knowledge. It's not tricky. The foundational framework is information, but you can't have information without a knower. It's an incestuous feedback loop.
Is it the same as saying the material from the immaterial? The seen from the unseen? Is that the same? Like,
you need to put the bong down.
Yeah, just Bible stuff I read. I'm just trying to see if it's saying the same thing. Or it sounds like they're hijacking some of these things from the Bible.
Who are there?
These guys like Crass, the scientists.
Krauss, he's not scientist. This is not science.
The ideas that they talk about, something from nothing. Or the
that's
material.
not science. That's Alice in Wonderland shit. As far away from science as you can get. Natural science. Okay, let me state this. Natural science. What we're talking about here, right? We don't want to equivocate, so we're talking about natural science. We're talking about physics, parts of chemistry, parts of biology, biochemistry, genetics. That's science. Right? Not all of those. Chemistry and biology have some problem areas, so it's not an all or nothing type of thing.
And quantum mechanics too?
Quantum mechanics is purely experimental.
Okay.
Unless one of the numpties come out that stand behind with quantum mechanics behind their name, and they start making claims without experiment, that's horseshit. It must have experiment validation for every single claim. Every single one. I don't care who it's from. So, with paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, yes, I'm still laughing and whatever the fuck that is, theoretical physics, cosmology, astrophysics, and astronomy, there is none, zero, zippo, nada, natural science in it whatso-friggin' ever. They're all religions. Every single one of them. The standouts are quantum mechanics, experiment, chemistry, parts of chemistry. Some parts are synthetic chemistry. Those are ruled out. That's not natural science. Biology, you got a lot of glorified friggin' secretaries, collators, dreaming up conventions and shit. So that's not science. There is some natural science in biology, obviously, but it must be experimentally validated. Right? Genetics. Right? It's got to have experiment. Every single claim, I'll say this one last time. Every single claim or postulate, if it's a postulate, they're going with a hypothesis, it's soon to be tested. But every single claim must be backed by experiment or it's not natural science. Period. End of story. There's no discussion. It's either a 1 or a 0, black or white. No opinions, nothing subjective, right? It's all empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. If it's not that, it's not natural science. End of story. Next subject. If you want to go into it, if you think they are, then you're going to get your ass handed to you within about 10 seconds, 15 to 20 with interruptions.
A quick question: do you think quantum computers are real?
Quantum computers, I'm out of the loop. It's not natural science.
Okay, yeah, okay. Not natural, not experimental.
It's not natural science. You can't have anything natural. Can you show me a natural computer?
Yeah, quantum computers are applied science.
Yep. Applied, not natural science. You could call it science, but that just, you can do it, but you're going to get your ass handed to you at some point.
So they're real.
I don't know. I've never seen one.
Me neither. Yeah.
They will be real in the future, yes.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because they either are or they're not, right? And if they're not, that's why I'm wondering, like, is it related to quantum mechanics? You know, like,
Sure, but that's not natural science. Follow?
Yes.
Okay.
So, QE, do you have any confidence in observed science, or does that not count?
Observed science, that is a fallacy. In fact, it's I always get them, even myself, I get them mixed up because they're really close together. Observational science is a composition fallacy. Do you know what a composition fallacy is?
No.
Or what's the twisted little sister? Getting some feedback here. Wait 1 second. I want to make sure we got our T's dotted and I's crossed. I could have got here faster, but in fact, I'm going to be going over this on Saturday, by the way. If you missed the first one, it's a logical fallacy presentation. The second one, I don't even know where I left off. That's why I'm behind the power curve here. Hold on 1 second. I know I have it here close somewhere. All right, fallacy of composition, also known as composition fallacy, exception fallacy, or faulty induction. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. So, example, observational science. Number one, it's not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious, because hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Another example is empirical. Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, not just observable. So you're inferring something to be true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. So empirical, observable is part of it, but not the whole. Just like observational science. It's part of it, but not the whole. Fallacy of composition, textbook. Good? Yeah. Its twisted little sister is fallacy of division, the opposite side of the coin. Inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example, atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms, therefore everything is natural. That's a fallacy of division.
How is everything not natural? That doesn't make sense.
No, that's the statement they make. Everything is made of atoms, so therefore everything is natural. Follow the progression. Atoms are natural.
But the saying that everything is natural is true, though, right?
It's not. No, synthetic.
Right, but humans are natural, so like.
No, synthetic.
Technically natural, like even if humans make it.
I just debunked you. You just whistled past the graveyard. What is synthetic?
Synthetic is made by humans, but like
that's
I feel
right.
like
so that's not natural.
But humans are natural, so I feel like it's still kind of
still
natural.
Going, the humans are not natural. Yeah. Well, so what?
Okay, is something made by beavers? Like, is a dam natural? That's made by beavers.
Yeah. What's the definition of natural?
I don't know. What is the definition?
You should know. You just made a claim about it. What's
I mean,
the
I have a
difference?
connotation. I don't have a
Fuck,
denotation.
man. What the fuck? What's the difference? You made the claim. You should know. Right? You ain't gonna talk your way out of this. You're debunked already. You think you can talk your way out of it, but you can't.
Okay, existing or caused by nature.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not complete though. What's the rest of it? Did you just skip that intentionally? Natural, existing or derived from nature, not made or caused by humankind. That's Oxford. Vocabulary.com. Natural, something that comes from nature rather than being man-made. From Dictionary, Cambridge. From nature, not artificial or involving anything made or caused by people. Get it?
Yes, sir.
Are beavers people?
No.
Then I guess it's fucking natural then.
But it's beavers, not beepers.
Yeah, it's beavers. They're not man.
People.
Yeah. There you go.
So beavers can naturally take over the world if they wanted to, right?
So what's an antonym for natural? What's the opposite?
Unnatural.
Supernatural.
Synthetic.
Synthetic.
Yep.
I would say artificial.
Nope, that's different. So from Nielsen, Peter, natural, synthetic, and artificial from DNA, PNA, XNA. 2010. As in all scientific communication, precise language is essential for giving and receiving messages correctly. Where have we heard that before? From me. Thus, artificial would mean something not found in nature, and synthetic would mean something that is man-made. To make a chemistry analogy, chemically synthesized B12 vitamin would not be considered artificial, as it is chemically, analytically, and functionally indistinguishable from naturally isolated B12 vitamin. But it is not natural either, obtained from nature. It is synthetic. End of citation. Next. Who am I speaking to here? Is that numpty Sasha dipshit? Nope. Sorry, Sasha. Sasha 2.0, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, that is you. I didn't see. I knew it was you. I just feel numpty within like 500 meters.
Your numpty sensors are tingling?
Yeah, they tingle all the time, man.
But what if I'm a flat earther? Then wouldn't you be insulting your own kind?
There's a lot of numpties. I know more pretender clown flat earthers than I know baltards.
That's funny.
Yeah. About 3.5 years ago, I made a little statement on a show that somebody interviewed me on. And they asked the question, what's the biggest problem with flat earth? And I told them back then, I said, the biggest enemy to flat earth are pretender clown flat earthers. 3.5 years ago. I'm a prophet.
And so how long have you been a flat earther for, Kiwi?
2016, May 15th, 2016.
And so, okay. And what was there a specific event that triggered you to become a flat earther?
I was reading tea leaves.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't one specific thing. It was a collection of. I'm getting feedback from somebody. Probably Bong.
Sorry, hold up. I don't know why.
Ollie oxen free. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
What about, because they're saying, is it possible for people to look after nature, like a garden, right? and then produce something that's not synthetic, like cultivate the natural, would that be considered a synthetic?
No. No.
No? It would
No.
be natural?
Depends on what the end product is.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So if it's according with nature, then it's natural, taking care of nature.
Yeah, you're not making it. You're just trying not to fuck it up.
Is it possible for nature to be better off if there were no people to?
I don't. Those are philosophical questions.
Right. I think it would be like a garden that gets overrun, where certain plants or animals will eventually throw off the balance of things. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Yep, that could happen. Yep.
So I guess it's up to people then. Face palm hard.
Yeah, so nothing. The moral of the story is nothing synthetic can enter the scientific method. That is, I don't want. That could probably be misconstrued. Your dependent variable must be natural. How about that? Can't be man-made or anything to do with man. It has to be a natural phenomena. Why? Because the dependent variable is the effect. In a hypothesis, you're trying to find a natural cause and effect relationship. So let's say we put an IndyCar as our dependent variable. What's the independent variable that is the cause of the IndyCar? Man. Duh. So you see where it's an endless feedback loop that you can never do anything. You don't need a hypothesis. You already know the cause. It's man. Follow? Simple. Yep. So that's what you do. You say, okay, well, science need hypotheses. What's your naturally observed phenomena? That's your dependent variable in your hypothesis. We're getting ready for the hypothesis in step 2, where you add the independent variable. So you have to ask yourself a question. So what did this monkey just tell me was his natural phenomenon or dependent variable? If it has anything to do with man, or it's an existence question, like a what is question, that's category error. You're looking for strictly and only cause and effect. Nothing what is.
Is man the only knower, or animals and plants also knowers?
No, we're not getting off the subject. Getting off the subject, you're kind of going down another path. So if you're looking for electron, like the mass, whatever that is, mass of an electron, is that a cause and effect question or an existence what is question? That's an existence what is question that falls outside the scientific method. Therefore, it's not science. It's attached to science, chemistry, and physics, but it's not science at all. Zero. Follow? It's not a cause and effect question. Simple.
What about, can man get pregnant?
Yeah.
This question?
This one's getting long in the tooth.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out if it's a what is question or a positive.
It's existence questions real easy. Just ask yourself the questions that being asked to you. You can answer it within microseconds.
Crazy town.
Oh, that's sweet. Do you hear that? Here, I'll give it to you again. Ready? Hear that? If you do hear that out in nature, that's your ass. You probably won't hear that because, well, how fast does sound travel? Let me see. Speed of sound. It's probably faster than the arrow. I'm thinking much faster. Speed of sound. 343. Yeah. Yeah. Disregard that. Disregard that. As you were. 343 meters per second and feet per second. Let's try that.
Eddie.
Yeah, that's right. 340. Go meters to feet per second. Oh, shit.
So it's the quantum question hour. I got one for you.
Nah, it's not. I'm getting ready to get up here in a second. You better make it quick.
I'll try not to be too numpty about it for you. So, are there any quantum experiments dealing with the electromagnetic field, the compass kind of, and
electromagnetic field?
That from the ether?
Electromagnetic. What's ether?
I don't know. Is there something? Yeah. Is there a quantum experiment that besides the double slit, perhaps?
Double slit. Is there a quantum experiment besides the double split? I keep on saying double split because everyone says it. It's fucking moronic. You're asking. You're going off on two different directions. Number one, you said ether, whatever the hell that is. You're going to have to define that. And number two, is there any other experiments besides the double slit in quantum mechanics? Yeah, but everything will boil down. All the mystery is within the double slit experiment with quantum mechanics. But there are other experiments beside the classic double slit, of course.
Yeah, I was just asking if there's any to do with the electromagnetic field or what we see being affected by the compass.
See, when you say electromagnetic field, secularly speaking, in context, you're talking about light, which is incorrect in actuality. So you're going to have to define electromagnetism.
Well, I'm using the example of a compass, right? The compass alignment.
Is that electromagnetic?
It is.
Well, how would it be described in a...
I thought it was just magnetism. For me. I don't know. That's why I'm saying you have to define it. Right? I thought I was pretty clear with the secular take on things. Electromagnetic. Did you ever hear of the electromagnetic spectrum? Yes?
Okay. Yes, I've heard.
Yeah, that's all light, right? Correct?
Okay.
Is magnetism light? Don't think so. So we got a problem here. We got big problems, right? Because there's multiple definitions floating out there. I don't speak to things with multiple definitions because it's a fool's errand. Follow?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So magnetism of the Earth, we have not found a magnet, correct? Like, are we studying this with quantum experiments? Is this something that's fallen in that field?
I think there, magnetism is relatively well known, I would say. I know when I pull my compass out, that son of a bitch twists and turns and points to sort of magnetic north direction. I know that. Can I explain that?
It has to do with motion.
Right?
Can I explain that? No.
Well, what would be causing magnetism on a flat Earth?
On a flat. What would be causing magnetism, right?
Yeah.
Flow of electrons. That's the definition.
Yeah, but like, where's that coming from?
Where's the flow of electrons coming from? That's why we love you. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. OCD like.
Well, here's my question, right? Where does the globe get its magnetic field if there's hot lava deep inside it?
Yeah. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. I gotta take care of a couple things.
Yeah, all right. So it's not like anything makes sense on the globe Earth. So how can we know if it's not a globe? Then how can we know the answer to that question? I mean, it's not like you dug deep into the Earth and found out, oh yeah, there's molten lava here, and yet we still have a magnetic field. That makes sense. What causes a magnetic field? Not molten lava, right?
Well, the globe model claims that it's from the iron core, but I don't know if I believe that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's way too hot, and it's not something that can
Right.
cause a magnetic field. And who says it's an iron core?
Well, it would seem like it's probably iron because that's kind of what happens.
Because how can it be that?
Well, I think what happens is it gets so hot that the atoms, like they almost lose their electrons and protons and stuff, and then they turn into iron.
That's not even my question. It's like, how do you know what's deep inside the Earth, beneath us? How does anyone? How can anyone? How did anyone? I mean, don't you know that these are just guesses? People are guessing, coming up with things, like putting ideas together from what they know, and then coming up with stories that they think could explain how things could come from nothing. You see, like the way this works? You're trying to figure out cosmology. You're trying to figure out a story, how everything, what caused everything to happen.
Right.
But yeah, you can't know what's in the earth unless you dig down or go down there to find out, right?
Exactly.
And then there's the curvature problem that, it's like, well, how can we even theorize what could be deep in the ball when we can't even confirm or verify that it is a ball?
Right. That's a good point.
Same thing with the stars.
Well, I don't know about the stars.
It's the exact same thing. How can we say anything about them if we cannot go up there to confirm or verify what they are? It's just
Well, we
people
can
trying to
observe
put
them.
together. It's the same thing people are doing with the core. The same thing that people are doing with what's up there. They're just they can't experiment on them, right? Like Quantum said, like these physicists, these people. Michio Kaku said it too. He says it all the time. They don't do experiments.
Hey, can I be heard okay?
Yes.
Bong, did you listen to that video?
I got like a little bit through until.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted you to pay attention how he talked about how it sounds a lot like philosophy with how many angels can dance on the head of a needle. Right? So
Exactly.
that's what it sounds like. Right?
Yeah.
So he's kind of insinuating that, it sounds like philosophy, it doesn't even sound like science.
Yeah, and then the Kabbalah is right around the corner too. Like, people just want to hear about the Kabbalah. That's why. That's why they're putting it in these, terms, and then slowly, building up to it, and then it's Kabbalah time. Oh, that makes so much sense now. The Kabbalah, the Bible is such a lying book. The Kabbalah is correct. You know what I mean? I think because the Kabbalah, okay, the Hindus, the atom, they all have the same idea. That the origin stories, this tree, that you have to say, man, apotheosis. You know what I mean? evolution, transhumanism, aliens. Jesus was one of us, aliens, and now you too can be like one of us if you do this thing here called science. It's like, so aliens brought us science.
Well, you have to look for the similar elements in the lie. A person isn't going to tell you we're worshiping fallen angels or demons from hell. They'll repackage it in similar terms. They'll say these are, like you say, aliens or ascendant masters or something else, but ultimately it will reduce down to the same thing, the same lie. With evolution, it's the same lie repackaged if you're talking about evolution. That we will evolve and become gods if given enough time and enough.
Given enough Windows 11 updates.
Well, evolution doesn't say we will become God. It will say we will become similar to God.
What is a god?
If evolution doesn't stop, then where is it going to end? If it doesn't end, then why can't you become a god by evolution or something
Well,
godlike?
perhaps in some
At least
ways,
more than what you were.
perhaps in some ways we could become gods. Like, what if we create a simulation of our own universe? In that
When you say
universe, we would be God.
when you say gods, do you mean like literally become gods?
No, not like an actual god, but like if we created a simulation, we would be the creator of that universe. Like in some ways, we would be that universe's god.
No, I'm talking about like real, like stuff. Not simulate.
Well, I don't think we're ever going to become a real god. Like, I think that's kind of silly. God has like powers and stuff.
Well, a god is merely just a very, very, very super intelligent being that can't die.
No, he's so much more than that. He's
Well, what I'm saying to
super
us,
powerful.
an ascended master, a transhuman, whatever, one of these super AI computers, Elon Musk is virtually a god. Anything super smarter than us is God. And if they are indestructible, then why not? They are gods. You know what I mean? Like angels and shit. Nephilim, whatever, But you know what I mean? Like, God, but just the description of something that's superhuman, right? Superman. Or yeah. Right? Because evolution doesn't believe in God.
Well, not all evolutionists disbelieve in God. There are some people who believe in evolution and God.
Well, then evolution is God to them.
Evolution just appears to be kind of a repackaged sort of Hindu mysticism. You have the avatars in Hinduism that evolve from like fish to man to God, and you see something kind of similar in evolution. Rather than these Western men admitting that they were basically apostate Hindu mystics, they just gave.
And if you live a good life as a fish, then you might reincarnate and evolve to become a lizard, or maybe one day a human.
Yeah. And the thing is, we know about what a thing is by its legacy, its heritage. We know that you are of this family because of your last name or who your parents were or who their parents were. Evolution implies no heritage, no legacy, effectively no being. How do we know what a thing is if it is constantly becoming something else? Philosophically, this is a nightmare. And it's just like Greg Bonson said, becoming is not being is not becoming. what are we becoming exactly with evolution if it never stops or never has an endpoint? It would be a pointless process with no telos, no point, no endpoint, no purpose. Being is not becoming, and evolution appears to imply that you can become eternally but never be anything. It's very problematic.
It's more like becoming a beast, becoming less than human.
Well, take an insect. An insect is the being of an insect. It may go from being a pupa and become, a butterfly. But what is it in its essence? It is an insect. It doesn't go from pupa to, dog or anything like that. Its telos, its ultimate purpose, its ultimate endpoint is pretty prescribed. It's an insect, little to nothing more. Evolution implies no being, just an infinite becoming into what? And if you have the infinite capacity to become anything, how is that in any way different than being a god or an avatar? There's no difference at that point.
Dogs are cannibals, man. They're brute.
So
Someone's echoing.
what was that?
I think I see you, Sasha.
Someone's echoing.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn it off. On mute.
I was just saying these lies can be repackaged with a bunch of gobbledygook, some nice little science speak and stuff like that. But when you peer through, the veil and dig below the surface, they appear to come from the same root deception that we can become gods with enough time and enough scientific language via quote unquote evolution.
That matter exists because there's a knower. I was wondering, like, what about cats? What about plants? They all have senses, and they all have to know. They all have to measure the weather, the humidity. The seed has to know that winter is here, right? Now it's germinating. Now it's getting ready because it's cold. It knows it's cold when you put it in the fridge. And then when you take it out of the fridge and you put it in the ground, it knows it's summertime, right? And then it reacts. So is that not a knower? A plant even? And does that mean matter exists also because of those knowers? And then what is not a knower? What inanimate objects have to materialize like matter? Like what the knower is also matter. Does he exist because he knows he exists? Does a baby know it's a baby? Does the seed know it's a seed? Like when does the knower come about? When you're what, 1 years old, 3?
Well, knowledge is kind of a two-way process. You need to have a framework to know something so that when it happens or when the conditions are met, you know what the heck it is. And then the other half is acknowledging what it is or is not. Basically, since both parts need to be engaged, there's no real point at which, a knower can be, known to become a knower until they participate in both parts, accepting the framework to know something and then acknowledging it that it's the case with, trust, faith, and, declaring it as knowledge. That's a two-way process.
I didn't know I was in the womb, right? But God said to Isaiah, or was it Ezekiel, or one of the when you were I knew you when you were in the womb. Is that the knower that causes everything to exist, all matter and everything?
Well, you weren't able to participate in that process of knowledge yet. Your mind hadn't been formed, and you couldn't assent to it being knowledge. Not yet. Your mind wasn't formed, and you weren't formed fully enough for that to be, as far as we can tell.
So it is God, and that's the knower. That he was like, he moved upon the waters. That's what it said, and he moved upon the waters. You know what I mean? Like the knower. Because I was wondering about that. This experiment where the knower causes matter to be whatever it is when you look at it or observe or measure it.
It's a two-way process that people have to share in. If we haven't participated in that process by either accepting the framework for knowledge or acknowledging that it's known as true, or that the truth is the truth, or whatever, well, then there's little to no knowledge at that point without that two-way process, basically. Like a person can see, an object fly off the bookshelf and, uh, look at the frameworks to explain what's going on without a magnet or without some, visible hand there to reach out and throw it. And the frameworks to know what happened is either the invisible man threw it with some sort of inviso suit on or something based off of the movies, or it's a poltergeist or a demon, or or some sort of spirit that moved it, you know but a person on the other half of knowledge could refuse to acknowledge those frameworks and accept that as knowledge. They could say, I refuse to acknowledge that as true. I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to acknowledge that that's what happened. So, knowledge at that point would be a two-way thing between the frameworks that explain what's going on, if anything, and whether or not we assent to it or reject it as being true or knowable. Option 3 would be just saying, I'm not going to go with any of those frameworks, and I'm just going to put a question mark here. And hopefully in the future, there's a explanation that will help me know what's going on that I can accept.
They're called the Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm.
Option 4, called the Ghostbusters. I better call a priest or something.
Well, the main thing is to have no ability. There's a little bit of faith. We have some frameworks that are revealed to us to help explain what's going on, or we could just totally reject it, put a question mark, and say, I don't know what it is, but I'm just not going to acknowledge this. So it all kind of works together: faith, framework, acknowledgement, acceptance, rejection, all that.
Oh, that's kind of a little bit like dissociating, right? Like, when you're being abused and then you start not acknowledging it to protect yourself and you start, not being there until it's over, right? But it's always there. So it's almost like that, I think you have to acknowledge.
Yeah. The
Right.
verbal acknowledgement would probably come after a mental or a spiritual assent, where on some level you're able to talk to yourself and say, okay, this did or did not happen. And if people don't even want to work that out mentally, then the truth is there and knowable, but it's buried deep in their psyche and not really resolved in a consistent way.
I think it also depends on what they know about, that kind of stuff. Bible. Humans.
Having stuff that's knowable essentially means that, we can state it, we can declare it, and we can lead our life as if it's true.
I think for some Christians, if they see evidence of demons, it's just going to strengthen their faith. So demons have to be careful not to be unintention indirectly strengthening the faiths of Christians, right?
I mean, it goes both ways. People say because there's evil in the world, there can't be a God. But I see Pizzagate and these pedophilic elites, cannibalizing and eating the baby and other people. And I know that God exists, that he will judge this evil, and that he is good while this world is evil. So I guess you could go both ways with it.
Yeah. Well,
When I saw that the Earth was a flat, motionless plane, counter to what scientism said, I knew at that point that science has an element that's running kicking and screaming from the evidence of Scripture and trying to make anything but the Bible true. Materialism, the cult of quantum mysticism, Hinduism via evolution, anything else but the hated Christian scriptures. I knew that it was true, and the world was running away from the one thing they can't stand: Jesus Christ and the God of Scripture.
Doing good. Yeah, it kind of felt like this whole light thing where the knower is causes matter, right? Like when I first heard it, I thought it's like is this like witchcraft?
It
Are
does
we
have
talking
that
about?
element there.
We're talking about turning lead into gold? Like, what are we talking about here? We're talking about transforming men into gods. It's so weird. It still feels weird, right? So I'm asking questions about it, like, hey, is this science? Is this science?
You got to declare it and state it, because once you put it in the form of a proposition, a true statement that you can, figure out whether it's true or false by some sort of action or some sort of meaningful course of action. Once you put it in the form of a proposition, that lets people know what the end road of this sort of thinking is. Like you say, they're going to try to convince us that we're these witchcraft magicians that can make the world behave the way we want based off of our own knowledge and power or something. So unless we want to end up at the end of that road, well, we're going to need to look out, because we're being turned into, scientific materialist witches, essentially.
It almost feels like it's also a recording system, like how in the books for open, how God knows everything, is everywhere. It almost feels like something like that too, because I'm eating crackers, right? There's Ritz Breaks cracker, and this has to be a cracker, not because I'm looking at it, but because that's just things, right? That have to materialize matter, right? And we manipulate it into a cracker, synthesized. I mean, but you know what I mean? Like how manipulating matter, like, or what do you mean, like observing something or knowing? Like, is it us knowing that causes matter to be, or is it the creator knowing?
I don't know. Some of these interpretations from quantum, whatever, I just, frankly, to me, it's just quantum mystical quackery, but
Shut the fuck
maybe
up.
I'm missing something.
Shut the fuck up. Tired of listening to your philosophical dumbass. Quantum mysticism. Get the fuck out of here.
Hello? I'd like to start a conversation about.
Stop blowing out your blowhole. You don't have any clue what you're talking about.
You don't think this stuff kind of smacks of
Fucking
quantum?
shut up.
Excuse
Shut the
me.
fuck up to ask me what I don't think.
Yeah, I'm asking
Shut
you.
the fuck up.
You don't
Prove
think
it.
it's kind of mystical to say that the
Mystical? No, I got experiments till the cows come home. What do you got?
I'm just trying to see the interpretation of what they're putting
I
out
got
there.
experiments. There is
That
no
sounds kind of
interpretation.
suspicious.
There is no interpretations. That's religion. Black
Not
or
even
white.
the Copenhagen
Black
interpretation.
or white. That's exactly correct. Yes.
The Copenhagen interpretation is one of many interpretations of what's happening at this quantum level. As far
Let me tell you this again, blowtard. There are no interpretations in actual natural science. They are either validated by experiment or not. It's either a 1 or a 0, black or white, yes or no. Got it? You know what an experiment is?
science is a materialistic philosophy.
Natural
So
science.
the question of how it's being interpreted.
Shut the fuck up. The fuck out. Where you been? You just come back here with blowtard philosophy and shit, not supporting anything. Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what an experiment is, do you? What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment?
You need to know how to interpret the experiment, though, and that's where philosophy.
Get the fuck out of here. Interpret an experiment. Carry your interpreting ass somewhere else. Interpret this. Fucker. Just a blowtard. Just as bad as fucking balltards. I don't know. Let's take a vote. You want to listen to this numpty dipshit? What's up? Hey, Lou, what's up, man? I didn't see you in here. What's going on, man? Well, you're stonewalling me, huh? You might be sleeping. All right. You guys want to listen to this numpty dipshit?
Sorry, I was talking to my son.
I mean, I kind of liked it, but it's up to you.
All right. No, that's fine. Go ahead, man. I'm gone. Put up with this fucking idiot.
I just want to hear what you guys need to conversate about because I have something I've been itching to talk about.
No, no, don't. No, I don't want you to leave. What the hell, man? I just got back. What do you guys do?
Well, he said he's leaving regardless.
Why? What happened?
I think he's mad at Meadowlark.
Oh.
You can run it back in the chat. I think it's on YouTube. But the interpretation of the evidence and the experiment is where the philosophy comes in.
Yeah, I mean, flat earthers, they're so passionate about the subject, they get upset with each other, but really, I mean, we're all on the same side, you know?
What?
We can't get mad at each other just because we disagree.
Who's we? What, Globers and Flat Earthers?
No, flat earthers.
You know, it's just people being people.
I think what Sasha is trying to say is his in-group preference has changed, and he considers us flat earthers along with him. Is that right, Sasha?
Yeah, I don't really know what you mean by in-group preference. What does that mean?
Oh, you know, it's like, you know, my people. These are my family. These are my homies.
Oh, yeah.
So, what about the shape of the Earth, Sasha?
What about it?
What is it? I mean, is it a globe like you were taught in school? I mean, they showed you pictures.
Well, I mean, sometimes I think it's... this might sound kind of weird, but sometimes I think depending on what you believe it is, that's what it actually is.
No, I'm talking about outside, the actual, like, outside stuff, like dirt and earth. Do you think it's a ball, or do you think it's like...
Well, like I said, quantum physics says that matter is not materialized until it's observed. So what if the observer has the effect on the matter itself? What if the observer...
How does quantum physics say that?
That's what it says, dude. It says if it's not observed, it's a probability distribution, I think.
It's a different pattern, and if you observe it does the opposite.
Is that strain of quantum physics just theoretical or quantifiable?
Well, it's part of, I think it comes from the double slit experiment, if I'm correct.
It's like, you know how two waves, right? You got.
Whoa, hold on. That's not double slit. Okay, sorry, Bong. Forgive me, brother. Let me just straighten this out. The results of the double slit experiment are the knower of the which path information collapses the wave function. Right? That's the results. So when there's a knower, right, even if it's delayed or even if it's going to, you know, be written down on the computer, right? Even if the knower doesn't know yet, if there's a camera or a knower of any kind, the wave function collapses. It doesn't say anything about if you're not in the woods aren't there. Like, I'm getting feedback. It's like the new video game where you're only processing what's on the screen and everything else behind you, you know, the 200 degrees or something behind you, the computer's not processing because you're not looking at it like that.
Well, that's
not
how it
theory.
is.
This
That's
is an
literally
experiment.
how it
This is
is.
the result. This is the literal result.
No, I
of
was
the
talking
experiment.
about how this guy was thinking, like, you know, you can alter reality to whatever you believe. I just thought that was an
I can't
interesting.
even do that in my dreams. So I can do
Well,
just
have you
about anything
ever
in my dreams when I'm
have you ever
lucid.
tried lucid dreaming?
Yeah, I said I couldn't turn the mountain into a desert. I could not do it. I had to turn my head.
You've never had a lucid dream before?
Dude, I just said I'm a lucid dreamer.
Can I ask a question?
So you can control your
Yeah.
dreams.
Yeah, but I
How
couldn't
can
turn the mountain into a desert. I couldn't change it.
this
Like it's a
Well, not yet. You
fixed
gotta
landscape.
practice it. It's like a muscle. You gotta
So
practice it.
I had to look over there, like to the right and down a little bit into the desert.
I don't feel the urge to interfere with it.
How do you, when you don't know, how do you know that it is a wave function, right? How do you know it is a wave function by not knowing? How can you say, okay, when we don't observe it, when we don't know it's a wave function, but when we know it's not a wave function, then how can knowing that it's a wave function without knowing not be knowing? Because if you know it's a wave function without knowing, then you know. Therefore, it must be affected by you knowing that it's not being observed. Therefore, you know it's a wave function. Does that make
I mean,
sense?
I don't even know, dude. That's kind of a weird question.
How can you know without knowing? Is what I'm saying. How can it?
Oh, it's recorded in the computer. The computer records it.
Right, and that's what I mean. It must have been in in a different state and not a state. You know, it must have been. The looking and measuring must have affected. You know.
Right, so that's why they started doing the delayed choice quantum racer experiment, where they delay the choice because it's either going to record it or it doesn't.
It's a glitch in the matrix.
And the scientist doesn't know. So the science sets the test off. He walks away. He doesn't know which way the experiment's going to go. There could be a knower, there may not be. And it still does
Or
it.
wave function is like, what are these guys doing to me? What are you guys trying to do? I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just different.
So that actually disproves what he said. He said that what you believe is going to happen, you create reality. Actually, it's still the same way, whether he doesn't know which way it's going to go. It's either going to record or it's not. So if it records, then it'll collapse the wave function. If it doesn't, then it won't. So he doesn't know which way the test is going to go. He just sets a button and walks away, and the test goes A or B. B, okay. And subsequent.
It's like we're trying to figure out how God knows everything. You know what I mean? Like we're probing.
I just think it's amazing.
We're treading where angels fear to tread. It's a joke. It's just an expression. Sorry.
Yeah, I think people just like to get real theoretical, and there ain't nothing wrong with that as long as you're right. I'm postulating, or this is my.
On the spectrum, it seems that light is just another like sound. You know how sound. Like imagine no sound. You know, have you ever thought about being in such a quiet? It'll drive you crazy, right? Same thing with being no. If there were no light, was no light. So it's like a range, right? And we just so happen to have these sensors that can pick up the perturbation of the medium that we call the electromagnetic spectrum or field or.
So I think it was important to clarify, what exactly the results were from the experiment before we get into the implications, right? But I think there is something to implications of an experiment, right? It presents more questions, and what are those questions that are being derived from the double slit is really, where the speculation begins, right? Because we have to speculate. So what are those questions that arrive when you say, okay, collapsing wave function occurs only when observer, knower, whatever you want to define it, variable A, changes reality, right?
Feels like the Cavendish experiment all over again, or the Henry Cavendish thing all over again. But I don't know. It's the gardener.
Only happen with light. You're just now including sound. Do we affect sound by hearing it? It's the whole tree in the woods, right? Is there an experiment that addresses that?
Well, I think people produce light as well, like that you can't see. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
And then the whole question started with mass or matter or things that on a more physical level, not just frequency, right? The implications being, at what level does this stop? And what are the experiments that go to that next stage and do these things? I don't know.
Gamma rays.
But there's a lot of experiments out there that I didn't know about before I got into this topic. So
microwaves.
We keep asking more questions, and hopefully there's.
Can we feel microwaves in high doses?
Radiation.
Radiation. Yeah. Fire is radiation, right? Like.
I definitely saw, that Samoan in a pink tutu radiating. That was definitely how it described.
It's like a black light type of thing, like a dark light.
I see people are still grieving for it, so I had to put it out there.
Yeah, that guy. So it's like sad. I used to be proud to be Samoan. Now it's like, does it matter anymore? Does it really matter?
Oh, that's your family.
I'm proud to be.
Hey, you should, Bong. I was listening to this comedian, and they were talking about. I forget how he segued into it, but he was talking about don't fuck with the Samoan, and he went into this bit about that you fuck with one, then they'll blow their horn and get all their family, and then you're
tutus and come get you, right? We'll get
so you'll call your tribe, and then whoever called upon you will be just.
Imagine being chased by a bunch of Samoans wearing tutus. Like, who's scared of that, right? You just bang, bang, bang.
No thanks. No, thank you. So yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, I'll have to try and find. I don't know if I could find it. Maybe I did a screenshot. I'll have to check.
Yeah, man. Out here in LA, the Samoan gangs were definitely ones you didn't want to mess with. They're big boys.
I think a well-organized gang is,
There you go.
The best gang.
That sounds accurate to me.
For example, the Italians, they're pretty cool.
There you go. The epitome.
They know how to organize, right? They gave us the internet. They gave us online banking. Did you guys know that? Yeah. They hired some. Yeah, anyways.
Bank of America, right?
Capitalism.
Was that Bank of America?
Yeah, I think so. Vegas.
Owned in Italy? Yeah.
Yeah, they hired some computer scientists to write up some program that we now use today in banking to secure stuff, yeah. It's pretty cool, man. It's like, hey, Italian Mafia is pretty cool, right? Pretty American. Very military complex-ish vibes, I'm saying Vatican vibes. You know what I'm saying?
Quote unquote. You got to use your air quotes, dude.
Quote unquote, making my hands, fingers. I'm saying.
Did gangsters die with Gotti? I mean, I haven't heard of a gangster in a while, man.
All kinds of rituals.
Who's the biggest, baddest gangster right now? Do we even know?
Nope. Who is?
Well, the most
What's the name of the guy who invented Bitcoin? What's his name?
Satoshi Nakamoto.
He's the gangster.
I forget. If he was a real person, I'd remember.
Well, that was in 2009. There were bank transactions way before that.
Yeah. You sure it wasn't? Are you sure it wasn't Osama bin Laden?
There's a big nugget right there.
Rolling my boulder is here. We have a Glober alert.
Oh. Hey, Roland, my boulder. Sorry about the crazy talk. What's up, man? Welcome back.
They're making Julian Assange look pretty gangster. You know, like what's this all about?
He is gangster. What do you mean, dude? Julian Assange is epic and based.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a member of the he can't use his mic. He's on the no mic gang.
Who is?
Roland.
Oh. Maybe we should give him the broken mic.
It's no mic.
Let's give him broken mic gang tag.
He does have that?
No, we got to give it to him.
No. That's for people who refuse to speak on VC. Roland has spoken in VC. He just can't talk at the moment, is my guess.
Oh, okay. Wait, could I get that? Could I get that one?
Get what?
The broken mic gang, just for fun.
No.
Why? So is all his boulder uphill or downhill? And do you think he blames gravity when he goes downhill?
Okay, so we got a thumbs up from Roland. My guess was correct. Thank you. You're welcome.
He's at work.
I don't know. I didn't ask him that. I just said he couldn't use his. He had to be on mute. I mean, it happens.
Yes, flat Earth is very
Does have a working microphone. We have verified that, people.
You can't stop wondering if it's a ball or not, right? Like once it bites you, you start transforming into this obsessed person.
Well, have you guys ever had a dream about the flat Earth? Like a dream?
Have you ever had a dream that you really?
That. Hey, well, hold up, Bong. Let me connect here.
Sorry.
Dude, I know what you're saying. Hold on.
Have you ever had the whole world to be flat together?
Naughty.
Ever?
Have you ever had dreams that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
I love that kid, man. Did you guys hear that good?
That's nice. Have you ever had a dream that you went to space and looked down and saw that it was a ball?
Now listen to that innocent child trying to say lucid dreaming, but she don't know the right words. How could anybody think that's evil? Have you ever had a dream that you could, do anything? She's trying to talk about lucid dreams.
I can go with that.
I also had a dream that the Earth could be a ball.
Yeah, that was very relevant to the conversation. Because we were talking about lucid dreams. Yeah, listen to her again. Listen to what she's actually trying to convey. She don't know how to say it.
It's for him. He was a child. He's grown up.
You want me to play it again?
He says it's all right because he's a star now, but it's cool. He's funny.
Here, are you guys requesting I play it again? All right, hold on. Let me turn it up. There we go.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Oh my God, Hank, you're right. Oh wow, I've never thought of it like that. You just blew my mind off.
Have you ever had a dream?
Dang.
You could do
that you could do what you want, whatever you want, that you could do anything. I think that's what she was trying to say.
I think he was talking about the line that he was told to memorize because his mom made him do it when he was little.
No, I don't know, man.
8-year-old, 7-year-old kid? No, 6-year. I don't know.
He's stuttering, but it's almost like he's trying to say different words, but he's like stopping himself.
Now you can watch the interview of him talking about
Think
it.
about it, a child trying to describe what Hank was making an educated guess upon.
He actually described what he was trying to do when he was older. They can watch the interview of it. Like, it's on YouTube. Yeah, you have a dream interview, kid interview. What he did, yeah. It was an audition for a commercial.
No shit, Barn, are you serious? So what was he talking about? Was all right?
The line.
So he just memorized the line.
Yeah, he's trying to remember the lines he was supposed to say, and then that's why he was mumbling so much.
Whoa!
Now my mind's blown. Now my mind's blown.
Nice! Oh my gosh, I need to write this day down on the calendar. Holy cow!
That's like propaganda, man. I'm talking about not just this. This is kind of like we just but when you actually look at where it came from, it's in the 90s. It's the 90s. That's why I was laughing.
Did that sound bad, you guys?
No, it sounded clear.
Oh, man,
it was a little high, maybe 5%, 10% too high, but it was good.
Oh, really? Okay, good to know. I'll turn it down a little. Thank you.
Yeah, it's cool. I might sample that for a beat. Have you ever had a dream that the earth was a ball and you could do anything?
Hey, why not?
Like for the Hulk, I had a dream, throw in some Martin Luther King, right? I had a dream. I have a dream. So you could do anything. Go to the moon.
That little kid is actually really cute.
Anything but go to space. Yeah.
Or that he was a little kid.
Martin Luther, his dream is realized that one day your kids and my kids will play together.
Yes.
That's already a realized dream.
Yes, but your dreams of going to space will never be realized. The dream shatterer, like we're here to shatter your dream. Have you ever had a dream shattered? Yeah.
No, we're shattering psychosis.
Like, flat Earth shattered. What's up? Dream to go where? To go where? To space? Shattered. Like, no, it's flat, dude. Like, how can there be space? Like, no, I had a dream. Martin Luther King had a dream, yes. Realized. Your dream? No.
You ever hear that? Hey, you ever hear that rap song, Space Cowboy?
Cowboy.
No.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm bad. I'm mean. I'm a space cowboy with a laser space machine. I'm bad. I'm number one. I'm a space cowboy with a laser gun.
Some dreams can never be realized.
I know another song. They call me the Space Cowboy.
Oh! That's
Some
way
dreams
different.
can never be realized.
Gangster love.
For example, my dream to be a Jedi Knight, it can never be realized. Because Jedis don't exist. That's why.
Because I speak.
So space.
Properties of love.
Never go to space, right? Well, did you ever have a dream where you were taken to space to prove that the Earth is a ball? Every night, I
doing you wrong.
I dream of going to space and looking and see the Earth as a ball, and then it could do anything. What about you? What do you dream about? Dream about Bitcoin. I dream about the metaverse. I dream about the future.
Metaverse. Meta.
I dream about 50 years from now when space goes to the moon and prove to you
dream
guys.
about Genie, damn it. I ain't gonna lie.
I dream about.
I ain't gonna lie.
And helping parents.
That sounds good.
Yes.
That's
Helping
that
Mars
song.
be a beautiful planet like the Earth, and give it lots of water from the Earth, and help all the aliens. And I want to help the universe know about us being
Oh my God! You know, help
people.
universe. You be quiet.
I want to talk
You
to all
stuck
the
on
aliens
Earth. You no go
about
nowhere.
my
Where does you go? Chinese restaurant on corner get popcorn, chicken, and rice.
What are you talking about?
I know. See your cat.
I want to have a pen pal with aliens from Mars, so it would be nice if people can go live there,
I know.
so we
See your
can be
cat.
pen pals.
Popcorn, chicken, and rice. Sweet and sour complete.
And I can only send
10
one letter
minutes. 10
to
minutes.
get there.
Hey, yeah, I ain't seen your cat in 10 minutes.
You know, my dream is to go to space and save the Earth from whatever threats that may be out there that could destroy our planet. Maybe build a wall or something. I don't know. You know, harvest the sun. What? I don't know. So whatever doing there. Gathering diamonds from Neptune. The moons of Jupiter. Sorry.
Oh, there are 3 full moons out tonight.
I just want to bring all the diamonds from space and give it to all the poor people on Earth so they can have food to eat and houses to live in. That's why I want to be an astronaut, to save the world. With diamonds? Yes. This is what the scientists showed on the TV. Oh, the scientists showed you. Yes.
Can you imagine being those people that were supposedly on the rocket when it supposedly exploded and they all died? They're like, it's the end of the world as we know it. Because, you know, where do you go after you die on a rocket? Like, you can't just go back into public and become like a professor at college, can you? You know,
I
it'd
felt
just be crazy.
I was crushed, man. I believed the shit out of it. I was like, the price people must pay so that, you know, to do the things, to go to space, man. These poor people, man. And a few years later, you see their picture in the thing. It's like, what the fuck? They all had twins. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, of course. You know, it makes sense to leave one, but they were all astronauts. Wait, how many astronauts have twins? What are the chances that mini twins would be astronauts? Well, you know, I'm not smart enough to do this math. I'm gonna go play football. Let's go, boys. Yeah, yeah, bitch. What'd you do today? Nothing. Watch cartoons. Don't lie, you fucking nerd. I saw you looking at that NASA shit. So weird, dude. Man, fuck that weird shit, dude. Let's go play football. Drink some beer. With some girls. Yo, fuck that NASA shit. Do you guys know the Earth could be flat? It's like, you know, like that's what it is, man. It's like, hey, do you know the Earth could be flat? Hey, do you know we can't be friends anymore? What? Sorry, go ahead.
The Earth, it is what it is.
Look, man.
Ain't no glow.
Yeah. Man, now you're talking about flat Earth. What the fuck, dude? You're not cool. You're one of those. You're like with those crazy people now, man. You're always stuff. Just want to be a normal blue-pilled person, man. Gosh. just want my thing. Just want to be somebody important, man. Damn. I don't know about that flat Earth stuff, dude. Like, shit.
You
crazy.
Everybody's trying to get crypto, man. Like, what are you
listen.
telling me?
You were important from the day you were born. You need only realize it. None but love.
How does that put crypto in my wallet?
Oh, well, crypto's the devil's lettuce. You need to stay away from that shit.
Devil's lettuce.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
God got cheddar. Cash is king. All them preachers got cash, right? They ain't taking crypto.
Family. Billion.
Hey, your father was a preacher. Did he pass around a plate and ask for your e-wallet? Boom!
E-wallets. It's a plural. E-wallets. Wallets.
Okay, well, he wasn't asking for either one of them.
Yeah, I got wallets in different area codes.
I got 9 on the motherfucking hole. Want me a girl, ain't digging for gold. I love what I know, and I know what I love.
Qcoin is in Asia.
Two crypto wallets ain't shit, nigga. What?
Cuban coin from Asia.
Listen.
Forget the area codes there.
I got a bunch of silver dollars, man, that are worth something, but them that damn e-wallet ain't shit.
That e-wallet ain't shit, bro.
It ain't shit. Not there a motherfucker ever got rich off of e-wallet.
Can I drop it in the water though? Can I splash water on you though? Oh, you lost all your.
I don't know. Drop it in the toilet and see. Don't lose your password. Yeah, dude. Listen, I got Liberty coins. I got a list. My grandfather, when he passed away, he had 6 pigs, man, that were fucking as big as a footstool, just stuffed full of fucking Liberty coins, dude.
Sure. Make a certain amount of money and then liquidate it. I mean, use it to buy, assets.
Shalem and shellac, you know what I'm saying? That's the money of God. Shalem and shellac, silver and gold, silver and gold. You know what I'm saying? So it would be silver and gold, food and commodities. That's what God said. Shalem, silver and gold, precious metals, and shellac, food and commodities, household goods.
Water?
Not dollars, not e-dollars. Silver and gold, brother, silver and gold.
Yes. Or food.
But they killed Saddam for trading oil for gold. What the fuck? Hey, you ever seen a Morgan silver dollar?
Yeah.
That's what these are, Morgans. I ain't never even cracked a bank open to see what they still sit where Grandpa left them.
I saw a few when I was little.
I let my brothers and sisters go in his room, but nobody. Nobody.
Had a store.
That's gonna be like.
My auntie owned a convenience store. I saw all the coins come through there.
Be an altar for future generations.
Coins from Western Samoa, from New Zealand, from Hawaii.
I was going to put it in the estate bylaws that nobody can even fuck with Grandpa's room. They got to leave it the way it is. Whoever lives on the family estate property, they have to maintain Grandpa's room and his belongings.
She saved the $2 bills. All the rare ones.
Yeah, I don't want none of these future motherfuckers to melt my grandpa's coins down, I don't even want him to get rid of his clothes.
They have $2 coins here in Australia. It's weird.
There's still a zoot suit in there. I mean, if somebody can fit in a zoot suit and they want to pimp around and maybe shoot pool with my grandpa's hustling stick, cool. But don't touch his shit. Other than that. Like, he gave everything to my dad, but the shit he loved, he took to his room. You know what I'm saying?
No.
and it was an addition on the house, and his room was small, so me and my brothers added on to it, put a bathroom in there, made him a little kitchen, where he could have his own stuff. My grandpa was 70. He smoked 2 cigars a day. He'd get up, eat bacon every morning, drink beer, and he lived to like 92.
Damn.
On beer, bacon, and cigars.
Damn. Must be some good bacon.
Yeah. So listen, that would be the only meat he'd eat all day, though. The rest of his meals, all he ever said is just bring me garden stuff.
Yeah.
I'd bring cucumbers in and fucking tomatoes. He'd green fry the tomatoes. He'd deep fry a cucumber. He'd deep fry a carrot. Grandpa's why I like to pickle carrots with peppers. Peppered carrots. Pickled peppered carrots. He would eat pickled pig's feet and pickled eggs sometimes.
Pickled.
I hated that shit too. Grandpa kind of stunk sometimes with, beer, bacon, and pickled eggs.
Well, it's farts?
And all that raw garlic. Well, farts and sweat, bro.
Garlic sweat. Shit.
I mean, like in a week, man. I mean, Grandpa bathed, but like I had to have 2 recliner chairs for him, man, because once a week I had to take one outside and power wash that motherfucker and OxyClean him. Grandpa had some garlic BO, man. My grandpa ate garlic till he was 90. Eat raw.
What about chili pepper? What about hot chili pepper, BO?
He'd eat anything you bring him out of the garden raw except for squash. Squash had to be double baked, double cooked squash, or whatever the hell they call it.
If you eat chili hot food, right, it's like comes out with flaming asshole.
You had stuffed peppers. You can make squash like that, twice cooked squash with peppers in it, but you stuff it. Stuff it full of shit. It's good.
I got some basil. Is that how you guys say it? Basil?
Basil.
Yeah, it was yellow.
You grow chives?
Yeah, go chives. I still gotta get the freaking coriander dyed, man. Yeah.
We do our own chives and herbs. I got a lot of herbs that grow right in the windows in the house. Them herb hanging pots.
And my basil, it was yellow and now it's green. It's like, yeah, it's green.
Well, basil's
like happy for the
basil's
basil.
all right. It just depends on what you're putting in, like parsley.
Yeah, it's like you need some nitrogen in there. Go, dog. Pee on the
Basil
basil.
is really good with tomato sauce for spaghetti.
Yes.
So if you just take like basil and just chop it up in there with that, and do a little hint of garlic, that's all you need. 3 items, your sauce is done.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to get these Roma tomatoes going. You know what I'm saying? Roma tomatoes. Sauce. Yeah. And trying out that Italian way of doing it where you
How
save the
about
stems.
asparagus? You guys like steamed asparagus?
Oh man, I grill mine. I like it almost black, like jalapenos.
Yeah, grilled is good too. I like them steamed. I'll steam peppers though too, man.
No, you drop it into the boiling water for 30 seconds. You take it out, and then you put it into a pan with some olive oil. And then you toss it a little bit, and then put it on the grill. Okay?
Oh, you do both. He does it both of our ways.
That's what I was going to say. I do them both.
Texture and that smoky flame, that flavor.
Yeah. Fuck
That's
yeah,
the gourmet style.
See, I can eat both of them with a barbecue. I can eat a steamed piece and then a barbecued piece.
Just gonna have a little boiler going, drop your veggies in, you steam for 30
Yeah.
seconds, take 'em out, drop your dumplings in, take
Yeah,
them out,
you just
and
steam
cook it
them.
in
Listen,
olive oil. Yep, and then
yeah,
check it
you
on
steam them
grill.
so they absorb all the flavors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can add the spices and all
I'm
that.
hip. I'm hip. I like to steam them first. Steaming them like releases all the nutrient shit that's in the core,
Yeah,
like
and
carrots.
it just softens it enough for the texture. You know what I mean? But it's not
It
too
does.
soft. The grill, so it
Well,
comes off the grill
yeah.
nice.
Well, if you're grilling a bunch of meat on the grill, you should get some flavor of the meat in your asparagus or whatever it is you're steaming and then grilling. You can grill a carrot, dude. You can grill.
You can do all your veggies up. Straight
You can grill
toss them up.
cucumbers. You know what I like about cucumbers? You take them out of the garden lightly, rinse them, chop them up. Some people peel them. I leave the skin on them. I chop them up. Even
And
with
then
ranch, I can still taste the dirt in them.
after you grill your veggies that way, you can then
And I
chop them
actually
up.
like that.
You can chop them up after you grill them and chuck them in an omelet, or in some kind of use it as a garnish or filling.
Yeah, you've heard of a farmer's omelet, right? We put everything in there.
Yeah,
Anything that's in the fucking fridge, dude, and the garden.
anything that's available.
Yeah.
Just make it as big as possible without looking weird. There you go. Listen.
Well, yeah, man. Listen, dude, you're gonna go bale hay for 8 hours in the back fucking 40. You want to be full, right?
I know, right?
You know what I don't like? I don't mind baling hay, but what I hate is when you bail up a water snake.
Oh snap!
One of them snakes get bailed up in there. Maybe the babies. You grab the bail, you go to throw it, and you got snakes trying to bite you.
Well, that's why you gotta have that sidestep reflex. You know what I mean? Sidestep
Yeah.
reflex.
Me, I'm not a dick though. When that happens,
Well, you don't have to kill the snake. You can pin the snake with a pitchfork.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
I'll stop the tractor and just cut the bail and let them out. I'm not.
You can pin it, then grab the tail, pull it until the head is under the pitchfork, and then grab the head and take it. Stick it in a bag or
I
whatever.
don't kill them. I just fucking cut the bail, flip them out, and then have them re-bail it before we leave.
The snakes are tough, man. They'll be alright.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't cut them in half, you know what I'm saying? You're bailing it, but that doesn't normally happen. Normally, they're just kind of beat up and pissed off, and
yeah, just don't get bit.
I bailed up, man. They bailed up a fucking 4-foot water snake once, man. This motherfucker got me too. It bit my arm, and the ones we got, they're not real poisonous, but they will make your shit swell up, and the fang holes will get infected, and some of the meat will rot. If you don't treat it right. But this motherfucker bit me. And I'm like, fuck, I still got to bail all this shit, I got to get it done. I want to get the snake the fuck out of here. But plus, I want to go get a shot, because I know what kind of fucking snake it was. They
have antivenom in your pack, in your emergency kit?
No, I ain't got no anti-venom in my fucking... Farmers ain't got all that. You got to go... Well, first off, the water snake isn't poisonous, deadly poisonous. But it is fuck your meat up on your arm where it bit you poisonous,
Dude, venom, it's really interesting how it's made.
You can end up
with a lot of venom for this.
I mean, I got fang scars on my bicep if you look real close.
Damn.
From the one that bit, like I said, though, it was fucking 4 foot long. The motherfucker had big fangs, man. It fucking hurt. And I still bailed fucking 5 acres of hay.
You had antibodies for it now.
Yeah, I still bailed 5 fucking acres of hay, and by the time I went to the hospital, I could barely open my fucking right hand, dude.
Well, yeah, you have to practice. Practice what? Getting bit. What do you mean? Don't worry. If you don't die, You'll be okay.
My son was like, I'm killing that damn thing. It bit you. I was like, man, just let the motherfucker go. And it's got a purpose out here. He's like, what? I said, man, we'd have 1,000,000 rats if it weren't for these damn snakes. We got corn silos, man. What the hell? Let the
Just
damn
eat
snake.
cats, man. Eat
I mean,
cats.
it bit me. Yeah, well, yeah, they eat the cats too.
I get cats.
Like
not
I
snakes.
said, people think dairy farmers, they got milk. They want every cat you can drop off.
Snakes in the wild, good. Snakes on the farm, evil. Feel it.
Well, yeah, you just move it out of the hayfield, man. It's not really.
It's trying to take over your place, man. You gotta look, man.
Listen, there's a reason I don't fucking kill them, and it's because they eat the damn rats, man.
Oh yeah, I know.
I mean, if you bailed up a rat snake, I'm not letting you kill that. Fuck no. I'll probably
Cats are like the perfect farm animal for rats, man. It's like you should have lots of cats.
I'll probably take the rat snake and let him go in the corn silo. Maybe even leave him the bale of hay so he got someplace to hide.
But when you go in, you gotta be like, oh shit, where's this snake at?
Hey,
Probably
rat
big now.
snake. Hey, I read some shit said a rat snake can smell a rat from 2 miles away. Well, if I
That
put him
snake's
in
gonna
corn
be
and
big.
cover his ass up with hay, he's gonna be like, I smell rats everywhere. All I got to do is lay here. Yup.
Don't get too close to bite your ass. I'll do it.
Right.
That snake's gonna get big.
Rat snakes are kind of, man, I don't know.
They're venomous.
Some can be, but they're not deadly venomous.
They strangle.
Fuck you up, deadly.
Yeah, constrictors in it.
I don't think so.
Well, then they're venomous then.
No, not all snakes are venomous.
Oh, they must do Wing Chun then or something. A snake.
Oh, that's hilarious, bro.
Have you ever seen a snake strike? They will put half a rat in their mouth before the rat knows it. They're not, but they're non-venomous, dude. They just overpower the fucking.
How do they kill the rat?
I mean, listen, most snakes do constrict. I mean, they'll
wrap
coil up on it so they can eat it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a boa constrictor, but they strike at the head. All snakes do, and then they wrap their tail around.
Mm.
They do it to you when they bite your ass. They'll bite your arm and wrap around your damn arm so they can just sit there like a pit bull and go, ah.
Try to choke you to death.
Yeah, I mean, rat snakes are crazy looking too, man. I don't like snakes, dude. Listen, rat snake, big, long, black motherfucker, silky looking motherfucker. Some of them look like a large gardener
Are you
snake.
talking black snakes? Like the grass snakes?
Yeah, those are rat snakes, dude.
Yeah, we got those here. We call them grass snakes.
Well, they eat rats. Those grass snakes eat field mice and rats, yeah.
Are you talking about trouser snakes?
Trouser snake.
Not yet. Not yet. Let my
Jen, you just open the door every time you come in here and get mad when I walk in. I'm gonna leave that there one alone.
You are such a good man, Michael. Thank you, but I had to do it.
I could have said there's an anaconda in the trousers, but hey. My anaconda don't want none unless got funds.
Dude, you were in my brain just now. High five, brother.
That's a Michigan rat snake right there. And we got the black and white rat snakes too. So
yeah, shout out to Jay and Silent Bob. Yes.
I rather Doug and Bob McKenzie, hoser?
No, dude, that's not Jay and Silent Bob.
Silent Bob don't talk enough. That's why I prefer Doug and Bob McKenzie, eh?
Well, I just want to state that for the record for anyone listening.
Hoser.
You're a hoser.
Those two right there are the kind of rat snakes we have. The black and white ones, I don't like them. They're scary looking motherfuckers. And the black one,
put that on your car.
The pure black one, you
Wrap it
almost
around your
can't
arm.
tell them from the water snakes.
See my hand? It's like your face.
My dog just chews them motherfuckers up. He don't even fuck with them. He sees a snake. It's like you see them cats with the cucumber videos. My dog sees a snake and he leaps 5 foot in the air and turns as he's jumping, and then when he lands, he's right on it. He as soon as it tries to snap at him and it goes back, that motherfucker's chewing its head off. My dog hates snakes.
Black tongue.
I'd be like, no. I always tell him too. I'm like, no, stop, Milo, and he's like, fuck you, kill it.
You know what kills snakes? What you call it?
Mongoose.
Mongoose. Yeah, man, those are really.
We got those out here too. So
like lightning reflexes, dude. It's like what? And I think they're immune to venom.
Everything.
And they're what?
All life has a purpose here.
I can't hear you because of Michael J. Smith.
They are immune to venom.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mongooses are. Yeah.
They actually, in fact, it's the opposite. They even enjoy it. They actually enjoy getting bitten sometimes by snakes. I've seen a video of one of these motherfuckers getting bit like 12 times in a row, and he's high off of his head.
Yeah.
Just lying there, buzzed, just like loving life from like 12 rattlesnake bites.
Dude, we got like 24 different kinds of mongoose in Michigan.
Let me just bite
the honey badger. Don't give a shit either.
Yeah, they get high on it too. They get high on it too.
They be like IDGAF.
Oh, you got to first to get high.
Hey, oh, you got that good shit. I don't even have to pay for it. I just get
Honey badger's a mean bitch in the woods.
I
don't care what no one else thinks, but honey badger. Honey badger is like the one of the toughest motherfuckers in the world.
Tasmanian devil, toughest animal.
Obviously, cats and big wolves, they're the kings. But
a Tasmanian devil, I've seen. Yeah. Honey badgers, I've seen them chase away big badgers.
Wolverines, badgers.
Yeah, a Tasmanian devil, bro.
Well, they're it's a meaner species.
It's their heart. It's like, I'll fight anyone. I don't give. Fuck you. You want to fight me? Like, fuck you.
Give a fuck.
Generally, badger don't run from anything.
A badger chased me for 2.5 miles once. I had to shoot it in the head in the end. I didn't want to be a chase. It was following me home. It wouldn't stop following me and my dog. Like, all I did was walk past this burrow. I walked past this burrow. That was it. All she wrote.
Yeah. I used to want one of them as a pet, dude. The ones with the black and white faces.
Nah, yeah, the black and white badgers. That's what we get here, dude. Yeah, the traditional badger.
Well, ours are like brown, but they still got the black and white face.
I gotta go because I was in a conversation and I accidentally joined the wrong thing. I'll come back in a minute.
Yeah.
TTFN.
Fuck you too.
No.
Talk to you later, motherfucker.
The honey badger, like, look at this featherless.
TTFN. What the fuck does that mean? Like,
Ta-ta for now.
GTFO, man. GTFO. GTFO.
Now you made it like that.
Get the fuck on, man. That's how it's playing right now, because no, you didn't. No, you didn't, motherfucker.
What's up?
Jenny.
What's up? What's up?
What's up? Want to be king? What? You?
I'm not a smart man, Jenny, but I know what
Know
love
what love
is.
is? You sure do. Well, you think you do.
Oh no, I know what love.
Honey Badger is like,
No.
everybody get the fuck out of my way. I'm walking.
Eventually, you told me go fishing, build a car, do something.
Honey Badger's like, why is this tree not moving? I said, move, tree. She's like, I can't, Honey Badger.
This is where the creator put me.
Okay. You can accept the trees. Everybody get the fuck out of my way. I'm walking.
I'll be back later to piss on you.
What are these, rocks? Are these rocks? What are moving rocks?
You know the motherfuckers, why they call them honey badger, right? Motherfucker gets stung by the whole hive and he's still eating some honeysuckle.
There we go.
Yeah, a little bit to the left. Oh, yeah, right there, right there.
Okay, the badger be chilling like a villain. It's like, come on, bitches, bring it on.
My dad said that they used to the black bears would let the honey badger get all the honey and then they'd come up and rob them out of it. Because they
come on, you want to fight? You want to fight? I'll fight you.
Like, bitch, you just got stung 1,000 times. I know you ain't gonna fight that much. Run that honey, bitch.
The black bear was like, I don't think this guy's bluffing.
I know. Black bear got a thick hide.
Yeah. I heard one of these guys beat up my uncle.
In the wild, you could almost mistake a black bear for a fucking Rottweiler. They're really
black bears and Rottweilers. Who's scared of who?
Are you being serious?
Yeah, in Michigan the black bears aren't very big. Black bears aren't as big as you would think they are.
Well, when I was in Michigan, I saw a bear like 2-3 different times. Mayo, Michigan is where I used to live.
Yeah, my dog will fight a Rottweiler. My dog fought 2 Great Danes at the park. They freaking attacked him out of nowhere, man. I was like, oh.
The biggest male I ever seen was 500 pounds. Don't get me wrong. A female can get 300 pounds, but that's not the average.
Yeah, I think we can take the Rottweiler.
Yeah, those are big. Those are big bears. Normally, they're small. A lot of them are small. I mean, but.
Okay, I stand corrected. It wasn't in Mayo, Michigan that I saw the bear. I'd have to look at a map. It's been a long time.
Dog and man will win versus any bear, right?
I mean, the rug I got is probably from a 300-400 pound male.
Because while the dog is distracting the bear, you can shoot the bear.
Yeah, on a bear run, you do use blue tick hound dog. If you've never been bear hunting.
No, if you have one dog, I think a man and dog team can take out bear, lion.
We generally take 3 or 4 dogs with it, but it's called a push then, a bear push or a bear run, because the dogs make them run.
Yeah, just have like a knife, a bayonet on your rifle, and you should be all right, right? I mean, bang, bang, stab, bang, stab.
I don't know. I don't do no bayonet. I just don't want to shoot at their head. I want the dog chasing him so I can get a side shot. Bear skull is thick, man.
Where's the softest place to shoot at? In between them? Where?
Right behind the front legs or the belly. I mean, the chest is good kill shot.
So when they stand up, right?
Yeah. A brown bear, you almost, if he's looking at you with his head down, a fucking 8mm Magnum can bounce off his fucking head, dude. Their skulls, pit bulls and grizzly bears are about this. Their skull, neither one of them, their skull never stops growing. It never stops getting thicker. You know what I mean?
It's a similar thing with crocodiles, right? And alligators. Like I used to watch this show back in the days with they called it Swamp People. You guys ever watch that?
Yeah, I watch Swamp People. My
yeah,
brother,
I was watching that, and like they catch gators, and I guess this guy shot the gator in the head, and the shrapnel literally came back to him.
Yeah. Hey, you know who Sarah Landry is? Laundry? My cousin is married to her. It's actually Sarah Keller now.
What's up, Jose?
Yeah, that's my
Good,
cousin.
everyone.
Lives in Louisiana. I personally, if you look at a brown bear, I personally think that brown bears and pit bulls are related. Their heads are shaped about the same.
Yeah. So
Hi,
anywhere.
Jen. Everyone, good to hear from you guys.
Same.
Cool, man.
Grizzly bear, they just look like a big ass hungry pit bull to me.
Yep. Just shoot them in the belly or side area. You know, that's where it's
If you want to know how to hunt bong, just download the app. There's an app where like you shoot deer, and it tells you like where to shoot them. Like the heart is usually the best place, which is like right behind their like one of their legs from the front. You know, the front legs. It's like a little area that's kind of like where the chest starts. It starts to look like the chest, right there.
Yeah, if they're running, you want to aim, you know, like 6 inches in front of that leg, in front of the front leg. Then
Right, because the bullet will meet there eventually because it's moving, right?
Yeah, so you.
Can we make this into a flat Earth thing, like reference frames? It's like.
Oh yeah, because there is no Coriolis.
Yeah.
And only on a flat Earth, imagine if the deer was running, and the damn Earth was spinning, and you have multiple axes of movement. Now you got a deer running on Earth that's spinning at 800 mile an hour or less, depending on where you're at, even at 200 mile an hour. So you're talking about if you shoot 100 yards, you got a 1 second travel time. Well, how many feet move in 1 second? At 400
you missed your target by a lot.
Yeah, at 400 mile an hour, we're talking about 25 to 200 foot per second. And it would be dependent of every latitude, right? It'd change. So you'd have to know exactly where you are on Earth to know where to shoot. Because if it's spinning 1,000 at the equator and I'm shooting north to south, that means the Earth's moving one way. East to west, right? So now, everything's spinning to the right. And I'm going to have to say, well, this is a 2 second travel time at 200 yards, right? Now 500 foot's going to move. So I'm going to have to shoot 500 foot in front of the fucking target. And it's running? Shit.
Can you imagine if, that was reality and hunters and gatherers had to hit a deer while calculating all this in their head?
Yeah, we'd have never made it if they was hunting with rocks and sticks, my nigga. I got to throw this rock a football field in front of him. You know what I mean?
Rocks were not so complicated.
Jose, have you heard the 10 flat commandments yet?
Oh no, he ain't heard that.
By Creation Bear?
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Yeah, I heard him.
Oh. Just wondering. It just popped in my head.
Is it the one where he shouts out everybody at the end? Is it that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's good.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah, it's a banger. That one's a banger.
I gave you the lyrics. I gave you the lyrics. Let's hear it. Can you bust it?
Michael. I think you missed it last night. I sang it. I rapped it last night.
Oh, did you? All of it?
One try, too. She didn't mess up. She never left the beat, never left the rhythm.
Well, When I'm by myself, I can do it all by heart, but because I was so nervous, I did have my. It was written down. Yeah.
I can't do it by heart. I didn't memorize it though. I just gave it to you. Oh, it's a 10 flat commandments.
Okay, so if you want to do a karaoke night Saturday, I'll do more than one song. Well, not
tell
better
me
song.
nothing about this herb. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed from a real truthers. Truthers on the beach, I ain't forget you, brothers. My Nikon P shooters.
I love it. The whole thing. It's just like so extra fun.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm glad I got to hear that first before the original, because I think he does better than the original. That's my personal opinion.
Well, it's the 10 crack commandments, so.
Right.
He puts his own flavor on it, yeah.
I think it's better than the original. That's my opinion.
I like it. But you know what? You motherfucker can't fuck with Biggie.
Know that? But he wasn't my thing, you know. I kind of was like the early
Biggie had
rap.
to take him to Who Shot Ya?
Like after the 90s, really, I didn't really listen to rap. So that's my problem. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yeah.
The Notorious Big be a rapping motherfucker. He said, "Who shot ya, CB? Separate the weak from the obsolete. Hard to creep them flat earth streets. It's on, nigga. Fuck all that bickering beef. I can hear the sweat trickling down your cheek. Your heartbeat sound like Sasquatch feet, thundering, shaking the concrete." No, I just like Biggie. I do like CB's song, but
I got you. I got you.
Everyone has to like Wu-Tang Clan though, right?
Wu-Tang, protect your neck. Right?
Yeah, I grew up listening to everything, bro. Nas, Wu-Tang. I even liked underground music, like Immortal Technique. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Like names that most people wouldn't even know. Like there's this guy named I can't remember his name right now actually, but yeah, just like a bunch. I listen to everything, man. I love music.
How about Dub C in the Mad Circle?
No, I haven't heard that. Dude, if you were like, if my playlist were to play like at a party, everyone would be like, "Dude, should I fucking dance? Should I cry? Is this a fucking? Is this an op? I like what is it? Orchestra? Like when it's like all the instruments playing together. I like all that shit, dude. I like everything. The one thing I really haven't clicked with is country for some reason. There are some country songs. Like I've been to a bunch of bars, like in my younger days. And I like the country music at those bars. Like, they had good country music, but I haven't came across like a song that I'm like, yeah, I'd bump that shit, But
I'll tell you why.
Why?
It's a lot like rap, right? There's gangster rap, and then there's conscious rap. And then for country, there's Tennessee country, and then there's Texas country. So once you learn about outlaw country, you start looking at stuff like Shooter Jennings, right? Willie Nelson.
I like
these Merle Haggard, Hank Williams Jr., of course. This is outlaw country. So check out outlaw country, Merle Haggard, and I would say like
Johnny Cash.
Check it out. Of course.
Johnny Cash is country? I didn't know that. Yeah. Dude, I love Johnny Cash. I like his. See, I like stuff like that. Like Johnny Cash was dope. The Rain of Fire.
Yeah, the Ring of Fire.
Go out through my window.
Oh, look at bluegrass music. That's kind of good. I don't know if that'd be going too far, but that's good stuff.
Yeah, bluegrass is when you got like Appalachian men on the mountains, right? And they're like, I just don't like that all the distortion, but that metal's pretty badass. Let's try it on the banjo. So the bluegrass is kind of like metal on the banjo,
Yeah, I like bluegrass.
The Locomotive mix. I think there's
Hey,
like
you like West Side Connect?
What's that connection?
OJ, yeah.
Yeah, I listen to them. Ice Cube, all those guys. Yeah, dude, I'm from.
So think
I'm
about
not
it.
that far from Los Angeles, so I grew up listening to a
Yeah,
lot of
listen,
rap and shit
you
like
should
that. Yeah.
know this. Think about it. Dub C, West Side Connect.
I'm not getting it.
This
Break
is
it down.
this is the original West Side Connection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Dub C, Mad Circle. It's got Ice Cube, Mac 10. That you know, West Side is a clique. Can't get enough of this gangster shit. I'm bombing on common sense. Chicago is mine, nigga. It's a fence. Kingpin.
Listen to Kid Frost.
So that
Jose.
Yeah, I've heard Kid Frost. He's like he sounds like a little Mexican rapper almost, kind of like that, kind of like a Cypress Hill vibe.
Oh, man. This is for a lot of songs. You ever
So
heard that song?
Yeah.
that's their first
Yeah,
West Side. That was the
That shit
beginning of West Side.
Yeah. And who else? Slash Hitter Brown. You ever hear of those guys?
Yep. Dude, there's a song that I still love to this day. It's actually by The Game. It's like it's called Cali Niggas. I fucking love
The
that song.
Game? Yeah.
The Game, yeah, it's called Cali Niggas. If you guys never heard it, listen to it because I like rap like that because it's poetry. There's a lot of double entendres. You know, where like one word have two completely different meanings. I love shit like that, dude. Like that it was when Absol wasn't famous, when Kendrick was not even famous. This is from 2007. This rap song, and it's called Cali Niggas.
That's what Dub C is. It's Ice Cube, Mac 10, all the guys from the West Side Connection before they were famous.
Dude, you could not pay me enough money to listen to trap music. I think trap music is a disgrace, bro, to like rap.
What's an example of that?
Trap music is like that music where it sounds like they're all on drugs and they're mumbling. Like, you know, like that's trap music. I hate that shit, dude.
Oh,
It's
that's
like the new
mumble
music.
rap.
Mumble rap, yeah, it's trap music. Yeah, I hate that shit. Like literally, like if you go back in the 90s and even 2000s, rap was poetic. Even though like they were talking about killing people and shit, like their flows and there was so much poetry in it. I love that shit, man. I like the double entendres, like I was saying. I like the how you can put yourself in like into the rap almost like the whole flow. Like you can put yourself in it. But now it's just like it doesn't go anywhere. It's literally just Dr. Seuss mumbling rap, you know?
Yeah.
Are writing it now.
Y'all think I'm going back to that motherfucker?
Oh yeah.
It all started on a Saturday night. Yo, I was resting my nerves. Cooling at the past, smoking herb. Had a show the next day.
I'm telling you, you probably like this Dub C stuff.
That's too old.
I liked it.
No, it ain't.
It almost sounds like NWA. Not NWA. What was it? Was NWA the thing before Death Row Records and all that shit? Yeah, right. Ruthless Records.
Yeah, Ruthless.
Well, Eazy-E he sang solo and then he was in NWA with Ice Cube.
Right.
But that sounded a little funky a little bit. I liked it.
It is funky. This is like P-Funk.
Can you send me a DM of that song so I can remember you sent? Well, of course I'd remember you sent it to me, but I want to listen to that. I like funk.
Yeah, and they do the Ghetto Serenade. That's a good one. This one is Furlough, and it ends up saying, "Time again, they want to lock me up. A nigga like Mike, they want to lock me up. Finally, I'm out on a furlough, back on the streets in the coupe that's sitting kind of low." But it bumps. This is the beginning of West Side Connect. If you ain't Dub C, you ain't West Side, baby.
Dude, I do remember Dubstein now. I can't believe it. I had to Google it. I'm like, yeah, I did listen to them. Dude.
Yeah, if you just listen to a couple of them, you've heard them without
Without knowing it was them, right?
Because you just thinking, you're just like, oh yeah, that's Ice Cube's group, and it was Mac 10 and Ice Cube.
That's what the Booyah Tribe is. Booyah Tribe. That's West Coast music, back in the
Yeah, I
80s.
really like that Ghetto Serenade. That shit,
Gee,
that
I wonder
shit
who this
bump.
poem is about.
Hey, MJ, when you get a chance, not MJ,
I need that one too.
when you get a chance, listen to this one. When I was talking to you about the Kelly niggas one, dude, this is. I've been bumping this since 2007. It hasn't gotten old.
I know all the game, bro. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's the shit. The game is the shit.
Michael needs to make me a funk playlist, I think.
See, this is P-Funk. This is the kind of track I'm looking for to lay my raps down. Because it's the kind of flow I'm used to. It's the kind of flow I hear in my head when I'm making them. You know what I mean? Doom, 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 doom.
Okay.
I love that funk bass, because I'm a bass player. I've been kind of slacking off these past few decades, but
yeah,
in my teens I played quite a bit. But it's that bass line.
Yeah. Dude, I run 2 speakers at a 1/4 ohm in my 69 Chevelle, 2 at 1 ohm and 2 at 2 ohm. So I get low end bass, high end bass, and mid range bass, and that shit bumps in my car. I love that funky music because you get 2 different basses. It'll go doom, doom, because the 1/4 ohm just sits there and shakes, just like. If you don't have,
why would be playing that funky music like a white boy and shit?
Yeah, if you don't have total harmonic balance, there's certain octave levels you're not even hearing. You can't get it out of this digitized shit. You need electronic crossovers so you can get multiple ranges. A real system has 1/4 ohm, 1 ohm, and 2 ohm on low, mid, and high. Then you're getting 9 different octave ranges and you have total harmonic balance. If not, you just don't. You only have 3 ranges. If you're running 2 ohm speakers or 4 ohm speakers, the only range you get is 4 ohms. You don't get that low end shit. 1/4 ohm bass, man, I can put the stereo on 10 on the volume, and you can hear that 1/4 ohm bumping 2 blocks away. Because it just shakes. Boom, boom. And these old school rappers knew something about sound, where the new guys, they synthesize it. It's synthesized. But the old guys had real bass for total harmonic balance. Because remember, in the 80s, we was bumping this shit on high-phonic systems. With 2 amps, we had total sound separation and high output amps. You had, in the 80s, your average stereo was 200 watts. 4 speakers, 50 watts.
Are you talking about a stereo you put on your shoulder?
On your what?
On your shoulder?
Hell no, man.
Are you talking about car stereo?
I'm talking about a house stereo that you need a cabinet for because it's got 8 different pieces. It's got tubes in the stereo. It's got a preamp. It's got probably a 12-band EQ. I mean, I run old Hi-Phonics in the barn, but I can fill up fucking 120-foot by 40-foot barn. I can fill that shit up with sound. And that's what I'm trying to do, Sounds like a concert in my barn when I turn it up. My daughters don't even like coming in there when the stereo's up. They text me, "Hey Dad, can you turn the stereo down? I want to come in, but I hate that."
They don't like your music?
No, they don't like my audio. They don't like 2,000 watts of sound bumping.
Okay.
I think this is the sound of the West Coast. Like it sounds.
Here, I'm gonna share that ghetto serenade with you too. I think you'll like that.
Yeah, I want that.
Damn it, Mike. All I can think about now is a wall pedal and a bass guitar and a bass amp. Wow.
Yeah, a bass cabinet is kicking about the wattage I'm talking about.
They did, that did the California Love. Same guy DJ Quick learned from, Battle Cat, all these. It's the sound, it's
Fresh
the
out of jail, California dream. Soon as I'm stepping on the scene, I'm hearing Uchi scream.
On the East Coast, it's more like of
for alcohol, money, the life of a West Side player in Canada.
like a DJ thing. Like on the West Coast, it's almost like a live band thing, the funk, right? On the East
Yeah.
Coast, it's more like a DJ thing, it loops and
Yeah.
boom bap, like
Yeah, boom bap. Yeah, exactly.
more lyrical, right? Lyrical on the East Coast and more musical on the West Coast.
That's why I like Too Short bumping out the trunk. I'll tell you what, Too Short got some low end bass at a quarter ohm, man. I got to
It has been so long since I listened to that, man. Oh my God.
I got
trap took over, man. Like, that trap music, that South, trap sound took over. The 808, the Atlanta.
Dude, I've won stereo competitions with fucking Too Short.
Yeah, now they call it mumble rap.
I got a
it's like new ATL.
I got a
mumble
84
rap.
Dodge Caravan that's full of
Who's
speed.
the guy that sings "Pick Up the World" and I'm gonna drop it on your head?
Lil Wayne.
Yeah, he's that mumble rap dude. Like, I don't like that shit. It's gotta be like.
I like that song, "Drop the World."
Only because Eminem made it good.
But it has to have meter, right? It has to have like a rhythm to it, and not just a constant
I got ice in my veins, blood in my eyes.
Vintage Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh, it's a cheap way to open up the market to less talented individual writers.
Nights full of pain and days are the same. You keep the sunshine, save me the rain. And I search but never find, hurt but never cry. I work and forever try, but I'm cursed, so never mind.
Let's hack the rap music industry, just mumble rap, yeah.
And it's worse but better times, seen further and beyond. The top gets higher, the more that I climb. Spot gets smaller, and I get bigger, trying to get in where I fit in. No room for a nigga, but soon for a nigga, be on, motherfucker. Cause all this bullshit don't make me strong, motherfucker. You don't like that one?
Art, like a lot of the writers of the time were also part of the culture, of poetry. But now, like a lot of the writers of today that are releasing stuff are just, are not that. There's something else. So like,
my daughter likes, she can rap Lil Wayne word for word or Eminem Rap God. She actually is pretty good at Rap God.
No, but the truth is, to make someone
Michael, did you hear me sing, or excuse me, rap? Didn't I do part of Eazy-E's song "Still Talking" one time?
Mm-hmm.
So,
but this thing we call mumble rap is a different kind of rhythm, right? It's like
we talking shit.
Straight. Yeah, but it's like a hack.
Okay, anyway, so that Little Wayne guy, I've never got a good vibe off of him.
Now you got the album. What the fuck you gonna do with it, bitch?
Bitch.
Beats wouldn't work without, you know what I mean? It would sound like weird without the mumble raps. So there's that. It's like, so why are we listening to this? I don't know, because a lot of people are. A lot of people are jumping off the cliff too, right?
Right? Sad, man.
Well, why are we listening to this? Because it's making a lot of money. It seems a lot of people want to listen to it. Yeah, because you got a lot of these freaking kids wanting to pop these pills and do these drugs because you make all these videos for them to watch, and now they think this is the kind of music that gets them into that whole thing, addiction that's happening to this generation. Right?
It's all about TikTok.
Yeah, here's some drugs. Now here's some music to go with it. All right, now self-destruct. Yeah. That's what's selling, right? That's what's trending in music.
You know, I think you would want to see things like that trending, but I think, you know, there's a lot of other stuff that's trending too. It's just, you know, what are you looking for? Right? You're looking for the feel good nows or the feel good laters.
You guys.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're now.
No, wait.
It's good. You go ahead.
Okay, so they have influencers on all platforms now because you got to think nobody's buying rag magazines in the aisles of the grocery store or in the drugstore. You know, nobody buys magazines anymore of any kind that I know of. I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, there's probably still a good majority of people who do, but especially new people. So they have to like grab the attention and steer them in the way that they want. You know, YouTube is famous for it. Now you have, you know, these TikTok influencers, one of which that was in the makeup is in the makeup community. She was in some sort of feature film. I'd have to look it up. It's been a while. But, you know, these people aren't there organically. I mean, there's nothing you can say that makes me think that would make me believe.
And soon, all they'll have to do is get you to click a button, right, to watch an ad or take you to a website, and that gives you some, and they'll pay you with crypto. So instead of expecting you to go to the shop to get a magazine, right, they'll just pay you to look at a website because it's just crypto, right? But you going to the website gives them a lot of good traffic and might get a sale out of you. Who knows? It all depends on what you want, right?
Hank, whatever you said, did you have anything to say from what I said?
It's not about a salary.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, influencers. Yeah, I'm with you. So the influencers are like the ones where you can like, you know, the feel good now stuff, right? It's all, you know, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, speed, weed, and birth control, or abortion, because birth control is boring. So, you know, the way that I see it, it's like there's so much good information out there, but how many people are like looking for good stuff? And then when people hear truth, it resonates with them. But then people want to be like scared of like governing themselves because what if I fail? Right? So yeah, there's influencers out there, but there's also, you know, other stuff that's good too. So it's like you got to find the good stuff out there.
Blockchain will not fail us. Do not worry.
You have to pull the weeds.
Like you guys seen that like Hindu guy on YouTube, like the old guy with a really big beard. So he told the story. I heard it the other day. He said in Michigan, a bird was happy and it was dancing and it was singing, and it got, you know, kind of forgotten. It got cold and then it couldn't fly away because its wings froze. And then a cow came by and took a shit on top of the bird, and its wings hauled out. So it got happy and it started singing again. He said, and then a cat heard the chirping and came by and saw the bird in the poop and ate it up. He said the moral of the story is, he said, not everybody who shits on you is your enemy, and not everybody who gets you out of shit is your friend, But most importantly, when you're in a pile of shit, shut the fuck up. And I was like, oh.
Hey! Hey!
He didn't use those words, but
Shit, shut the fuck up. I love that.
I've heard that one.
Bravo.
I like it too. That's what we say here in Michigan. Don't be crying in the suffering. We're going through some shit. Just shut the fuck up. Of course, we don't sugarcoat shit here either. We work with metal, we work hard, and we build shit. This ain't no candy factory. We ain't making Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're putting down.
The squeaky wheel gets the oil. Yeah, is that the same?
Yes, it is. You squeak too much, you get squawked. No, but really, that just shows the temperament of people in Michigan. And a real Michigander, when you said, hey, when we're going some shit, shut the fuck up, a real Michigander would say, or what? What the fuck you gonna do if I don't?
And what if and I don't?
Or you talking to me? Oh, I thought you was talking to that dumb motherfucker over there, because I'll whoop your ass. You ain't talking to me. No, you was talking to them dumb motherfuckers.
Hold on just a minute there, Joe. It seems to me like we're sitting here in a pile of shit.
Right.
Hey, everybody here.
I thought for sure, man, when I first heard that because there was a cat thrown in there, it was going to be some pussy shit in there, but there wasn't.
I believe there are no weapons in this establishment.
Something like, don't look forward to the pussy pulling you out the shit, or something like that. But it didn't work out that way. So.
Thoroughly Joe.
Hey Joe, where you going?
Like the show by Cowboys, the brothers that made the that TV Cowboys. I'm too high for this. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
You know what we say in Michigan? Show me where you're from on my hand. Oh, you up there by the thumb. All right, I know how to get there.
Ranching.
A lot of people in Michigan will call you Opie.
Opie one canopy?
No. Mayberry. So listen, Opie, just when you get home, tell A and B I said hi.
Opie, is that like some kind of like weed or something? Peyote?
No, it's Opie from Mayberry, motherfucker. Andy Griffith. Andy Griffith.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, fucking berries, dude. Oh, shit.
I mean, how many other people like Deer Camp? That's one of ours.
Berries. Hey,
berries. Y'all be talking about Boy Scout camp and band camp. We in Deer Camp.
So what if you're out there collecting berries? Do bears smell your berries and come after you?
Hey, Michael, I lived in northern Michigan, well, the northern part of the lower. And I was engaged to an avid hunter, and he would have his friends come over, and they all stay in the chicken coop.
Hey, yeah, I bet.
So I know what it is to hunt in Michigan, like real. I don't know about other states, but my surrounding states, if you ask me, Michigan's the only one who knows how to do it right. That's what I've seen.
Do they get high? Do they have beer? Like, what do they do? Just hunt?
Well, that's because only Michigan women give birth to real men.
Hey, what if we got high and we go hunting instead of just hunting?
Oh well, that's deer camp, bro.
Well, yeah, that's normal behavior.
Yeah, you just described Michigan deer camp.
Oh yeah, I love that.
And most people deer camp up north, so you got to throw a couple native women in there.
Like, hey wife, yeah, I have to go deer hunting, deer camp with the men. We have to go hunt.
Hey, you just
deer.
remember what happens in deer camp stays in deer camp.
Woman, I'm going to go hunt.
I mean, unless you want to be the one hunted next year.
Just grab my ounce of weed. All right, let's go, boys.
Check.
Here.
So yeah, all you need is a sleeping bag after that.
Hey, when I was 13 years old, my dad said, "You get to go up north next year." I said, "Bet." I just started smoking weed. So when I was 14, I got my first deer license. I went up
when
there.
I get munchies, I can drink some fucking beer, man.
I went up there with an ounce of Michiganus skunkacanus. They call it Northern Lights now, but the dude used to grow it outside. You know, when I got there, my uncle had a quarter ounce of black Lebanese hash and a camper trailer full of cupcakes. I had to ask him. I said, "Uncle Bill, where's your food? You're gonna hunt in deer camp for a week with just cupcakes?" No, I figured it out. See, there's pines by where we deer hunt. So in Michigan, you can take whatever you want from the woods. When in deer camp, when you're hunting, if you're gonna eat it.
Where's the wind? Is the wind always the same direction?
No. Not even always just snow on opening day, but like when you go up north, listen, we got salmon running up north. You can take a salmon if you're gonna eat it in deer camp. You can take a turkey, squirrel, rabbit.
Turkey.
Yeah. You can have one deer hanging in deer camp just to eat. You don't have to have a tag for it.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
you guys bring stuff like veggies and stuff to cook with, or did you guys just fucking check it on?
Yeah, that's all they bring is cupcakes and seasonings and shit.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, "What the fuck's up with this, Dad? Where's the meat?" He's like, "Well, you gotta go down the river. If you're starving, go get us a salmon." I was like, "Man, I ain't gonna lie though. I went and got a salmon. First turkey I ever shot. I went with a 30-30 and I shot the turkey and it disappeared. It exploded. Poof. I was like, I was only 14, man. I went back to camp. I was like, "Dad, what the fuck I'm supposed to shoot a turkey with?" He said, "You didn't shoot it with your 30-30, did you?" I said, "Yeah, it disappeared." He's like, "That's what we had these old recurve bows, you know, a little cheap bow with one string." He's like, yeah, he said, "That's what the fucking bow and arrow's for, boy. You shoot a damn turkey with a rifle."
It disappeared. Like
Yeah.
what? Like it vanished?
Yeah,
Wow, magic.
Dude, it said, poof. All I could find was feathers. I couldn't even find it.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Don't
even
use
find
the
a
disappearing
turkey
gun.
breast.
I mean, no. 30-30 is the disappearing.
Yeah, I couldn't even find a turkey breast. I was mad as hell.
I mean, like, I'll go home and get my dad's disappearing gun and make your ass disappear, bitch. Try that again. You know, the bullies at school.
I was, hey, that made me hip though to how long a turkey dinner took back in the old days. Because when you take a turkey out of the woods, you gotta pluck all the feathers off that bitch.
Yeah, don't use the boomstick, son. Boom. Oh shit, too late.
You gotta gut it yourself.
Boom. Turkey all over the place. Hey, who wants turkey?
Well, that was always part of the fun of deer camp. We go up there 3 days before opening season, and it's so we could go get meat. to go
All
with
the animals.
all our stuff. The whole forest was fucked when we got there. That's all I got to say.
Humans, people.
I was getting turkey. I was getting hoss and pepper. Got to have me some rabbit.
Rabbit. Squirrel?
Squirrel, too. I know how to make stuffed squirrel and rabbit stew when I was 14. Actually, I learned it when I was like 12, actually.
Is it tender when you make it? Like soft?
When I make it, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll eat that. I'll eat it.
It's good. Rabbit's good. Rabbit's a real lean meat, though. So you don't want to live just off rabbit because then you won't be getting no fat products, you know. They're lean.
That's why we eat
Squirrel got to be cooked right or it doesn't taste great.
Where do you get fat from? What would you kill or hunt? Sorry, hunt for fat. Salmon? No.
Boar.
Boar.
Yeah, boar. There's only most wild animals are real lean meat. Venison is lean. I mean, unless you shoot an elk or a moose, you can get some fat parts from them, you know.
There's no raised boar, right?
There's no what?
May as well raise boar. Yeah, like, raise them. Meat.
No, I'd rather have a wild boar.
Oh, still fatty, yeah.
Well, it tastes better and they actually live cleaner than farm pigs.
Oh yeah, okay. We tag them, follow them, tag them, and monitor the fat levels. And then bang, this one's fatty. This is fatty. Hunt.
I don't know about in other states, but in Michigan they only lay in the mud when it's really hot.
Man, pigs are smart, man. That's why. My grandmother befriended her pig in Samoa when everybody left, and it was her and my dad. She befriended our pig, yeah. And then one day, someone wanted to buy a pig, eat it, cook it, kill it. She cried, but she had to sell the pig, like $800 or so. I was like, Grandma, they're not pets. Say, I know. It's just, it's such a good pig. It's like, they're not pets. Like, hey, boy, I don't know. It's my memory.
Hey, I got a question for the flat earthers.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, what do y'all think is on the other side of the container?
Water.
We don't know. How can we know? Hank Hill, don't backtalk me. Hey, Hank Hill, don't come in here like you own the place.
What? Who knows?
All I want to know is what's on the other side of that bullshit. Because look, if they're talking about the ark and they're talking about the flood and how the proof is out there, some's got to give. Because I mean, if we're doing long distance observations and these people like literally think that it's flat, right? They need to really scan the entire globe. They literally need to scan the entire globe and find it, right?
Find what?
Find the ark. Like, I mean, they're looking for this. They're looking for the, the golden rule, the get out of free jail card or whatever.
I saw a video of a rocket go up, and it looked like it was going through some kind of fluid, because the colors, it's crazy.
Maybe something will happen on the 4th of July because of that. Who knows? Maybe that's a revelation.
Yeah, I don't even know.
The rockets, red glare, the bombs bursting in the air, all that, right?
I don't know, right?
Okay, Jenny, tell us how you really feel, right?
The Bhagavad Gita or whatever, with the war, ancient nuclear war in India or something. I have become death, the whole.
You talk about Lucifer?
the atomic bomb,
He's talking about the war from ancient India. That's if you've ever read the Mahabharata, it's detailed in there.
Yeah, but isn't all that Lucifer?
Same.
Probably. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it is when you really think about it, right? Anything that distracts you from Christ, right? Anything that distracts you from Christ is technically Lucifer, right? In disguise, right?
Women are Lucifer now?
No. I'm not saying that you can't make a holy connection, Hank Hill, between a man and a woman under God, married through the Holy Spirit, correct? I mean, that does exist, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying women do distract you. You said anything that distracts you from Christ is Lucifer.
Okay, so if God chooses you, Hank Hill, if God takes you away with him, teaches you the world, right? You walk with God and you serve him. Do you think you can get a wife after doing that whole process?
Well, I have a wife now.
You have a wife? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I have a wife now.
Okay, well, I'm still working on mine. She takes tap water showers. You know what I'm saying? So it's a big soapy ordeal. We're dealing with it,
The soapy ordeal.
But it's all good in the hood, you know what I'm saying, fam? So look, I'm just here to help. If y'all want to clown, we can clown later. It's early, so it's cool.
If I could answer your question real quick, I would say yes. If that happened to me, I would still try to get a woman because that is still the point of creation, is to procreate and keep this thing going. So I would say yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, you know how like the dome, I mean, some people think the dome's real, right? The container or whatever. I mean, there is a container. We can't prove it. Like, I get it, right? But I'm saying, like, if the sun is heating, who knows, is the sun inside or outside, right? And who really knows, right? But I mean, the point is when the sun heats up the water, that's pure H2O, right? So it's hitting the ozone layer, right? So it's contacting the O3, right? So what do y'all think happens when H2O hits O3?
Does it freeze?
No, I mean, have y'all ever heard of hydrogen peroxide?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's hydrogen peroxide?
Well, that's the shit that I use when I get a cut.
Yeah, but what is it? What's the molecular structure? What are the components of it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the components are.
H2O2.
Oh, hold on, ma'am. Who was that?
It's H2O2.
And who are you?
Oh, I'm Jenny.
Hey,
Hi.
Jenny. Nice to meet you. Anyway, you're correct. Madame, you are correct. Thank you. Yes, it is H2O2. So if we know that rain is pure distilled water, correct, and it rises into the sky through the process of evaporation, don't you think that when that H2O comes into contact with O3, you might get a little bit of hydrogen peroxide in that water?
Yeah, that makes sense because hydrogen likes to bond with everything, and hydrogen peroxide is just one extra molecule of hydrogen, right?
Well, it's one extra oxygen molecule, right?
Oxygen?
Yeah, so H2O and then H2O2.
You're right.
Okay. So yeah, so naturally rain has hydrogen peroxide in it, right? So everyone's like, oh, you can't drink hydrogen peroxide, you'll die.
I mean, you can't.
Sorry.
Can you drink it? I mean, I know you can have it in your mouth.
I've drank it. I
Okay,
drank it with my
guys,
cousin.
come on, dude.
I swear, I drank it with my cousin when we were younger. We were stupid and we were doing like challenges, and me and him took shots of hydrogen peroxide.
Did you burp or anything or anything?
Nothing. But when my sister walked in on us doing it, she scared the shit out of us. She said we were gonna die, so we were trying to make ourselves puke. It was pretty funny, man.
Oh wow. Okay.
Who made this kid, right? Who made this kid?
I use.
But look, all right.
Sorry. Continue.
Now you go ahead. You go ahead. Ladies first.
Oh no! Why did you bring up baking soda and all that?
Who the fuck is talking about baking soda? Are you high?
No, I was thinking I was not wanting to bring us off topic. Please go on with what you were talking
You need
about.
to go smoke some Delta 8, right? Think about it.
Delta 8, no thanks. I'll just take the
That's
regular.
right. I'm not talking to you, Jenny.
Okay, good. Just a second, because I was smoking.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Okay, Shakespeare, who do you think you is?
Who's Shakespeare?
Yeah.
Okay, dude, you can't prove he exists. Okay, is that all y'all do here? Is that the whole narrative?
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, I can't prove it's flat. There's not a model. There's a container. Space is fake. I've been lied to. Why did they lie? Like, is that all y'all are about? Is that the whole show? Is it a carnival? I mean, what are y'all really doing here?
If you're getting all upset, I hope you're
No,
not
what are
getting
y'all really doing, guys? Come on.
I mean,
Well, before you came here, we weren't even
one
talking
big
about flat
circus
Earth.
act?
If you were actually listening, before you came in and you started talking shit, you would notice that we weren't even talking about flat Earth. We were just kind of talking about music and other shit. So this is kind of like any other Discord where people just come and talk, and unless someone comes in and wants to learn about flat Earth, then we'll talk about it. But other than that, we're just having conversations.
Well, look, y'all need to teach these people something because they are in dire need of the critical thinking process. I mean, have y'all thought about the latest news in lipid nanoparticle technology?
I thought you were a flat earther just trolling, messing around. Shit, are you a glober?
No, I'm not a glober. I'm a truther.
Oh, yeah. Okay, whatever. All right.
Yeah, I study the blood. I'm a hematologist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I sacrifice at the altar or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I'm a mangoologist.
Nuh-uh. Are you one of them bear creatures?
No, I'm a mango person. I study mangoes, yeah.
Dude, that's cool, dude. Nice.
I also eat them.
What?
Hey, you said you're a truther, right?
No, I smoke the truth, dude.
Dude.
Well, you said you're a truther, but I was gonna say let's put that to the test. Is the Earth flat?
Who thinks that?
But just answer the question: is the Earth flat?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, truther, you are.
When you say you don't know what that is, do you mean you don't know what the Earth is? Like you're not
I
sure
know where
what
I
it is?
live. I know where I live.
Are you so you're not familiar with the heliocentric theory?
No, I know where I live.
You think you know where you live?
No, I don't think. I know.
How do you know? Tell us.
Because God told me.
On a flat.
No. He knows where he lives because his mom put his address on a piece of paper and put it up with a clothespin on his shirt.
Okay, dude. Okay, grow up, dude. Grow up.
You gotta hand it to him. That's pretty good. Sorry. I'm sorry. Not trying to be rude.
Okay, dude. Fucking big data bong Sal or whatever, dude. Okay, dude.
No, that wasn't Bong that said that.
All right, Jenny. All right. I think I saw Jenny on Tinder. I'm pretty sure I did.
No, you did not, sir. You did.
Yeah, I did. And y'all need to listen. Jesus is on Tinder. If y'all find Jesus, y'all call me because I'm looking for him. I'm looking for Jesus, damn it. Where is he?
You can just calm down. Do you need some Jesus?
Hey, do you have Jesus in your pocket, Hankel?
Jesus. You know the new Kanye song?
Who's that?
In my pocket. That's a weird place to keep them. Yeah.
Okay, dude.
I think there's some people in here that need Jesus. That's the name of the song. Look it up, man. It's funny.
You think Jesus had to invent new rules when, like, the internet and telephone wires came about? He was like, "Hey, you two get together in my name. Right there, I will be in a room with them." Do you think he had to like make new rules? Unless it's
Hey,
like a
can you
phone
two
call
do that,
over
please?
100 miles.
Can you two do that?
I'm down to tell these people
Thank you for your attention.
what is the truth.
I am the truth.
What does it mean, truth? What do you mean, truth? What's
I don't
that?
want to care. I don't want to
What's
care
your
about
truth?
worldly things. I don't want to care about worldly things.
I think you're confused. You might be in the wrong server.
You'll be all right. You'll live with your life. You'll live with it.
I don't know, man. You might have to pass this one.
What's that?
Okay, I have not made a single claim, and you can't prove it. It's all recorded. Go back and check the footage. Right. Good luck.
Curvature.
You just claimed you were God.
I didn't say anything.
Do you know what curvature is?
Okay, it's all recorded. The Earth is not flat. Y'all can't prove it.
Curvature is the truth.
The Earth is not flat. I don't give a fuck what you think. The Earth is not
There
flat.
we go. Oh, that didn't take long. Thank you. All right, now that we got the cards on the table, now that the cards are on the table, why don't you tell us a little bit about why you believe that you're on a globe?
Okay, dude. If you think you live on a globe, you're delusional.
Did you hear my question? Did you hear my question?
Think you live on a globe.
He doesn't. It's because here's the thing, Jenny. He never claimed he lived on a globe. He hasn't even told us where he thinks he lives. He just says that he knows where he lives. So my question
That's
is,
correct. Thank you, Obama.
since it's not a globe, since you haven't claimed globe, and you're saying it's not flat, the only other conclusion I could come up with is either hollow or concave. Is it either one of those?
Incorrect.
No? Do you mind telling me what you think it is then?
I don't think at all.
Simulation?
No.
Can you tell us what you know it is?
The Garden of Eden.
Huh? If it's Garden of Eden, you're gonna have to. It's probably flat then.
I don't care. I got to do it live for the kids in Africa. They're tuning in, right? So think about it.
No, the kids in Africa aren't tuning in. They're the ones mining this shit for the phones.
All right, dude. Okay. You've been talking for the past 10 years, dude. Okay. I'm sure you know by now how the Earth works. Okay. There's no gravity. The Earth does not rotate around the sun. It's flat, stationary plane, right? So, I mean, if you fly over the horizon, you're not going to find anything new. Okay. So, I mean, get real.
Get real. Oh, okay. Oh.
I'm confused.
I don't know if that's well rehearsed or if that's like legit, like genuine, or if that's like, hey, is there? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sure. What's your name? Living God.
What do you want?
What's your name again? Living God.
What?
Should we call you that?
Why are you calling my name? What do you want?
Is that your name? I don't feel comfortable calling you that.
I am who I am, dude. I mean, do you see the picture? I am who I am, dude.
Well, you're not, because I can just change your name. So,
like I said, I am who I am, and I can prove that.
Well, how about you are who I want you to be?
So why are they mandating thrombocytopenia?
What?
I'm asking you a question. Why are they mandating low blood platelets in human subjects?
Well, why don't you tell us? You're supposed to be God, right?
That I will explain what I'm about to say.
I think you need to go to search for a medical server. This is not a doctor's server.
He needs to go and search for psychiatric help.
This is no medical advice server. You are
All
in the
I'm talking
wrong
about is
place.
reality. If y'all don't want to talk truth, I'll go somewhere else. If y'all want to talk bullshit, I'll leave.
If y'all
I don't care about this kind of truth.
All right,
y'all
test the
don't talk
spirit,
about
whatever.
what I
Test the
want
spirit,
to
whatever.
Bye, Felicia.
We are live streaming.
Hey, wait a minute before you go.
It's against YouTube terms and conditions.
Hey, little G, are you there? Homie? You are? Are you there? Is he still there?
Somebody muted him.
Oh, okay. Well, if he can still hear me, little G, homie, gangster, whatever, T-Lope. Could you send me whatever you're talking about? Because I like to review stuff. So you said they're mandating something, right?
Yeah, I said that they're pushing They're pushing thrombocytopenia through the mandates.
Say it again.
They're pushing thrombocytopenia through the mandates.
Okay.
I changed your name. I hope you don't mind.
I asked you to send it to me, and you sent it over the mic. So, can you cite your source of anything that you're talking about?
One moment. I'm on my phone. I'm 32 years old. I just found how to use this. Okay, so you got to give me a minute, but I'll do my best. Okay.
I just didn't feel like calling you that, living man. I think that's all right.
All right, that's all we asked.
I don't care. You can call me whatever you want. I don't care.
I call you Little G. Yeah, so we don't mind if you make claims in here. You just got to back up your claims. But
yeah, hold on. I got to find the source. Okay, let me find the source.
Okay, you're not going to double.
No, it's on my clipboard. It's on my clipboard. Just give me a second. I trust you guys.
Sure,
I'll
bro.
show y'all the truth. I'll show y'all the truth. Just be patient.
What's the question? I missed it.
Hey.
Hey.
About thrombosis.
He's got some sort of claim about mandating some kind of thrombosis.
Huh?
Oh Jesus! Hold on, guys. I'm so sorry. Y'all be patient with me. Can y'all do your thing?
Yeah.
Y'all know what y'all doing? Is the Earth flat? Y'all think?
We don't think. We know.
Can you prove it?
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
All right, feel free. I'm listening.
Well, proof is not in talking; it's in measurements.
Okay.
So the shape of the Earth is a claim of geometry, right? That it has a particular shape.
Well, I mean, yes, they're saying it's spherical in shape. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a geometric claim, right? That it has
Yes.
some figure. Just like if I said a table is square, or my floor is a rectangle. It's a geometric claim, fundamentally.
I mean, and they've never proved this, correct?
Well, do you know of anybody that's ever measured that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Well, I mean, I don't know anything about that.
Well, I'm asking you. Well, there's actually 3 questions we ask people to demonstrate that their idea that the Earth is a globe is just a belief.
Yeah, I mean, they think so. They are, right?
No, well, listen, it's real simple. So I'll just ask you 3 questions, and this is really just to establish what you know and what you don't know. There's no wrong
Okay.
answer. Most people they don't even know. I mean, but that's okay. That's not the point of the question. The questions
Okay.
illustrate the point that the idea that the Earth is a globe is just a belief held by everybody. It's not based upon any knowledge, just a belief. So, do you know of any time in the past, up to present day, where anyone measured the surface of the Earth is curving?
I mean, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you know of any time in the past to the present day whether someone measured the Earth to be spinning?
I mean, they might think it is, but I don't know.
I'm asking you, are you aware of anyone ever measuring this?
I mean, they might have tried, but I don't know if they succeeded.
So, yeah, so you don't know of any particular instance where this happened.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It could have, would have, maybe should have, but you don't know.
Well, I mean, I told you what I said.
Yeah. Well, just man, don't get all tense, man. Relax. Just making sure that everything is clear. So, 3rd question would be, do you know of any way that you can have gas pressure, right? Gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a barrier stopping the gas from going into the vacuum?
I mean, it makes sense that if they claim that it's that and it can't be, then so be it.
Well, I'm just saying, do you know of any way possible, any experiment that demonstrates it, anybody that's ever demonstrated that this principle, right? So if I had a vacuum chamber and I put gas inside, can I make the gas stay to like one side of the vacuum chamber? Like say the bottom. Or is the
Okay,
gas
so
going to disperse through the
if you
entire
turn on
vacuum
the
chamber?
vacuum, go ahead.
So is the gas going to disperse throughout the entire vacuum, or is it going to sink to the bottom?
Okay, so I don't know anything about vacuum chambers, right? So what I'm wondering is, if you turn on the vacuum chamber, what happens to the gas?
Well, what happens to the gas? It disperses. Listen, what happens to gas, right? So there's something called the second law of thermodynamics. Gas tries to reach thermodynamic equilibrium with its environment. So so if I have 10 pounds of pressurized gas, 0 pressure, and I mix the two, the container with 0 pressure, its pressure is going to go up, and the pressure of the volume of gas is going to go down until they equalize at 2.5 at half the pressure, right? So that's what happens. Like you have a tire, right? That's pumped up to 35 pounds of pressure per square inch. You open it up, all the air rushes out. Why? Because it's trying to equalize with the lower pressure that's outside of the tire.
Okay, so you're saying that the proof of a container exists. Is that correct?
Well, it's a necessary antecedent to having air pressure.
So there's proof for a container. Is that correct?
Well, yes.
That's
It's
amazing
proof
to
that we're
hear.
in a contained environment because there's the second law of thermodynamics. It's considered one of the 3 pillars of all science. There's no known violations of it. So if the second law of thermodynamics requires for there to be gas pressure, for there to be a container, and we are in gas pressure, it's logically deducible that there's a container.
So what else does that
Just
mean?
like if I have a steak, there has to be a cow somewhere. I don't need to see the cow to know that the cow existed.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I mean, you did well. You did well.
Fact is this: the Earth is observably flat to everyone's experience. Now, our eyes could just be fooling us, but you can go out and confirm what you see by measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, the surface of the Earth being 72% water, you can measure just one portion of the water, and you'll know what the rest of the water's doing. Because water doesn't, when it connected water, all has the same properties, right? So the surface of the water is flat. There's no evidence that the surface of water curves. And by logical deduction, if the water's not curving in one place, it's not curving in any place. And since the Earth is majority, the surface is the majority of it is water. If the water's flat, the Earth has to be flat by logical necessity. You can't have a ball with a flat spot on it that is 71% of the surface. Then it wouldn't be a ball.
Okay.
No one's ever observed water to be curving.
Large bodies of water.
Yeah, large bodies of water.
As soon as you say water, they're like, "What about a water droplet?" Yeah.
Yeah. What about a raindrop? What's up, Jose? How you doing?
Good, man. This is my 3rd day.
Yo,
yeah, I saw you on last night, but I was up to trouble, so
Right. Yeah. It's good to hear you, bro.
It's good to hear you too. Is this just are you back to take a vacation, or it's a regular thing?
Nah, man. I'm back. Well, I'm back on my schedule, but I have the time. I kind of like been gone for so long that I got used to not coming back. So I'm
Yeah.
pushing myself to like put in time so I can get in the hang of being around again. Because I just did it for so long. Where like I had a schedule. Like, dude, I've been doing my schedule is like this. I wake up in the morning, feed my kid, take him to the park, come back, I cook, clean, mow the lawn when I have to clean the pool, have to maintain the house, and then I work out for like an hour, and then I play video games, which that's what's kind of fucking this up. I think I got a little addicted to video games. I've been playing video games, and then I do that for like 4 hours, and it just burns my time. So I'm kind of cutting down on video games right now.
Yeah. Man, today is just like a weird day. I don't even think one Glober came. Well, this guy, I guess he broke the trend.
No, he's not a Glober. He said, well, at least that's what he says. I don't know.
What do you mean, dude? I'm a Garden of Edener. I know where I live. I'm with God. I walk with God. I have access to the tree of life. I know who I am, right? So think about it.
I'm pretty sure the Garden of Eden is on a flat Earth.
Well, I'm just telling you the truth.
Well, God ain't a
That's
Glober
not
either. I know
true.
that.
You are
It is
lying.
the truth, dude. Did
You are
Lucifer lie
lying.
to you? Did Lucifer lie to you, dude? Come on, dude. Who are you?
You are lying. You are a
Okay,
man.
get, dude. Okay, dude.
Yeah.
This is my Persian friend or whatever. He's like Turkish descent. Like I know him. We've talked in chill chat or whatever. Like this dude, he's a clown.
Who's a clown?
All of us, we're all fucking clowns in the pinata of the flat earth.
Oh.
Well, I find it amazing that we have to tell people what's obvious. It's like strangest thing when you really think about it. That people come in here all triggered and angry. That flat earthers exist. And all we're trying to tell them is, you can trust your own eyes.
Yeah, it's really funny because I was talking to my cousin about this the other day, and I was telling him to explain to me why things look like this if it's a globe, and he kept describing everything. I'm like, dude, you're describing a fucking flat Earth. Like, you know that, right? You're telling me how we're not moving. You're telling me how it looks flat. I'm like, dude, you're describing like a flat Earth. Like that's what you observe, right? He goes, yeah, that's what we observe, but that's not what it is. I'm like, bro, just think about what you're saying for a second. Like, think about it. Like, you're describing what I'm telling you the Earth looks like, and you're agreeing with me, but you're still like saying, no, it's a globe. Like, I don't get it.
That's the oddity. That's another oddity is like you have your senses on one hand, and you have what they claim is rational thought on the other hand. And what they say is your senses, they're flawed. Can't trust them, even though without them we wouldn't survive. And then on the other hand, we have our rationality, and that's what we're supposed to rely on. When that is wrong, just as much as our senses, if not even more. I don't even know how many mental mistakes or mental errors or errors of judgment people make on a daily basis. But it's far more an error than just like my perceptions.
Right.
I rarely see something that isn't actually there. You know what I mean?
I just think every time they say like that your eyes trick you, I'm just like, dude, like if you honestly believe that, then you don't even believe in science, because how the hell are you making observations? Like, you need your eyes just to do science. Have you ever heard of a blind man doing a scientific hypothesis?
Oh, I found that Tommy. Do you see it, Jose?
What?
That Tommy Edison, that blind guy. Yeah, I made a meme out of it, so I'll post it.
I haven't. It was really funny, man. Today I was on Facebook, and so it was like a video that, like, how Facebook just throws out random videos that you don't even care about, and it was David Blaine like showing a magic trick to like Jeff Bezos.
What the hell? That is random.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even care about that. But anyways, he's doing like some magic trick for Jeff Bezos. and I seen the comment sections. No, not in the comment sections. One of the guy who was doing the trick on the video, he goes like, "Whoa, my God, you just violated the second law of thermodynamics." And then I posted like, I'm like, dude, what does this have to do with entropy? And then someone commented like, "Oh, I was gonna agree with your comment, but then I saw you're a flat earther." And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like here's like it's gonna start right now. So dude, we literally had like a freaking like a 40 freaking paragraph like debate on there, and it's hilarious, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Facebook.
Dude, you know how many you know how many
on
debates?
Facebook. You must destroy them on Facebook.
Dude, exactly. Dude, I destroy them to the point where like their argument is you're a flat earther, I win. Like that's their argument with me. Like they won't debate any of the topics I touch. They'll just be like, "Oh, I already won because you're a flat earther," you know?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, dude. Go to sleep, you know? Have a good night.
Yeah, exactly. Go back to bed, man. You're not ready. Plug yourself back in, Mr. Regan.
Okay, dude.
That
Y'all
steak
think
is awesome.
science is real? Okay, dude. Y'all been lied to. Lucifer's an archangel. I'll pray for y'all. Okay, I'll pray for y'all.
Well, the shape of the Earth isn't a scientific question.
If you think the Earth
that's a trick.
exists, Lucifer has got you by the balls, right? Lucifer's you're probably taking tap water showers. You're probably using hygiene products, right? So that's probably why you're under the reign of Lucifer. What you need to be is under the reign of Jesus, right? So that's all you need to know.
Dude, I don't think you know where you're at. You're talking to people that like for me, dude, I knew about fluoridated water like before I even knew like any other conspiracy. That was like the first one I touched. Trust us, all of us are
Okay,
well versed
dude.
with everything. Flat Earth is like the last thing that comes to our mind of conspiracies.
Okay, bro.
I think you're a baby truther, though. I'll give you that.
So you got a shower filter is what you're telling me?
Nope, I definitely don't have a shower filter.
So do you take showers in tap water?
I sure do.
You know that's harmful, right?
I sure do. I also still microwave some food, even though I know that's harmful. I still use cell phones. I have Wi-Fi. I've learned to live with where we're at, you know?
Okay, so what are you using to
Want to know what
defeat
the number one cause of death is? Life.
What?
Life.
Believe
No,
in the
that's not
globe.
true. That's not true. Through Jesus, we will never perish. If we believe in Jesus, we'll never die, right?
Physically die.
No, not physically. I mean, I'm talking like there's a way through the latest stem cell universal technology that you can get past and defeat death once and for all.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to sell us transhumanism.
That's a cool story.
No. I'm telling you, there's a stem cell technology that exists completely free, completely organic. You make it, right? You just got to drink it. But that's only for the OGs. That's only for the flat earthers, OGs, dude. That's only for the OG flat earthers. Y'all hear me? All right, dude. Shut up, man.
Are you practicing that kind of therapy?
I'm out. I'm done with the troll. I banned him. I'm not even gonna entertain that shit.
He's a troll, yeah.
We allowed him, dude, because I'm not gonna lie. Before he came in here, we weren't even talking anything about flat Earth, so it was kind of, you know, we kind of just
Nah, he's
put up
gonna
with it
keep
for a little bit.
upping the ante until he does something so offensive that he gets kicked out. He's testing
Yeah.
the waters.
Yeah, I put him on mute because when he was trying to talk about like something about the mandate, I thought he was gonna go where we weren't supposed to go, and I'm like, this sounds like a plant, you know. So I was just like, I muted him for a bit, but then I saw people were questioning him, so I unmuted him, and he didn't really bring him back up again. But yeah, troll.
Well done. Well done.
I bet he's gonna go to the what's it called? The girls flat Earth server? What's that shit called? I forgot. The feminist one.
The feminist flat Earth server.
I'm gonna send him a link to that one. Be like, hey, bro.
It's Gem Panda server, isn't it? Oh no, that's the
gotta be,
feminist.
bro.
That's the feminist Glober server.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they ran some flat Earth servers too under like fake names and shit.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Degenerates.
Dude, so many. I'm not trying to bring up like bad news, but like, dude, like we've lost like Flat Earth has lost a lot of people, huh? This year, like the last year.
Oh, with dying and shit.
With
Yeah.
dying, yeah, dude. Like even people that like aren't famous, but like I knew them from YouTube, like Jibby Jedi, obviously Rob Skiba, you know, Antonio. Dude, I was kind of mourning Rob Skiba and Antonio Supergas. Even though a lot of people hate Antonio because of the whole Patricia bullshit. Dude, Antonio's videos were fucking great, dude.
Yeah,
Like
I know.
he really has some good videos, like knowledge videos, you know, like on the on equinoxes and shit like that, dude. He had like the best videos on equinoxes, in my opinion. Covered them really well.
Yeah. He had a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been
But I
interesting.
mean, you know,
Interesting year.
they fucking probably poisoned him.
Maybe.
Oh. I haven't seen Richie from Boston.
Oh, he's around. He's just like ODD just had like a
We'll knock
little
on his
beef
door.
with dude. ODD just had beef with him and what's his name? What's the other guy? I can't remember the other guy's name, but yeah, he just Flat Earth asshole. Like a new beef.
Someone had beef with Flat Earth asshole. That's not news, Bo.
Yeah, but it's new beef. Like, cause I'm friends with OD on Facebook, and he posted a video where he looked like he was a little drunk, dude. In my opinion, OD was like just drunk talking. He was talking shit like, "Fuck you, Richie from Boston. Like, you stayed at my house. I thought we were cool, and you're over there talking shit with this guy, and blah blah blah. You guys are fucking pussy." Like, he started talking shit to me. I was like, "Dude, what the fuck's going on?" Like, you know, I want to know what they were saying. Like, what's going on? You know?
Richie from Boston got sucked in with Jake the asshole.
Some
No
shit
way.
like that. I don't know. Yeah.
That's some gullible ass shit, dude.
Yeah.
Me and Jemsy would go over to East Boston and fucking smack him. Come on, man.
He'd be easy to find too. You just gotta look for the guy with the phone on his windshield, always driving around recording. Dude, I swear all his videos like he's in the car driving around and shit.
Yeah, I don't even think he lives in Boston. He lives in like Waltham or something. He's outside of Boston. But he does take videos from his mom's house, and I know where that is because I know exactly where he took that shit from. And I know because he's Italian. He's Italian, and I know it. Because there's a section of East Boston which is like all Italians. Right where the video was taken from. He's Italian. I know like exactly the yard in that he was standing. That's how good I know that particular part.
Dude, you're Google Earth for Boston.
No, it's because like when you're in that little section of East Boston, there's like all you can see is like Logan Airport and Boston Harbor because you're on the water. There's like only a couple angles that you can see
So you know where you have to be standing to see that angle, pretty much.
You can only look in one direction, right? And basically from your field of view, there's one street that's on that shoreline. And basically, if you have a certain field of view, I can tell where you are on that street because there's a lot of like landmarks to really orient yourself. There's the Tolman Bridge, and then there's the Logan Airport, and you can tell where you are in between those things, exactly where you are on that street. So I'll go right to his grandma's house, dude, or his mom's house, and wait for him. Fucking
dude, if you did exactly how you did that video about the mountain with the buildings and stuff, Brian, you were able to pinpoint every fucking thing. You're gonna be able to you'll be able to find his house like by the millimeter.
Oh, that reminds me, dude. That reminds me. I was looking at because I'm gonna be coming out with a video, dude. It's gonna blow you away, Jose. It's gonna fucking blow your ass away.
Is it about the mountains?
Yeah, man. No, I just started making it today. It's probably gonna be probably be done with it maybe in a week, man. But refraction is done, dude. I like for real this time.
More than it was already.
No, like it doesn't exist, and it isn't even. I'm gonna explain it again. I explained it to people in here a few times. So So the U.S. Air Force had a grant to do like a laser test. It was between the Hawaiian Islands. It's called like the combat experiment, right? So they were on one Hawaiian island and shown a laser across to another Hawaiian island, but it wasn't one laser. It was like 3 lasers, right? So it isn't like it isn't far enough to like for any curvature or anything. That's really not the point of the experiment. the point of the experiment was to measure like turbulence or refraction
In
or
the
whatever's
atmosphere,
going on.
right?
Yeah, so there's been 5 papers written based upon the experiment, and one of the people modeled refraction. So this is the thing that we haven't been. Nobody it hasn't clicked into anybody's head that refraction, how much of a ray of light is refracted depends on the wavelength of that light. I know we've talked about this before in John Dee, how he used 2 different wavelengths. But when you have a
Red
distance
laser
this
and the
far, the separation is something like 5 meters. So if I had it's actually 20 meters. So if I had a blue laser and a red laser and I shined them at the same time, and this is 130 kilometers, which is like 86 miles, right? So if I shined them 86 miles, after 86 miles, those lasers would be separated by 20
meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So think of Canada. 275 miles. How far is the light going to be separated?
Oh my
there?
God, it's like miles.
Exactly.
Miles, dude.
Exactly, dude.
Miles up or down, whatever they want to claim. If they want to claim it goes down, you shouldn't see it. If it goes up, you should see this shit in the fucking sky.
So this actually has an effect in photography. It's called chromatic aberration. So what you get is like this rainbow halo effect around objects in the photograph. But we don't observe that ever. Nobody observes chromatic aberration in long distance, which means that that refraction can't be happening because we're seeing all the wavelengths of light. And in this experiment, they picked up all the lasers. So they picked it up with the data of the 3.5 meter telescope that they recorded the lasers with. That's how wide the telescope is. But the lasers, according to the model, if there was refraction, they had to be separated by a distance larger than the telescope. But they picked them all up, all 3 frequencies at the exact same time. So there couldn't have been refraction happening. Also, what the dude did in the model. So the guy basically did the same model that using U.S. standard atmosphere. You know how Mick West has a simulation, Walter Brisman has his simulation. He did the same thing, but he's not trying to like fit it to an observation, right? He just made the model and said, "See what happens." In order for them to get the laser from one island to the other using the standard model of refraction, they would have had to tilt the laser up 40 degrees.
Shit.
Because it's bent because of that bending that happens, right? If they point it right at the other island, it's going to bend down.
It won't even make it there. Yeah, it won't even make it. Yeah.
They have to tilt the laser up to bend it to get down, which adds another problem. If light is bending in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be basically like shot up in the air and come down. That means when we look at something long distance, the image we see should be as if we're looking from the top of it down 40 degrees, and it's 40 degrees below us. So we should be seeing the tops of buildings, not the sides of the building. We should be seeing the top of the building. But none of this stuff is happening.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So,
dude, this conversation just sparked something in my mind, though. Like, think about this. Like, you're saying that they did these tests, right? Now that you're saying that, shouldn't there be other tests? Because think about it. They have all these weapons that rely on lasers at far distances. You're telling me that they just made a laser and they never tested like the turbulence to see like if this laser was pinpointing accuracy, like at what distance or what weather affected it? Like,
well, that was part of the test. That's what I was just going to talk about, turbulence. Okay. So they modeled it with refraction. Like, actually, they used more than one model of refraction. They used like the ray tracing model, right? And then they used like, okay, that don't work. Let's use a ray tracing and a wave model, but that didn't work. So then they used like a turbulence model where they simulate turbulence. I'm not going to get into details of how they simulate that, but that model actually matched what they measured, and refraction didn't. So then in the course of all this, I dug even deeper, and I found them measuring turbulence against So you can measure turbulence with a scintillometer, what's called a scintillometer. So they compared what's measured in the scintillometer with basically measuring stuff with what's called a scanline camera, and they like matched perfectly like with their model. So if you took the model, these two methods of doing measurements, all three of them matched. I shouldn't say perfectly. They correlated. High correlation. They're almost identical. Like you can just look at the graphs.
Right.
So the model of refraction does not work, right? But the model of turbulence does work, and that explains phenomenon like Skunk Bay. You know the Skunk Bay image.
Mm-hmm.
You know Skunk Bay, like all those, like because it's undeniable that things move around, right? That like if we look out, that the air is doing stuff to things. It's displacing where they appear to be. We know that, but it's not refraction. It's this this Fresnel drag. That's the name for it. It's called Fresnel drag, where a moving medium, a moving refractive medium, deflects the light around, and this is having a greater effect than any temperature gradient, pressure gradient, all those things. So yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
It's almost like the way I think, the way I'm starting to think of the atmosphere. I know this might sound stupid, but I know it's not a fluid. Even though they describe it as a fluid in some cases, but I'm starting to think of like how if you try to describe the ocean to a fish, it doesn't. How do you describe the water to a fish? I think we're in this medium too that's similar to the ocean, but it's not like the ocean, but it's doing the same type of movements, and I kind of see it like that now.
So hey, look in the live stream voice text.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just an example of one of the graphs I have. Now look how close to a match is that?
Let's see.
Those two graphs. So one is taken with camera, measuring how much turbulence there is with a camera, and one is with a scintillometer. And
yeah, dude, they're pretty like
they're almost identical,
close.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
So in this particular paper, they used a what else did they use? They used it wasn't a theodolite. Was it a theodolite? I'd have to go back and look at it. But they used that to like measure, right? And it didn't match anything at all. Using basically, if you assume like refraction is doing it and you use that as the model, nothing matches. But if you assume one of these turbulence, if you assume it's turbulence, then it matches like nearly perfectly, which is crazy. But I want to show you this. Okay. This is the important. So check out this graphic. So this is what they say is that the air is actually composed of like all these like little pockets, like almost like bubbles. Now we can't see them obviously because the air is mostly transparent. But there's like bubbles of different I don't know what you call them. So the air's not like homogeneous. It's like soap bubbles, like filled with like soap bubbles and pockets of air of like, so like one pocket will be like, one temperature and another pocket will be another temperature, another pocket will be another temperature, pressure, humidity, whatever, like all these factors.
These different little factors.
But they're but the difference between them is very small. It's not like it's like, we're talking like the difference in temperature between one of these bubbles and the other bubble is like, 1,000th of a degree. Very tiny difference. But because there's so many of them. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you get the light just doing this wavy shit, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at like all the stuff on like testing and refraction I've seen, and them trying to do different models, and basically, if you look at the graphs of the measurements, they're like all over the place, right? There's no clear patterns of anything. So it makes more sense, and I even hate because I sound like a Glober, because I hate when Globers say that. This makes more sense, like that matters, right? But it does make more sense that this is what's actually happening when we look at things than, bendy light, right? Light is just bending around the ball all the time.
Yeah. And this actually is more closer to what, in my opinion, what the reality of the atmosphere is, because like, the way refraction almost makes it seem like it's even though it's one medium, within the medium, like you said, there's these little bubbles that factor a lot. And when you're using refraction, it's not like taking into consideration like all these little bubbles. It's like just like, you know, it just doesn't work.
Well, dude, they assume.
Yeah.
What do they have to assume? Like their model
Well,
has
the
to
Earth to be
assume
bigger?
that there's a temperature gradient, but it's completely static, right? That it doesn't change. It's just sitting there.
That never
like
happens. Yeah, that never happens.
Exactly. A completely static model, dude. That's why it doesn't model anything. I mean, these guys are so. MC Toon has he has a web page, right? One of his web pages has a bunch of refraction papers on it. The dude didn't even read them, because I looked in one of them, right? It has all these measurements, right? According to the measurements, right, show refraction. But then if you look at the meteorological data that they took, none of that matches their model.
So it's not
matches
proving
the model.
anything.
It's like,
So it
yeah,
doesn't prove
exactly.
anything, yeah.
Exactly. It's like you're saying the model. MC Toon, I sent him a picture. I said, guess the distance to this boat. I showed him that, like, and he was like, anywhere between 14 and 47 miles. I was like, yeah, great model of refraction you got there. Between 14 and 47, dude. You might as well just throw a dart at a dartboard and just pick one of the numbers.
That's funny.
Yeah, but that to them is like science, right? They're like, refraction is scientific and we can predict all this stuff. It's well known. And if you say there's no refraction happening in the air, you're denying that refraction exists. All these little gay games they play, dude. It's annoying.
Yeah, I gave up on Glovers like 2 years ago, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I'm gonna come up with a video about this. Like I made the first part today, but well, I shouldn't say part. I made some of the audio to it. But I'm also. Have you seen any of the animation shit I did?
Not yet. I haven't.
Yeah, well, I've been posting them in the thing.
You talked to me about it a while ago.
I did a couple of them. I did a couple of them just as like tests. So yeah, I mean, I showed CJ, and I showed Dandelion. So dude, I can like take like audio from the stream while people are talking in real time and have like animations talk with their mouth moving and shit, like a little puppet. Dude, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, dude.
It's probably more entertaining than just watching the screen of like Helios memes changing every like 30 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just it adds a little something to it. A little
Well, it'll definitely bring a different audience in, like, because you know how there's people that just have to have a visual with the voice.
Yeah.
Even if it's not like a person, as long as it's like you said, a puppet or an animation or a cartoon. Like when you put something to the voice, it makes it more real. If you know what I mean, like you know.
Oh yeah, that's the point. Yeah. So just like, because people have like, there's a lot of because so many people on the internet now. There's a lot of like people fighting to get your attention. You know what I mean? All the YouTube channels, all the content that's out there, like, and we're fighting against like a million other things people could be doing. So there's some like we need something like to, you know, novel to suck them in with.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, we're competing against. It isn't even about the information. It's like there's a person out there. They got to decide, what am I going to do with my time, right? And it has to be interesting enough for them to actually say, this is worthwhile looking into, instead of, you know, watching the Kardashians or whatever it is they do.
Why do you think TikTok was invented, bro?
Yeah, TikTok is like fucking cancer, man. I really
why
don't
do you
like
think that shit's invented, bro?
It's worse than Facebook.
It is. TikTok is literally just like, hey, we're gonna do stupid shit, and everyone is into that, dude. And it's dumbed down people to the point where, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there are some TikTokers that are truthers. Like, I've seen some TikToks where like they're talking about like flat Earth and shit. I'm like, all right, those guys are doing the TikTok side, which is great, dude. I love how there's flat Earthers in every little part of like every internet. I just love it, man.
I think it's
Like,
Joshua has some stuff on Joshua got some stuff up on like a Korean version of what was it? A Korean version, not Discord, but some chat app. And like he's got
Video
the
games are
Discord
just
link.
as bad.
What was
I
it?
mean, I love video games, but if you think about it, there's way too many young adults, young men, and even grown men actually that just spend every waking hour playing video games and don't do
Yeah.
anything else.
Yeah, my second oldest son, that's what he does. I want to chuck him out the window sometimes.
So
It's really harmful.
if you could join us today, we're going to
The
be
point,
streaming.
the thing, I think there's a difference with TikTok though, because TikTok is like this short-term, instant gratification. You know, really like it's almost like doing like a freaking. It's almost like a drug, right?
Yeah,
So you
it's
watch
like
the
hitting
video
crack.
and you get like this little endorphin rush, and then this another little endorphin rush, another little endorphin rush, another, and like you're watching video after video after video after video. You've learned nothing, right? Because all the videos are like 8 seconds long, so like there's no real information being transferred. And boom, you go in 8-hour days gone by, right? And you just been sitting there basically mentally masturbating, right?
Buddy on
Yeah, just call it
TikTok loves
crack, bro. It's crack.
It's crack, yeah, that's what it is. It's fucking crack.
You love me.
It's very meme
And
orientated
crack will
too.
last like a third of the amount of time the high does.
Who said that? Which actress said that? You love me. You really love me. Is that it?
Yeah, like the big thing right now that's taking up all the people that we could be flat smacking is influencers and people reviewing shit. I've recently made friends with a neighbor, and dude, he's red pilled in certain things, but he's super blue pilled in other things. Like he was in the military, and he was talking to me like we talked about 9/11, how that shit was an inside job. We talked about like all these other conspiracies. I kind of try to bring flat Earth without mentioning it. And he's like, I could tell he didn't want to touch it. I'm like, what do you think the Earth is? You know, he's like, I don't even care for that. He goes, you know, but dude, I'm telling you, like I was hanging out with him the other day, and he was like showing me like what he likes to watch on YouTube, and it was like reviews of cars, stupid TikTok videos that like those stupid TikTok videos. And I'm just like, dude, like everyone is on that trend, like reviews, influencers, like that's what's fucking in right now. I don't know why.
Yeah, man. Like, because people are, listen, I mean, fundamentally, I think a lot people are just trying to escape from the reality that they just spent 2 fucking years bent over with their cheeks spread.
Well,
And they just took it. And now it's all over. And they're still just like trying to wash away their shame by sticking, their face in a TikTok video.
But also, how else are we going to get our recording devices and monitoring devices into the people's homes? I mean, it's in their phones. Think about it, right?
To their
all these people
into the home. You're trying to get it into your body. What are you talking about?
Yeah, dude, come on. Haven't you heard Elon?
If it wasn't for these platforms, right, the CIA would never have access to your home, right, to your life, to your information. Google. I mean, think about it, right? It's almost like, yeah, I know it's unethical and it's probably wrong, like Facebook developers said, but we did it anyway. I don't know why. And now metaverse. I mean, I know, right? Feeding on people's, nihilism, that, like feedback loop. Like, oh, they love me. They really. Let's do this other dance next. Dad, that was just a one-off thing. No, let's do it again. Let's do the new dance that just came out.
I definitely correlate TikTok consumption with nihilism, no doubt, man. I think all this stuff ties together. Like the culture, what people are so-called entertained by, nihilism, that worldview that nothing matters. Like it's not like one thing. It's all of it combined. They all are, what would you call it? They all reinforce each other. And it's pretty sad, man.
Well, if you think
about it,
about it,
people come here and say, oh, hold on, don't people come here and say, like, I come here because this is the only place I can have an interesting conversation, and then everybody else just talks about mush.
People are
There was two people that said that just today. Two people whose voices I've never heard before.
Yeah, where people aren't crazy.
Well, like we want to talk about things of substance, things that actually matter.
Right.
You know, I don't think even talking about the current state of society, like, okay, so go watch Jordan Peterson, right? He'll give like some narrative about the current state of society and this, that, and the other thing, but it's always like within these. It's always like, you know,
parameters.
Yeah, there's what did Noam Chomsky call it? There's like they're just like well, it was in that thing, manufacturing consent. Like there's always these boundaries in which the debate can happen, right? These boundaries which you can't go outside. And even people that are so-called red-pilled, they're in those boundaries. And that's not the answer. The answer isn't in the realm of what you're talking about. The problem is greater than that. You can't look for ordinary solutions when you have an extraordinary problems, right? You need extraordinary solutions.
All right. What would an extraordinary solution look like?
Like the Inquisition.
Yeah, the Inquisition.
And people are encouraged not to be so extreme when it comes to solutions, right? Because
let's just not talk about final solutions.
Yeah, I have an idea.
The countries involved the shit out of the village, right? Yeah.
So, you know, we oftentimes play, you know, certain people play in here with the music bot, you know, past conversations that we've had in here that are more interesting ones. And by all means, we should do that. But maybe since laughter does turn people's heads, you know, maybe we should select all the times where we've had funnier moments in here and, like, you know, select the jokes and then make compilations of them, post them somewhere, and maybe get people to actually pay attention to the Discord just because of the jokes.
I've never thought of that angle, and it's pretty interesting because, you know, a lot of those moments do happen here.
After a while, your humor gets really dark, and you don't even know it, right? Everybody's like, "Oh, it's a little dark, dude." Like, it's funny. You know, NASA lying to us and all. It's like, it really is a dark thing, but they make it look like it's nothing to worry about, you know?
You know, I give Matt Powerland credit for that one video, man, that stand-up video. That thing was actually, that was like the second flat earth video I ever saw. And that really, I thought that was good. That really piqued my curiosity. I mean, when he says, that part where he goes, "You've never seen the earth from this point of view," that shit hit home. I was like, yeah, right. I have never seen the earth from that point of view. Why do I believe that shit?
About the astronauts, right?
And the part where he's like, it took us until 1969 to we had an instrument of flight we could get high enough to confirm what we all agreed upon 400 years before. Like, wow. I mean, that's like a truth bomb and a half.
Yeah, it took like less than 50 years to go from Wright brothers to the moon, and then never again because we lost that technology.
Have you ever seen? I'm going to post a graphic that shows you the difference between what spaceflight has been, like how high they went. It's a graph that's in altitude, and it compares like the altitude that they went in the Apollo mission versus all the other altitudes of every other space mission. Wait till you see this, man. It's going to blow you away.
It's probably going to be somewhere among the lines of only the Apollo missions, they went the distance they claim the moon is, but everything else is like 250 and below. maybe even 100 and below.
All those ISS videos. How about those spacewalks? What about the movies?
I actually saw a funny TikTok video today. I'm not on TikTok, but I'm on Facebook, and TikTok videos come on Facebook. And there was a guy, like, I thought he was gonna be like boring, but whatever. He comes on and goes like, "All right, everyone's talking about this 5G and shit. Like, fuck 5G. Give me the fucking phone Nixon used to call to the phone. I mean, to the moon." I was like, oh, all right. That's a good one.
It's the alien technology.
Sorry, you broke up.
Check out that graphic, right? The bottom part of that graphic is actually not a part of the top part. It's actually a zoom in of the top part. That's the difference of altitude.
Yeah, it's retarded as fuck. There's no way they did that.
The moon
Like,
has to have some sort of surface, though, right? I'm sorry.
If we were to compare this graph to like I don't know, the voting graph for Trump, how they said that they cheated. You know how you can, with statistics, you can see, like, you know where the bullshit is on this. I bet you this graph is extreme bullshit.
Oh, we're talking like listen, if it was a statistical graph, we're talking like what they would call a 9 sigma event, man. Like, we're talking like a black swan, like
apocalyptic,
an event that happens once every million years or something.
Yes, apocalyptic, like I said, an apocalyptic event.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, this is a statistical outlier, big time. Way outside the bell curve. In fact, it's off the paper.
What's 350,000 kilometers in feet?
What's amazing is that they lost this miracle technology. Like, that's amazing. Like, we have a miracle technology. Now let's destroy it.
Yeah.
I'll make sure nobody uses that again.
Is it evil? We had to
I had a question about the moon.
Our interdimensional phone. What about the moon?
No, ever want anybody releasing that demon?
I've heard people. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep interrupting people.
No, go ahead. Interrupt us, please. Interrupt Bong, please.
I've heard people say before that the moon doesn't have a surface, but doesn't it have to have some sort of surface, because we see all those pot marks in it, or I don't know what they are, but I don't think they're from craters or whatever, or I mean asteroids and all that crap. So doesn't it have to have some sort of surface if we can see that?
Well, that's kind of a very difficult question to go at, because the way I look at it is like, does the sun have a surface too? Like, like you start to think of what they even are. You can't, like, who knows? I don't even know what they are. We don't know if they're like reflections of something, or I have no idea. Like, I wouldn't be able to answer that. I can't even like comprehend what they are.
It looks electric.
How they're all perfectly round too.
It looks electrical. You know what I mean? Like, I think because you might look at it and think that looks like a crater or like something on Earth, but if you look at it like just like a little, it looks like something like electrical, maybe the way the light is emitted and the way, I don't know, but sometimes looks.
Dude, you know what I've been praying for? I've been praying for like God to like turn off the light on Jupiter, like make it disappear completely for like I don't know, 5 days, and then bringing it back just so that like we could be like, dude, come on, like they had to change the bulb on it, like
Have you ever seen the crater dome illusion? I know you've seen it, Jose.
Yeah.
Changing the light bulb. 5 days.
I'm talking about the guy that was just talking.
No, I haven't. I
If
have
you
heard
take
people
a crater,
say that they
right?
think that
If you
those
take a
marks
picture
could
of
be
a
made by
crater
Sprite.
and you flip it
sorry, go ahead.
upside down, it looks like a dome.
Oh yeah, right.
You know who showed me that, Indio? You're gonna laugh when I tell you who showed me that. The first person to show me that. Think. Come on. Who was big on the moon? It's a flat earther. And Pete Shea.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
He was the first person. Dude, he was the first person to tell me about that. And I was like, at first I was like, dude, this dude's on crack. And I started looking at it.
No, he's on P, bro. He's on
Dude, I was like
straight P. P from a
yeah, I was
crackhead.
like yeah, I was like I started looking at it more and more. I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm like, you're right. It does look like that when you flip them upside down. Like, you know, it's like almost like an optical. I'm like, is it an optical illusion, or like what's going on here? Is it the shading that's making it look like this? I couldn't figure it out, man. But yeah, it does look like that. Man, dude, thinking about Pete Shea right now just brought back like 2015 vibes to me.
Well, they're still making the same arguments, so.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I still followed some of the, like, I see MC Toon debate all the time, these, like, fake flat earthers or just noob flat earthers. It's like, they're doing the same shit, you know? It's just, nothing changes. The only thing that changes are new people coming in, asking questions, and actually interested. You know, that's what changes. That's what needs to stay consistent, in my opinion. That's the point of this place for me. Is those people that are coming in that are actually like interested. Like just the other day, I was on Facebook, and I talked to a new flat earther. This dude like hit me up. He's from Mexico. He's from TJ, and I guess he saw me like debating on one of the like flat Facebook groups I'm in of Flat Earth. Some dude kept posting the Jeranism video, the Netflix one where they debunk the, you know, with the flashlight. They call it a laser on the show, or whatever.
Oh yeah,
anyway, yeah. He was showing that, and I was like, you know, debating it, and I guess the guy like saw that I was like, I knew I was talking about, so he's like, hey man, where'd you learn all this stuff? You know, you're really good at debating. And I was like, oh, I'm like, I've been doing this since 2015. He goes like, no way, you know, but he's talking to me in Spanish. He's like, I just woke up to Flat Earth in 2020. Like he's fresh, you know, 2 years in. And he's like, I just don't, he's a virgin. He's like, there's no Flat Earth information. He's like, the few I've seen is from a couple of friends. So I showed him Iru Landucci, because Iru Landucci has a bunch of Flat Earth videos in Spanish.
Yeah.
He didn't even know who he was. I'm like, he's Argentinian. I know it's still Spanish, but they do speak it a little bit like, you know, like more proper, I guess. But I mean, I understand him, so I know he will. So I sent him that, and he's been hitting me up like, dude, I'm so glad you sent me this video. Like, you can tell he's legit Flat Earther. Like, and I sent him the Discord, and he I think he thought I was like trying to like, I think he thought you had to pay for it. He's like, I don't have money. I'm like, bro, it's free. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, just download it and check it out, you know. But I don't think he did it because I was looking up to see like maybe he came in with the same name. He hadn't, and I never saw it in the new arrivals. But yeah, I don't know if he came in or not. But I shot him the link, you know.
You know what sucks? Iro's English is so fucking horrible. Because he comes up with some good stuff, but I can't understand a goddamn word he's saying.
I understand him because like I'm used to being around like Hispanics that speak like very thick accent, so I understand a lot of what he's saying, even in English. It takes practice. You got to be around it, you know, growing up with it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure if I grew up in California, I'd be used to it. There isn't. I mean, we get Puerto Ricans. That's like those are the Spanish people we grew up with. There's no Mexicans. I mean, now there is. Now there's people from like all over South America, but still not. But now there's a lot of everything, so it's not like just Spanish.
Dude, I was looking at videos because you know, Seventh Day Truth Seeker, his channel got hit, huh? Like a while back.
Oh, a while back. Really?
A while back, yeah.
Because that Pikes Peak video's gone, and I don't have it.
Dude, see, I fucked up on him. I slept on him. Like, I downloaded most of the Flat Earth video people that I could think of, and for some reason, I forgot his name, I forgot all about him. Because he hadn't done new content, and I didn't download his whole channel like I should have. And I was looking for a video of him the other day, and I couldn't even find him. And I was asking around on Discord, like, people and they're like, oh yeah, his channel got taken down, and he never, like, re-uploaded or nothing. I'm like,
He was doing a
I'm
bunch
like,
of COVID videos.
Yeah, he fucked that
in the
up.
beginning when they were really strict on that shit.
Yeah. Huh? That will do it.
Yep, that will definitely do it. I think it's so funny now that, like, now the CDC and CNN are saying things that YouTube kicked people off of YouTube for. Now that they're saying it, right?
Haven't you heard?
Like, isolation doesn't work. Like all these things that don't work. Like now it's mainstream. But how many people got their channels canceled for that stuff?
I saw this funny meme on Facebook where someone wrote, "What's the difference between misinformation and a conspiracy theory? 6 months." Like, because they switch. They switch sides. Like, like something that's a conspiracy theory is true in 6 months. Like they'll come out and be like, "Oh yeah, this is what it is," So that's like the difference. 6 months.
Jose, do you stay in touch with Robert?
Robert Bazzano, I haven't talked to him in over maybe 9 months. But yeah, last time I talked to him was I have him on Wire. Like, I could hit him up on Wire. Why, do you need something?
No, I was just wondering because I don't. Has he put out any content recently? Because I haven't seen anything.
The last time I saw him was probably 6 months ago on YouTube. But the last time I actually talked to him through text was way past that. But I saw him post a video, and it was about the thing we're not supposed to talk about. He was kind of mentioning things when I don't remember what it was because I didn't want to watch it because I didn't care for that message. But yeah, it was about the CV. That's the last one. That was months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last time I did talk to him, he was going to college. I'm not sure if it was in New York or somewhere in the East Coast. I forgot where, but he's going to college. He's trying to be I don't know if a professor, but he's pretty much going in the field of the shit we're debating, which is pretty funny.
Last time I heard from Bassano, he said he was going to Antarctica and he was going to skydive live so everybody could see.
That was 2-3 years ago. I remember he hit me up. He wanted me, John, and one of his buddies from the military to go. And he told me, he's like, "I'll pay for your flight. I'll pay for everything. I'll even pay you for the work. He's like, I just need you to come with me because I trust you. I trust John. John has military background." I'm like, "Bro, it sounds like you're trying to do some Black Ops shit to take pictures of some areas they were not supposed to be." He's like, "That's exactly what we're doing." I'm like, "Nah, dude." I'm like, "I got a kid." He's like, "I got a kid too." I'm like, "Fuck that, dude." He's like, "All right, how about this?" He goes, "I'll send you a computer and you can be the person that uploads the videos and do it." I'm like, "Whatever, but I'll help with whatever you want, but I'm not going to Colombia, all right?" He was trying to go from Colombia and then from there go to, I think, I'm not sure if he was trying to go through Argentina or some shit. And then he wanted to go to Antarctica. I don't know, man. He was all over the place with his ideas on that.
I remember him talking about that. That actually sounded really exciting. For somebody to actually do that, that would be amazing. To be able to live stream it all.
Can you imagine you're in Antarctica and you're like, okay, we're doing the government's work and the flat earthers said they're going to steal boats and all of a sudden flat earthers just start falling on the sky. Like fucking parachutes. The Flat Earth Brigade.
But yeah, I think our best chance to hitting Antarctica is if some fucking catastrophe happens between nations, we all fucking just come up on something and just all right, everyone's busy doing their own shit. Let's go this way, I don't see us going anywhere without some crazy shit going on, something apocalyptic or some type of big reset happening,
But I don't know if you have looked into the Norwegian who went down there. When you look at the court documents and stuff, they are literally calling him the Norwegian terrorist. Like, do not
Yeah.
help him, do not let him in, do not even speak to him, right?
What's his name again? Jarls Landehoy, or what was it?
Jarle Andehøy is the Norwegian
there you
name. Andehøy, yes.
So he's a trucker. Is he a trucker?
Jarle?
Crisis.
He's a trucker on a boat.
Jarle, like, literally, Jarle, like, he ditched school. Like, he went to Antarctica first time when he was 15 or 16 years old. Like, he has always ditched all school and everything like that. He have just been sailing, basically.
Man, it's good to hear from you, Hyder. A long time.
Yeah, likewise. I haven't seen you in a long time now.
Hey, Hyder.
You Americans are laid up.
I usually go to sleep till 2 in the morning, so this is still early for me right now.
1 o'clock in the morning for me.
Yeah, I'm home with a fever, so yeah, it's morning for me as well.
Oh my god, let me go get my mask.
Yeah.
Did you get tested?
Can't you hear I'm speaking from a mask?
Dude, get a mask for your plants. You never know when it's going to jump species again.
This is a super spreader event right now, then.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, but like my point was just that like anybody going to Antarctica, they will have to at least expect the same hostility as they showed towards Jarle, in my view. So yeah.
It'd probably be even worse. That was pre 9/11, wasn't it?
No.
It was after 9/11?
Yeah, it was after 9/11. Like his first trip was in 2003, I think. Then he was 16 years old. And then he has been there 3-4 times after that. And it was the third time after that that him and one of his crew went onto the shore, onto Antarctica, and drove on with 4-wheelers. And that's the time when the boat vanished and they got the weird SMS saying, like, everything is fine, we are leaving. And basically the government told us that they left for the eye of a storm from a safe harbor.
We especially have to protect Antarctica in these times of terrorists.
Yes, it's a very fragile environment.
Isn't there a rule that you can't even, like, if you were to go there, you can't even take a shit?
You have to bring it with you.
You have to bring it with you, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause it's frozen. Probably make some skis out of it.
But that is only for the civilians, though. Like if you look at all the governmental and the science-based people down there, they're laughing about it and saying, "Oh no, we just ship our shit down into the ice." Like, yeah, they're basically laughing about it. It's just restrictions for us civilians.
Have you guys seen that video? I don't know how old it is, but I recently rewatched it on Facebook, actually. Someone posted it, and it's a video I saw like in 2015, early on. And I never found the video again. It was one of those videos that just, I don't know how I found it, and I never saw it again. I just saw it at one time. But it's like a guy that like worked out there, and pretty much he starts describing how like that they found this ice that was like blue. But it was different from all the ice. Like you couldn't hold it with your bare hands. Like it would freeze your hands up pretty much. And that the reason that they were studying this ice was because like if they try to ship it on in an airplane to like study it at a lab somewhere else in the United States, by the time they got there, that ice became air. Like it just disappeared. Nothing melted. It doesn't turn to water. It's like if it turned into gas. Have you guys ever seen that video?
Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, I haven't seen it. The blue ice, which they got from, quote unquote, the dome, right? That's the speculation.
Yeah. Well, what they're saying is that I don't know if it's the dome, but they're saying that it was ice. Like, it was, like, cold as hell, like, the way you had to, and it looked blue just like the sky, but it wasn't a stone, it was ice, right? And it's crazy. Like I guess like even like if they took it into a room temperature room, it would like just dissolve, but there was never water, like never dripped water, like it would just evaporate. I don't know. I just found it very interesting.
Studies have shown that looking into conspiracies about Antarctica triggers the Windows 11 update. So, yeah, just be careful if you go down there. That's why people are dying, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, that joke was so funny the other day. The Windows 11 update.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about that, dude. I use Linux.
Turn back. Where are you going? I was just going to go to Antarctica, do some fishing. Don't you know that going fishing in Antarctica is triggering the Windows 11 update? Go back. Okay, sorry. Idiocracy, something like that will happen.
Hey, Indio, I'm really excited about this video you were talking about, though, that you're going to make. Dude, that's going to be the video to just, like, screw all the fucking jumping through hoops, going through papers. Like, if you can make the video where it's like, this is just the video I got to fucking put, like, gold, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't even know why I didn't think of it before.
Can you explain, Indio? I might have missed it.
I think I explained it before, the chromatic aberration thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just in the Hawaiian Island test, they used 3 different frequencies of lasers and picked up all 3 lasers in the telescope at the same time, but they should have been separate. And it's a 3.5 meter telescope, but the lasers should have, according to their model of refraction, the lasers should have been separated by 5 meters each. So each frequency should have been separated by 5 meters. So, but that's bigger than the telescope, right? So how'd they pick it all up at the same time? Right.
7/6R. 7/6R.
Yeah, 7/6 bullshit.
The thing that just destroys the whole refraction thing too is like the different wavelengths of light, right? Like how one will refract, like you said, it'll be a separation of 20 meters. Like when you put that into perspective with like observations, shit like that, it's like, I don't know, it's just crazy, you know, when you think about it.
Here, I'll show you. Look in the live stream, Jose. So that's how they would have had to shoot the laser to get it to the other.
To get it where it was at. Dude, what is this? Did they put salt water? Saline? Salt water? You know what I'm talking about, right? Like how the glows remember? It reminds me of that video where they're like, look, refraction, and it's like, salt water.
Yeah. See, I got another one too.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but I got another one. Where is it?
This just makes no sense, dude. Like, that's impossible. Like, that they would have to do that just to get it to work. Man, don't show that graph to the Glovers, because then they're going to try to use it against you. They're going to be like, look, see that.
I already trial ballooned it against one of them.
Yeah, they're going to try to use it against. I'll tell you why.
To the stream, so obviously, because he was like, so this Pablo something dude, he got chromatic aberration. He filmed it the other day, so I went and watched the video, and it was actually it's called cloud iridescence.
Mm-hmm.
You ever look at a cloud that kind of looks like this rainbow effect type deal?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so tried to say that was it. I was like, no, dude, good try. But the fact that he pulled that up in seconds means they've been listening to the stream because I've been talking about it for like 2 weeks.
Okay.
And plus, Jazza said they sit over at Gen Painters talking about the stream like all day long and they have nothing better to do with their lives.
Yeah.
Which actually makes me kind of like, ugh, I want to take a shower.
So they claim.
Hold on, look at this graphic, Jose. So this is a separation of the beams over that distance.
And the beams are representing the colors of those beams too, right? Like they actually use the colors of
so these
beams.
are the different frequencies.
That's crazy. So what is that? The blue? What is that? Blue laser? Blue white is the most. No, wait. What's the very top laser? Green?
I think that's infrared.
Infrared. Okay, because I was like, what is that representing? Then there's blue and red.
Yeah, I'll show you a picture of like what the hell is it? This is a telescope. This was funded by the U.S. Army, or maybe the Air Force. This is just like a little piece of what I have. I got way more than this shit. So this is like the thing they used, the optic they designed to do this, and they aimed it.
Oh shit! So it's like a fucking. It's from. It makes perfect. I mean, this is dope, dude. So they're pretty much used it like the lasers are coming from one.
Yeah, it's 1 inch.
From one system, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they put separate.
They did it at night. So they did it at night in this little gimbal here. There's a telescope. So through that telescope, so on each island they set up searchlights, spotlights, so that they knew where to point it. So they looked through this device and aimed it at the other telescope, and then the telescope on the other island,
it's the same thing.
0.67 meter telescope. They aimed it back in the other direction.
Right.
And then they picked up the beam in the telescope and then processed the information. So what they measured was like called shot noise or scintillation. So like just to measure the amount of turbulence in the air. They measure like the power intensity. But they picked them all up at the same time simultaneously. So if that's happening, then there's no refraction happening because that's not possible.
That's not right. Because if one refracts, it can't. That would slow it.
They can't take the same path to the telescope.
Right.
Because you got to think of it like this. The index of refraction in a medium is dependent on the wavelength, right? So what they're saying is that there's a gradient. So every time that makes a little bend, so you got three lasers of different wavelengths. So say you move it forward a foot. One bends at one angle, the other one bends at another angle, another one bends at a different angle. And on top of that, it's going slower in the medium, so it hasn't even advanced as far as the other one. So it's
what you would expect to
so
see.
it's not only has it changed into a different direction, it changed into a different direction, not even at the same location the other laser did. It did it a little bit behind it.
Yeah, so what we should have expected to see if this was like refraction was a fucking legit, like they're saying, we would expect to see not all of the lasers appear simultaneously, but some shouldn't even appear, right? Some should be refracted out.
Yeah, if they picked up one laser, that should have been the only laser they picked up without re-aiming. They would have to be like, okay, like tip it down a little bit so we can see the blue laser. So think of it like this. So like they turn it on. There's 3 lasers. After 1 second, the beams have traveled some distance, right? Say they start refracting at that point. Well, after 10 seconds, one laser is gone, or let's say 10 nanoseconds or 10 femtoseconds, whatever, some small amount. One laser's gone 10 feet, the other laser's gone 12 feet, and the other laser's gone 14 feet. And this is where they start turning, right? So after another increment of time, they've advanced. The first laser's fallen further behind. Then the second laser's fallen even further behind the third laser, right? And they're turning again. So the angles, you got to think this constant turning and slowing down at the same time compiles over distance.
Over distance. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So the separation of the lasers, they started in the same place, but by the time they get to the other angle, they're nowhere near the same location.
Yeah, this makes so much sense to me because of the laser test from FE Core. It's like, remember how the Globers used to argue like, oh, what if the laser was aimed down? I'm like, dude, if the laser was aimed even like a little bit off level down and it's a globe, it would exponentially spread out with distance to the point where it hit the Earth, right? It's like the same argument.
It would go into the water.
Yeah.
That's why they had to aim the laser up, because they got to make like a jump shot. Because think they're at let me see what elevation they're at again. So I got that too somewhere. So you got to think the laser can't just skirt the horizon. I think me and Roger talked about this too. It can't skirt the horizon because how does it go back up, right? It's getting bent down into the denser medium. It can't go back up. So if I'm at 1,000 feet, I can't skim the horizon that's at 1 foot elevation, because the laser's never going to come back up, right? It's going to stay down there, according to Globers. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one.
Oh, I see.
So I'm going to draw something in paint real quick. I don't even need. I'll use this.
So to make a small comment that proves your comment about them lurking here, right? It proves that they only exist because we exist.
Yep.
It's been like that though since day one, hasn't it, India?
Yeah.
It's been like that since day one, dude. They were on here before even I was on here. I think some of them.
Dude, they had a Discord before this Discord existed.
Yeah, exactly.
Gonna do something real quick.
They should change the name to Praise R and More instead of Debate Flat Earth and More. Dude, this is going to be so groundbreaking. I'm already going to tell you the debunk they're going to give you. Like, the debunk they're going to give you is, oh, so you trust those documents now?
Did you do it yourself?
Why don't you trust NASA documents?
You didn't do it yourself, man. That's what it's going to be.
Dude,
do it yourself.
That one, or I'm telling you, they're going to be like, oh, so you trust these documents, but not the NASA ones, or not these? Why do you trust this source? Well, that makes this source right just because it agrees with your worldview? Like, when they start debating like that, I would take that as a win. Because, like, you're not debating the topic, you're debating a way to get out of the topic, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Kenny did the other day. Kenny was in here?
I listened to that. I heard you. I listened to that like good 4 hours of that night.
Yeah, he did that. He literally was debating Elijah and I don't know who else, and he's like, "Oh, so why do you trust these documents? You know, where they say that they built planes on a flat, non-rotating Earth. What's wrong with the NASA documents? Like when they start arguing like that, it's like, all right, dude, like, so you have no rebuttal."
So this is horrible graphic. So anyway, what a line. So it can't do this because once it goes down elevation and skirts the horizon, according to them, because the light's getting refracted down into the denser medium, it can't get back up. So they're on one island. They're on an island, right? That's at high elevation. They're on another island that's at high elevation. They can't just like shoot it so it just brushes the horizon and comes back up. This is what Globers say is happening. That the light ray is bending. When they're doing these arguments of like standard refraction, they're assuming that the ray of light is like taking the lowest possible path to get to the other side.
Where it needs to get to, right?
Yeah. So the only way that can happen is you're just brushing the horizon almost tangent to almost a tangent line. Well, then the light would never come back up, because to go back up is to go into the less dense medium when they say that doesn't happen. So to avoid this, right? So that means in the model they can't do this. That means they have to tilt the laser up. They have to tilt the whole shit. Or if you're making an observation, though, you're seeing the light that is projected up. And the only light that's projected up from an object is the light that's on top of an object. So we should be seeing the top, like I said, the tops of buildings. So let's put it this way. If I was, say I'm at Canigou, or I'm at Canigou, and I'm looking toward the French Alps. Right? If I took a square and put it at a 45-degree angle to the ground, if I looked at that from 275 miles away, it would look like a square. I wouldn't see it tilted at an angle, because the light is projected up, going in this big curve and coming down onto the optic, and would look like a perfect square. This is actually a test we could actually even be able to do. That's actually pretty interesting. Have to be a pretty big fucking square, though.
let's steal the Muslim cube.
Miles, it's got to be a giant square.
Let's steal the Muslim cube.
Yeah.
Let's borrow it. Can we borrow this real quick?
Yeah. Oh my God. We'll have 1.2 billion Muslims trying to blow us up. That's the other thing. Like that Canigou photo, right? Those photos, that's 275 miles away, right? And some of them are like 250, right? That's the distance of the ISS, is what the ISS is supposed to be, if the ISS was directly overhead when you looked at it. But if it's not directly overhead, it's even further away.
Right.
So do you think that if I took the International Space Station, which is the size of a football field, and put it on the side of, Pic Gaspard, I'd be able to see it?
Hell, motherfucking no.
And they're using a telescope. And here's another thing. So not only is this chromatic aberration, the 412 kilometer photograph, they used an apochromatic telescope. So an apochromatic telescope actually gets rid of chromatic aberration that's happening in the camera. Right? Think about it. So here's something they could possibly say. Well, there's chromatic aberration, but the camera is fixing it, or something like that. Because there's chromatic aberration, the camera's canceling it out, or something like that. Some ridiculous thing like that. But an apochromatic lens corrects chromatic aberration. So if there's chromatic aberration in the environment, it's going to be displayed on the film. As opposed to if there's chromatic aberration in the environment. So let me put it this way. If you take a prism and if you shine light through a prism, right, and it splits into a rainbow, and I take another prism, that light will come out the other prism white light again. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that.
So if you have chromatic aberration in the environment and you have it in the camera, right, it'll turn into white light again, and you won't see it in the film. It'll be reconstituted into a white light.
That's crazy, bro.
This is an apochromatic camera. So it's correct. It gets rid of the chromatic aberration in the camera. So if there's chromatic aberration in the environment, it's gonna pick that up in the film.
So that's crazy. It's doing the opposite.
Isn't
then.
anything.
Right.
Dude, I covered all my bases, dude. I know how they are. Right? They're gonna think of anything. Here, I actually got a picture of that prism shit. It's actually pretty cool.
I check. Discord having problems?
No, he's just I think looking for a picture real quick.
This is actually a simulation too, right here.
All right, clicked on it. Loading. Oh shit. So that's what it does when you do the prism. It goes through it, and it goes through the other one. It comes out like it's
yeah.
like doing.
It'll
it's crazy. It's like
the rainbow back
yeah,
into
it's like
the original
balancing
light.
it back to what it was. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So they could possibly use that as an excuse that there's chromatic aberration in the camera, the refractive elements of the camera, and it's recombining them back into white light, and that's why we're not seeing it. But I got that base covered. So if you're listening, fucking try something else. Listen, I'm excited about it because I can't wait to hear the bullshit.
The Sobe rebuttals.
The Hail Marys, dude. The crazy stuff they say, dude. Dude, that's like almost the best part about being on this Discord. It's like when they're cornered in the crazy stuff they say to keep maintaining the idea that the Earth's a ball. That's what I love, man. Like seriously.
Yeah, like those are the moments I don't forget. Like, do you remember that one time we were having a debate with that guy that was a professor, and he said that the laser test was skipping like a rock. That's why we were able to see it.
The cosmologist PhD.
The cosmologist, that guy. He said he literally used it like a skipping stone. We're just all dying when we heard that.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Matthew Lawrence, the day you were on, because Wolfgang told me that there was some good stuff on that day, so I downloaded the whole thing and I listened to it today. So I heard you and Connie and a bunch of other bullshit, but Matthew Lawrence said, "No, we can't prove the globe, and yes, they should still teach it in school, even though they can't prove it." And then Wolfgang was like, "Well, they teach it as if it's been proven." And Matthew Lawrence is like, he tries to, man, he's another, like a verbal contortionist. I think when they say this, they mean that.
Oh, those?
No. Yeah, he's like, I think when they say no, they believe. No. When they say they know, they mean that they know. Like, when they say that it's proven, they don't mean our best evidence. That's what he was saying. Like, proof means their best evidence. No. It's not what they're telling kids. They're not telling kids that this is their best evidence. They're telling kids it's an empirical fact, and if you think otherwise, you're a dumbass. That's what they tell kids.
Yeah, they went from. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they went from the body of science. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we're living proof, dude. Like, just you can put us in the situation, like, they think we're fucking retarded, right? So it's like that just shows, like that it was everyone's brought up to think that, like, if you don't think it's this and you think it's that, you're dumb as shit. You're dumb as rocks, Which is so funny that saying how you're dumb as rocks, thinking, and they're the ones that think you came from rocks.
Well, it's complicated.
Complicated rock?
Yeah. Well, it's complicated rock. Go ahead, Roger. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was trying to say that they went from the body of science proves the globe to science doesn't prove anything.
That's the rumpus, man. He would say that in one sentence if he could. Like, he has no problem with like contradictions.
Hey, Indio, have you read that new paper on how like gravity is starting to become even more bullshit?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look for it. I read a paper online, and it was so funny because on the paper that was posted on Facebook. I'm gonna have to look for it. It's actually like a paper like describing how gravity is not like what we thought, and how we're gonna have to revisit Einstein's ideas of gravity. And at the very bottom of after I read the paper, in the comment section, someone put like, "Damn, those flat earthers were right again."
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So for damn, those flat earthers were right again, because I guess like, you know how it's just like we've said a lot of things that we've been right about. Like, remember like how we're like the moon's probably in the Earth's atmosphere, and then they switched that one. Yeah.
That must have stung, man. I mean, seriously, that's got to sting. That means nobody's been to space, man.
Not even the Apollo people that claim they were.
They've never been to space. They were always in the Earth's atmosphere.
The only people that have been to space are the people that supposedly got abducted and came back.
Oh, those people.
Those guys.
Ones that got taken to the secret Nazi moon base on Jupiter?
Yeah, or the ones that went to the 10th planet, Nibiru, and came back.
Yeah. They were there and they were given like a message to take back to the humans.
Oh, yeah. The Pleiadians.
Yeah, you're killing your planet.
I swear to God, the Pleiadians are like leftist climate change people. Like all the Pleiadian people that believe they're Pleiadians. Like, I used to watch that shit back in the days because, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably, you guys have all heard this story, I'm sure. But I used to be into alien shit, and I used to fucking religiously watch anything about aliens, like fucking the Pleiadians, reptilians, you know, all the fucking supposed races of fucking, you know, the Nordics, the Agartha people. But dude, the Pleiadians, like, there's this lady I was listening to her. She was like, "Oh yeah, if you don't have wisdom teeth, you never grow them in. You're probably Pleiadian." And I was like, "Holy shit! I never grew in my wisdom teeth. I don't even have the teeth there." Like when I went to get my X-ray, like when I was 18, the dentist was like, "Oh, you're lucky." I'm like, "Wow." He's like, "You don't have wisdom teeth. Like you don't even have the teeth where your gums are. Like you don't have them. You don't have to ever get them pulled out because they're not there." But then after that, I saw that video like years later, and I was like, "Oh, shit, I must be Pleiadian." I was one of those fucking retards. Oh man.
No way. I'm banning you.
Good luck. Hey, India, what time is it in Boston? Right, like 3 in the fucking morning?
Yeah, it's 3:30.
It's early then.
Pretty late.
It's early. It's just like
Yeah, early. Time to party. Time to party. We have a wicked party. Wicked pisser.
All right, guys. Well, it was really good talking to everyone here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time.
Sleep well. All right, man. See you tomorrow. Have a good night.
All right. Take care, guys.
Good morning or whatever.
I came in to say I was also a New Ager before Flat Earth. I'm still sort of a New Ager.
The universe is inside you. You are the universe.
That's why it's called the universe, man.
I hope you use protection if the universe is inside you. Well, I mean, you don't know where that universe has been.
Gotta wash your hands, man. Before you touch yourself.
Just manifest it.
Think real hard. We'll manifest it.
I never understood that. Think hard. How do you think hard? Like,
It's maybe about focus. I don't know.
well, there's some just English terms that are just dumb, and that's one of them. Think hard. How do you just can't think hard? Concentrate, I guess.
What about think carefully?
Thoroughly.
Hey, that guy that just said something about being a New Ager. Did it ever occur to you that you wanted to be a New Ager because it sounds cool to be a New Ager? Like just the name sounds cool. Maybe that's why so many people want to call themselves that. Whatever that means, I don't even know what it means really.
No, I never called myself that. I was just like really into Reiki and crystals and all sorts of woo-woo stuff. You know, I used to listen to a lot of channelers and stuff, and actually I was like bored with Bashar videos when I got 200 proofs recommended on YouTube, and I was just like totally done with channelers at that time, and I'll watch this for a laugh, and then I didn't sleep for like half a year researching. It grounded me though.
Like a blanket term for
the
kind of like twisted. It's kind of like Eastern religion basis, but it's a little bit twisted, mixed in with some witchcraft, voodoo, generalized mysticism, kind of like an indescript self-religion, I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't even really say it's much of a religion, because religions are so binding, and I didn't approach it like, oh, I'm this now. I was just sort of like, open to new ideas. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of people have different beliefs. I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's dealing with it's kind of like somewhere inside you is just rejecting materialism, the materialist viewpoint, where all there is matter and energy, like that we can quantify in a lab, and if it's not that, it doesn't exist.
It's usually it's usually backed by experiences on psychedelic drugs, right? That's why people think that it's a real thing. They use psychedelics and then I went outside my body into the universe and blah, which is just an experience.
It's like, no, dude, you were just high.
Yeah. Exactly.
I had a lot of these like deja vu type experiences prior to any psychedelic experience. So I definitely before whatever woo-woo spiritual stuff came into play, I was really into traditional Chinese medicine and the energy meridians and how to balance them. So I had a bit of a prerequisite already to like going off the deep end with watching channelers and believing everything they said. But I saw a lot of red flags with them, A lot of those people are just milking people for money, or even worse, they're very cultish.
Somewhere inside you were just rejecting the mainstream narrative, right? And if you look at organized religions, they're not the answer. That's definitely not the answer.
But I find that that's a middle ground, because a lot of the stuff I was researching, they talk about Jesus being an ascended master among many others, and there are a lot of people that look to try and channel Jesus and other ascended masters. It's all very interesting if you're open to that idea. But it's funny how once I found Flat Earth, I just became so pragmatic in everything that I looked at, and really didactical. So it really grounded me. And I found a balance along the way. I stepped away from Flat Earth for about 2 years too, so I have had time to sort of blend the two together in my own way.
I recommend everyone. It's an audiobook too. You can listen to it. It's called "Inquiring to the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense" by Thomas Reid. He was a 16th century philosopher, professor. Might have been he had something to do with the church. He was a Presbyterian, but he refuted everything from Descartes to Hume to all people that that you can't know anything, that we're just brains in a jar. The only thing we can prove is I think, therefore I am, and that whole lineage of philosophy, which all of modern science is based on, by the way. As much as they claim that they're empiricists, they're actually not. Modern science is not empirical. They say it is, but it's really not. Because they discard, most of human experience as illusion. That it's just a, hallucination. Everything's an illusion. Oh, I see that city. It's 52 miles away. Earth looks flat. Oh no, that's just an illusion.
You cannot step away from the flat Earth. It will always be beneath your feet.
I was still a flat earther those 2 years for sure. I need to stop watching the YouTube. It was 2017 or so, after the potatoes drama, and everything was really dramatic. I just kind of had to step away. I also had a pretty bad breakup over this. It wasn't very fun, not to get too personal.
Well, you think about it. We navigate the world with two things, two principles, I guess. It's our senses, sensations of the body, and our mind. And at some point in time, human beings decided to elevate our reason over our sensations. They're sensations that actually let us navigate the world. And as I was just saying to Jose, I've made many more mental errors than I've made physical errors. I don't often see something that's actually not there, or hear things that aren't actually, making a sound, or taste things that aren't there, or feel things that aren't there. My senses are pretty accurate, but I've made lots and lots and lots of mental errors where I've taken the information from my senses, processed it in my mind, used my reason, and came to the wrong conclusion. That happens all the time. Happens every day. Happens to all of us. But somehow people convince the world that reason has primacy over sensation, which I don't think there's any basis for that.
Well, feeling is instinctual and thinking is taught.
Yeah, and then you get even it's even worse from that. Now that I think about it, it's now we got the thing where we're like another step removed from just our reason. So we have kids in here that come in here, and they're completely irrational, and they think like their imagination is reality. It's pretty crazy that they don't even, like you said, we're taught to think, like, but we're also taught how to think. And a lot of kids come here, they don't even know how to think. They don't even know how to process information to arrive at the truth. They have no idea.
Yeah, they don't know how to explore.
Don't know how to just logically do a logical progression. A to B, B to C, C to D, E to F. You know, it's like they don't know how to do it. They just like use non sequitur fallacies. Feels, you know, I mean, the logical fallacies they use is just seemingly endless. And when you point out a logical fallacy, they use a logical fallacy to support their logical fallacy. And you point out that logical fallacy, then they use another logical fallacy to support that logical fallacy. I can't even tell you how many people come in here and do this. And the definition, it's by definition irrational. Because rational means using reason and logic to arrive at a conclusion. Irrational is using illogical methods to come to a conclusion. So these people are technically irrational.
And more to your point, they also seem to lack genuine curiosity.
Well, they're curious about. I think they have curiosity, but it's curiosity of the bounds of their imagination. It's almost like they think everything's figured out with the framework of, but all those are just stories, right? Like a lot of the Glovers, they come in here playing the seasons. Well, the mainstream so-called explanation of the seasons has no scientific basis for it. Has no experiments, has nothing. Just a story. But they can take something like this story, and imagine about the story and add on to it. So they have an imagination, but it's like an imagination based upon a faulty premise, which means you're very far removed from reality.
I just wanted to point out, I think a lot of are curious, and I think it shows just by the fact that they come in here and talk to us in the first place. Most Glovers typically win everything.
They are curious, but there's like they're not questioning. They're not questioning the model that they believe in. That might be what he was saying.
Yeah, it's a different kind of curiosity, right? It's not the kind of curiosity I think you're talking about. Curiosity is more like
it's like the curiosity
we have is like, what if they're wrong? You know what I mean? But they're not ready to entertain that.
They think they're coming to like a haunted house or a spooky graveyard or something, or like going down a road that they shouldn't go down, where they're going to get chased out. It's like an adrenaline rush for them to come in here.
Well, that's part of the psychological protecting their position in the hierarchy, that type of thing. A lot of people will never consider it because they're afraid of the social ramifications. And a perfect illustration is I don't know how many Globers have said to me, but you're a flat earther when you say something. They think that that's some sort of, it tells me a lot about them because they think they're using it as like an insult or a pejorative. Like it's supposed to mean something bad. Right? So that tells you what their viewpoint is. Someone that says that, what they're really telling me is, I'm never going to consider your information because I've associated flat Earth with a social stigma, and yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm never even going to consider it because I don't want that social stigma. I don't want to be picked on. I don't want to be called names. I'm an incompetent boob trying to preserve my position in the hierarchy, social structure, and if I fall down any lower, I'll never get laid.
I'm just a humble Christian. I mean, like people say, like, oh, I think it's arrogant to question experts in their fields. God put everybody in certain places so that they have specialization and civilization. Just put your head down and do your work and be humble. Pay your taxes. Watch TV. Well, go to school, get a degree, buy a house, get into debt, get married, and then die. Yeah. Next.
The one I hear a lot is like, how do you think you're so special that everything, the universe revolves around us? And that's more subtle. I feel like that was programmed sort of subtly. I saw it on a commercial last week.
How dare you?
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard this one. Oh, you guys are just trying to feel important. That's why you're doing this flat Earth thing. That you figured everything out, and nobody else can figure it out, and your guys are just special. Like,
definitely heard that one.
Yeah, so like, no, dude. Like, we all experience a flat Earth. I'm not revealing anything to anybody. Anybody that has working, eyes can see that the Earth is flat. I'm not revealing anything to anybody. Trying to pull the wool off your eyes. Trying to get you to accept reality as it presents itself. Not as you dream it to be. Because listen, it's an indisputable fact that none of the people that have ever come in this Discord, or I've ever talked to about this subject, or any of us have ever talked to, is going to experience the Earth as a ball, even if it was a ball. So the consequence of that is that it's forever going to be just a figment of their imagination. Forever. Imagine living a life where you think you live is a figment of your imagination. That's fucking horrifying. That's horrifying. Like, seriously.
I've got a good meme that sums up the Glober archetype. Hang on. That's all it is an archetype. Or just the cartoon of it.
Twilight Zone. In a world.
Check, check. Can I get a mic check?
Good morning, folks. Hello, hello, hello.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. يلا سلام يا عيال. جود باي.
just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well, for instance, with the horizon. As you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up. Totally flat and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball.
If you were to go to NASA, it's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. Put an end to this topic once and for all, turn Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, but they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. Looking at these images of Earth, including the one they called the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. They got lazy.
If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, there must exist a curvature drop of 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile. 1 mile means there should be an 8-inch curvature drop. 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8 is 32. That's 32-inch drop. 3 miles would be a 72-inch drop. And this would exponentially continue. Here's the longest bridge in the world. The Danyang Kongchon Grand Bridge in China, 102.4 miles long. There should exist nearly 7,000 feet of curvature drop in that bridge. 7,000 foot curvature drop. Do you see it? It ain't there. Look at the horizon. It's flat.
You can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside, and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected, and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave. A lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat. NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up, and that's impossible on a ball.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
But why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. Imagine what you know.
The horizon, for instance, is always completely flat, and you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. and there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not.
My question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance. The lowest layer is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that? Go to the seashore. Go to a seashore. Watch. As ships sail away, they don't disappear all at once. No, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. Now, ships came back. They didn't fall off the table. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. So, the process of testing claims, the world is flat, the world is round, is what we call science. Now, if you have a claim that can't be tested, that's what we call pseudoscience. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Boats don't disappear over the curvature of the horizon. Boats disappear due to perspective. All you have to do is go to the beach, watch a boat disappear from your eye, and then whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your high-powered zoom on your camera, and you can pull the entire boat right back into view. Whole mass and all. Yeah, that's right. You think the boat disappeared? Just whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your zoom camera. You bring the entire boat back into view, completely debunking everything Coy just told you. And here's my video proof.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Imagine that. You can debunk the curvature of the Earth yourself with just a simple zoom on your camera. Bye-bye, little boat.
The flat Earth? Well, that didn't stand up to tests. The round Earth did. And you guys, come on. Everybody watches newscasts. You all use mobile phones. You all see airplanes fly around. You all go to see Ed Sheeran in concert one day in London, another day in Melbourne, Australia. This all depends on our fundamental understanding of the size of the Earth and its shape with extraordinary precision.
What the fuck did you just say?
The way we teach science is you're just some empty vessel and we pour the science into you and then you regurgitate it on an exam. Because Earth, we know it spins once day, yes.
Off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Yeah. It gets wider in the middle. And so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the pole. Not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah. So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level. Well, let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire... I want to call it a lie. We've been fed...
It's a point of view thing, I think.
We've been fed Earth has been misrepresented to us by...
Science!
Pear-shaped.
Science!
So they're all trying to figure out, is the universe spinning around us or are we spinning around the universe? They tell you We don't know shit. We're looking at a bunch of lights in the goddamn sky. You're gonna tell me that that light and that light that's 250, 100 trillion light years away? How the fuck did you figure that out?
Well, don't they have an explanation for that shit?
No, exactly. That's what you just said right now. What you just said now is what everyone's natural reaction. Because anytime someone says anything about space, you automatically think someone figured it out. You don't know the guy's name. You don't know the name of the experiment. You didn't look into it yourself. You just think when someone tells you, how far is the Earth from the sun? They'll say, 93 million miles away. Like you just, everybody relies on someone figured that out and someone double checked it. You're going on what you read. And right now, cosmology, they don't know what the fuck to do. You know what they found out? The cosmic microwave background shows that all the galaxies are on shelves lined up to us. That we're at the fucking center. They don't know what to think about. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy going on about it.
Well, you should see the stars do all sorts of strange motions, but you don't. You only see them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth.
The Copernicus principle, the one that we live by, is that we're insignificant, we mean nothing. We're a speck in the universe. That's the heliocentric model, that we go around the sun. The geocentric model means that everything goes around us. That's what this is in the Bible. That's what the first astronomers were saying. Ptolemy was the first one to say, yeah, we are the center. You can tell based on these observations, everything's revolving around us.
Earth is the center of the universe, and we stand still, and the universe spins around us.
You know what? They've lied so much. NASA's lied so goddamn much that I don't believe shit
I see. They've got that satellite image of that frozen moon. What's that frozen moon?
Oh, let me see if that's CGI. Find that They got a picture of a frozen fucking moon? I guarantee you it's CGI. No way they could take a picture.
The heliocentric model is in trouble. Watch as the sunlight shrinks and follows the sun. It's definitely a locally illuminating sun, not far away, not very big, and definitely not 93 million miles away.
There's a place in Bolivia called Salar del Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's literally 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across. And it's perfectly flat. And when it rains, literally you get an inch of water and it looks like a perfect mirror. Now, how does that happen on a sphere? Yeah, it shows you that, if you're one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. So it's just showing you that, the Earth is flat, and without the effect of the waves in the sea, you'll be able to see a whole lot further. Took a picture across the Great Lakes from Michigan and was able to see, I believe, Chicago, which he shouldn't have been able to see. And the television station basically said it was a mirage.
I found this photo, Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
They always say it's a mirage, but for a mirage to happen, you have to have very specific atmospheric conditions. It's not a mirage. It's simply that you're looking across a plane.
Now, how come in all these ball pictures, man, you can see all the continents pretty much, and there's just a little bit of clouds here and there. Man, it's like some of these pictures, like there's some where they show the Earth at night and you can see all the lights and stuff. It's like, you're telling me the entire continent didn't have clouds? The entire fucking continent, like you can see Africa and all these lights and all this stuff, like, if you turn on your porch light, I guess you can see it from space, apparently. And it's like there's no clouds in some of these pictures.
And they spelled out the word sex, right, recently, probably a few months ago in one of the clouds.
But, if they do their research, they say, well, those are composites. And I said, well, how come they copy and paste the clouds on some of these? And they use the same platform. Like, if you're going to make a composite, but you shouldn't be copying and pasting clouds. That means you're adding stuff that's not real.
Yeah, and the thing is, those pictures that you're talking about, the blue marble pictures, I think there's about maybe 8 to 10 of them over time that NASA has put out. And you're absolutely right. None of those pictures look the same. The color of the water is different. Like you said, the continents are different sizes. It's just unbelievable. And I think what happened originally was they would put these things out and nobody was paying any attention to it. And then all of a sudden now, people are paying attention to it, and now they're pulling these pictures in, and it's an obvious fraud.
What?
And the thing is, there's supposedly tens of thousands of satellites orbiting Earth. We can't get any close-ups of Earth. We can't get a view of Australia with the buildings upside down.
And they'll look at you like you're crazy. But really, you are the sane one for asking real questions. They're the fucking idiots for just repeating school book bullshit. That's how it works. I was taught school book bullshit in public school, and somehow I was able to break free and free my mind. You know how I did it? I watched NASA rockets explode a bunch of times. Fly off sideways and not go to space.
If you watch the trajectory of the space shuttle, it doesn't go straight up. It always goes in a curve and out to sea. The point is, they actually go horizontal. The space shuttle goes horizontal. It never goes any further up. It goes horizontal, very, very low down in the atmosphere. It's still in the atmosphere while it's horizontal, so it never gets any higher. And it goes out of sight, not because it goes too high, because it goes too far downrange. And they have a plane that's mocked up to look like a space shuttle. It's a jet-powered aircraft. That's it. It's not a glider. It's an aircraft. And that's what they're fooling us, taking billions of dollars in and giving us images and fake planes for that $10 billion. however many billions of dollars it is. What goes up must come down. And literally, we have not ever seen anything that has ever gone up and not come down.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Rockets don't have brakes. It literally stopped. All of that angular momentum from the rotation of the rocket and the linear momentum from flying up just stopped. No, it had to have hit something. What would it hit? If it hit a solid surface, the rocket would have been destroyed, and most likely the camera too, so we wouldn't have the footage, and obviously that's not the case.
It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
There's no place to go.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
People figured out that we were an enclosed system. The more advanced we got, it would be the biggest thought on our minds. That's all we care about. You could make a wildlife reserve 1,000 miles square. All people, all human beings would do is just be knocking on the fence constantly, going, why is this fence here? Who built the fence? Why are we in here? And so on and so on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
Earth, 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 yep, 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 Earth, Earth, yep, 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 yep.
If you start here and you go around long enough in the same direction, you wind up in the place you started from. Yes, Thomas.
Why don't we fall off when we walk underneath, Miss Sarah?
Because of a force called gravity.
What does gravity look like?
Gravity is something we can't see, but we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
We were always told that the world is flat.
You are told right. Don't listen to her. I've been patient with you, Sarah. Lord knows I've been patient, but now your words have revealed you.
Gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in 1687. That's almost 200 years ago, Uncle Evan.
But there is only one law. The law of God.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know. Einstein, in an Einsteinian answer, we would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. And objects will follow the curvature of space-time, and we interpret that as a force of gravity. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question. Or why is there gravity? That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start.
The world is round.
What?
You know how everybody believes the world is flat, like a pancake? Well, they're all wrong. The world is actually round, like an orange.
The world is an orange. And?
Well, that's it. It's a great idea. It's one of my best ones.
Yeah, but what kind of orange? Is it a navel or a juicer? What?
Look, just sleep on it. In the morning, the idea will come to you again, and you won't even remember where you got it. Get it?
Got it.
Good. I must say, I really thought you'd catch on to this a little quicker, Copernicus.
What? My name's not Copernicus. I'm Charlene Sinclair.
You're not Copernicus? This isn't 16th century Poland? Oh boy, I screwed up.
How do you brainwash? You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, they'll incorporate it in their brain. Since you were a kid, you've seen this, but you've never seen it from that point of view. But your brain has three-dimensionalized. Oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition.
Let's just all get on our hands and knees and wait for a scientist or an astronaut to come along, or Neil deGrasse Tyson to come along and bestow upon us their knowledge.
Now, as you can see, this is the evolution meter, and I've put God, the creator of everything, on the right side, and evolution on the left. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Mr. Reynolds, these were all the smartest scientists. Only problem is, they kept being wrong!
This is insane, you fool!
I'm a fool because I have more faith in the saints that wrote the Bible?
Yeah, because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints?
Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures?
Well, no.
Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met. And you take their words as truth, based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith?
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Come on.
I rest my case.
Matter tells space how to curve. Space did I get that right?
The science community is ignoring a lot of the things that we're looking at, and so normal people are going out and doing experiments. And one of the experiments has turned up an amazing fact that we've not been told, and it destroys the whole idea of this heliocentric system, and that is the moon. Now you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade, the opposite from the sun. So the moon is throwing out its own light, and that light is the opposite from the sun. Now, that tells you that it's not reflecting the sun's light. It's producing its own, and its light is different from the sun's. So, the scientific community have not told us this, because they won't tell us this, because it destroys this idea that the sun is lighting up the moon.
everyone knows, like, if you're in sunlight, it's colder in the shade, right? So if it's 100 degrees in the sun, it's 90 degrees in the shade. You go to the moonlight, like especially in a full moon, especially if it's high in the sky, the moon is its own independent object. It is not reflecting the sun rays. The sun is its own object. Also, you know, about the same size, which is, you know, again, coincidentally, you know, why the moon fits so perfectly in front of the sun during an eclipse. We always thought it was coincidence that even though it was 400 times farther away, that it was also exactly 400 times less diameter, which is why it fits. And the other weird thing about the moon, which everyone thinks, oh, it's just a coincidence, is that we never see the other side of it. It's constantly perfectly rotating, so we only see one side of the moon. Exactly one side. It's not like we have like a quarter of a degree every 5 years or half a degree here and there. It's always the same side. There are no coincidences when it comes to this system. It was deliberately built, but I think it was deliberately built to be detected. And I think we were naturally supposed to figure this thing out maybe as late as the 1970s, but the government figured it out first, and they have been spending a heck of a lot of money trying to keep it a secret.
When I look at the people who signed the Antarctic Treaty, and all the nations that were down there doing whatever they were doing signed a treaty, and I believe it was 1958 or somewhere thereabouts, saying, nope, nobody can stake a claim to Antarctica, and if you're going to go down there, you can only go down there for scientific reasons under carefully restricted guidance, but it's not a free-for-all. Nobody can just, hey, I'm going to go check out Antarctica and do a high jump of my own. No, can't do it.
It's the only treaty that's all these countries have signed and never broken and completely agreed on. It's the only one. What treaty is there that everybody's agreed on? We're being kept away from it for a reason. They have some scientific bases there, and literally it's controlled by the military because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. So the other question is, well, how come ships don't go off the sea if it's flat? How come ships don't fall off the edge? Well, here's why you don't fall off the edge. It's a 200 to 300 foot high wall that is the border that Scripture says is keeping everything in. Nothing's going past that.
Because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
Personally, I think the unconquered South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheer wall of ice. But that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern.
Here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. We can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. It was beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. This is the first time we actually had an instrument of flight. Actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong, after 500 years, Question is, what they tell you? Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. Basically the model we're accepting right now.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way.
They began flying it around the world, from Abu Dhabi last year, with stops in India and China, then across the vast Pacific.
Does running around your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
I was an airline pilot for Delta for 26 years. A pilot's primary flight instrument is his artificial horizon, which he has to be maintained level to keep from climbing and descending. From a cockpit, weather permitting, I could see hundreds of miles in all directions, viewing cities connected by roads across the flat plain as far as the eye could see. Nothing ever leaned.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down, and every 5 minutes he should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. But I went to the manufacturer of the artificial horizon, and they confirmed to me that it's completely mechanical, nothing electronic in it whatsoever. So it's literally just a gyroscope that can freely move. That right there is proof to me that planes fly over a plane.
Flat Earthers, it's time. We are going to destroy the blowheads' arguments concerning flight routes.
When you go onto the plane tracking software, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of flights over the northern hemisphere, and you can track those flights from beginning to end. When you look at any flight in the southern hemisphere, what you'll find is the flight takes off and disappears off the tracking.
And that only leaves why. Why have they done this? What's the point of this grand deception? I think Eric Dubay explains it best.
People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars.
You want to put something in context. If you want to do something with $3.5 trillion, you can do whatever you want. Whatever you judge to be important to the profile of the nation that you are trying to build and to sustain.
So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world.
It's all about making us feel nothing so that we can be used. If everybody realised how special we all are, how unique every single life is, then this whole world would change overnight. We wouldn't allow ourselves to be used by this cabal.
I start from the supposition that the world is topsy-turvy, that things are all wrong, that the wrong people are in jail, and the wrong people are out of jail. That the wrong people are in power. That the wealth is distributed in this country and the world in such a way as not simply to require small reform, but to require a drastic reallocation of wealth. All we have to do is think about the state of the world today and realize that things are all upside down. Now, if you don't think, if you just listen to TV and read scholarly things, you actually begin to think that things are not so bad, or that just little things are wrong. But you have to get a little detached and then come back and look at the world, and you are horrified. Now, as soon as you say the topic is civil disobedience, you're saying our problem is civil disobedience. That is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience.
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. You know, and I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line. But I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, you know. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane, you know, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. You know, that's what's insane about it.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb people believe it. And
when the truth is the truth. Hiding right out in plain sight and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This Globy can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. Where my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a Globy backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep ladder society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out to Congress. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Happy in the house. Tell them bounce.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just riffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense of the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they put their from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's piss, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and wisp, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in incompetence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, the symptoms and belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about this harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines, messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind, and you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why
would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style, 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learn from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything in truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Yeah, you ain't seen my best. Checkmate, in a game of chess. Globalist, see me as a threat. Free thinking, got the world at my neck, huh? And my paranoid picture Malcolm X in a room full of pigs trying not to bust a sweat. Ay, Neil Tyson need to loosen up his vest. They probably write that man one hell of a check. Ay, I'm over here on this side of town. Come on over here and try to clown. Ay, I never pipe down. If they weren't coming for me, then they definitely coming for me now. I can't even keep my phone charged up. All the shit I'm talking, I should get my home barred up. Rappers, get off of my dick and get your own bars up. Vladimir and Liz's breath got the clone skirt, cuz use your common sense. Why is NASA part Department of Defense? They divided up the seas into 33 degrees, feeding kids masonry. Bruh, be careful what you read. Flatline. There's no superior bloodline. Flatline. You got me once, but that died. Ay, voice. Do I have a voice? Do I give a fuck? Do I have a choice? Joint. I roll up a joint. Keep my shooters in the game like I hate to disappoint. I see only good things on the horizon. That's probably why the horizon is always rising. Indoctrinated in a cult called science, and graduated to a club full of liars. Heliocentrism, you were the sixth victim. Fuck you and your team, you can sit on the bench with them, they nervous. But before you try to curve it, do your research on David Irving. Stalin was way worse than Hitler. That's why the POTUS gotta wear a kipper. I'm a man first for an artist. Get a lawyer, look up Dr. Richard Sauter. Flatline, you fooled us for the last time. Flatline, it's no superior bloodline.
So you want to find the farthest point from that center. And it turns out sea level at the equator is farther away from the center of the Earth than sea level near the poles. It has nothing to do with global warming and melting of the ice caps.
Why is that?
Because Earth, we know it spins once a day. Yes, thank you. 3 people know how long a day lasts here.
Good for row number 2. They're off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Gets wider in the middle, and so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere; it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah, chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah. So it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level.
Flatline, you fooled us for the last time. Flatline, it's no superior bloodline.
Coming up next, Flat Boys.
Yeah,
your boy B-Mon.
Denver, yeah, stand up. Hard body shit. Flat Boys, bang. Let's go. Hard body shit. Ever since my birth, my dick got mad girth. I'm chilling with my people talking about that flat earth. Last night, your boy had some sex with a nice girl. Did the Titanic really hit an iceberg? When other people spend their life chasing wealth, me and my boys, we chase that ice shell. Ice shell, fuck a globe, not a part of the system. Trying to keep us down, but whoops, you missed one. It's really sad to see all these people mad at me, cause I just figured out there's no such thing as gravity. Yeah, NASA, and now I think I'll pass her. Hard pass. Forgot everything I learned in class. It's a storm of information like a monsoon. Lying mother, no one landed on the moon. Not a straight answer, what is you saying? Out with the old like that human-sized penguin. The earth is flat, the earth is flat. People around the globe know the earth is flat. I don't care about this, I don't care about that. People around the globe know the earth is flat. Bang. Yeah. Denver, Flat Earth Convention, 2018, Flat Boys. Yeah.
You probably feet are standing to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know the moon, it wasn't never found, never found. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably feet will stagger to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know they never left the basic clouds, basic clouds. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I did not believe there is a flat earth. That whole thing look like it is for facts, bro. Why would they tell me the shit is round for? Must be true cause that shit in the textbook. Only when the sun is out it opened my eyes. It ain't coming up and setting on the same side. Then I saw the moon and sun is about the same size. Now I know that what I learned is a pseudoscience. When I throw a bowling ball at a pit, it doesn't roll around and come in my day. So then how the world is supposed to rotate unless the sun revolves around all our heads? You probably see a thing fall to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. It doesn't roll but fucking settles down, settles down. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably still believing up and down, up and down. But can't explain the fucking middle ground, middle ground. It's gravity, then why the shit still bounce, shit still bounce. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I seen the pic took from the moon. Was Photoshop real pretty too? The bucket fill was overused. Africa had too many Jews. And I once took everything in faith, like I'm setting monkeys into space. But when a map is open I can say that it is flat and not a fucking sphere. The stuff you see is really meta now, meta now. You know the world is really not around, not around. You are the realist in the ghetto now, ghetto now. You question everything, don't believe anything. You telling people on Nintendo now, Nintendo now. That gravity was all invented now, invented now. The landing moon was shot in and out, in and out. They made up everything since 1983. Whoa, I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay cause I don't believe the round lie. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you a pedo now, pedo now, because you say the world is not around, not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now, peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything. You sucking D for fucking cheddar now, cheddar now. You on the street with all them bottle hounds, bottle hounds. You mixing meth and fruity pebbles now, pebbles now. You didn't do anything, they made up everything. Whoa.
Ali. Ali.
WhatIsWorld.com.
You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Well, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That's the title of a video that I watched on YouTube. You can see astronauts hanging from wires, proving that astronauts and NASA are liars. They analyze photos and highlight mistakes with the moon landing missions. They show it was faked. You can see them faking the photos of Earth. They use a round window to fake the curve. That's suspicious, don't you think? Yeah, listen up. I watched another documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. Astronaut Buzz Aldrin gets a little riled. All he was asked to do was to swear to God that he went to the moon, but he would not. He was faced with a moon landing denier. Had a chance to show that he ain't no liar, but Buzz decided to punch that dude just for asking him to swear if he went to the moon. That's suspicious. So, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't.
And how about those moon rocks they gave to museums? And thousands of people did see them. But one museum took a closer look. They soon realized that something's afoot. The rock they were given turned out to be a fake. Just a piece of old wood, not a rock from space. Yeah, when God made the moon, he saw it was good, but apparently made it from petrified wood. Yeah, that's suspicious. Listen up. In another museum sits an astronaut suit. Take a good look at the tread on the boot. It doesn't match up with the prints on the moon. And y'all still believe what they're telling you? Or how about that phone call that Nixon made to the moon that's 250,000 miles away? When I can't get a signal on my cell phone line, I guess phones were better in '69. Well, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Yeah, you went straight through those Van Allen belts. It wasn't a problem, right? Nothing was felt. But now you say it's a problem and you can't get through. This problem needs to be solved, according to you. But didn't you solve that problem back in '69 and you flew straight through them 5 more times? You wonder why I think it's fake when there are so many Apollo mistakes, like the telemetry data that's all gone missing. 13,000 reels, are you kidding? A giant leap for all mankind, but you lost the data and no one can find. Come on, man, are you kidding? Do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that you can't go. No, there's no blast crater from the lunar module. Probably because that thing is just a model. Or the flag that flutters with no atmosphere. Don't you think that's a bit queer? Intersecting shadows means another light source. Do I think it's fake? Yeah, of course. The whole thing was filmed on a Hollywood set. Directed by Kubrick is my best bet. The moon's so cool, we'd love to explore it, but we can't get past low Earth orbit. Do your research, people, I think you'll find. But NASA admits that a bunch of times. Listen.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that
that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Good morning. I give people a chance to talk before I play anymore.
Good morning, Balmod.
Felix, bro, man, you putting your coat on, you opening a bag of chips, stretching your pillow, what's up? Yeah, some of that stuff, a lot of you might not have heard before. I try to stay hip to all that new flat earth shit. I got a flat earth CD set. I burn all that shit to CD so I can bump it in my car. Or MP3, MP4. I like people saying, what's that? I know this dude, Mo Dirty, he's a rapper from Detroit. He's pretty popular. I was bumping some Elijah and some Chaco and shit, and he was like, what's that? Them motherfuckers got some flow. I was like, yeah, them flat earthers, yo. He said, maybe I should do a flat earth song. I said, well, what you gonna say, flat earth in Detroit or something? He likes to sing about gangsterism in Detroit a lot, or rap about it. Whatever. He got some decent ones about family and stuff. So. He's a good kid. Dude bought his mama a house selling CDs out of his trunk. Then he restored the car he was using the trunk to sell out of. Drove this beat down 69 Chevelle for 4 years so he could buy his mama a house. Then he said, what's up, a restore and a restro mod, Mike? Asked me to commit a cardinal sin I usually don't do. I usually won't put a classic. I won't modify the suspension to put it on 20s, but he was paying well, so I did it. It paid good. In 6 months, this dude put 28 grand into a 69 Chevelle. Had it all paid for in full. Brought the stereo down, was like, how much to put the stereo in? I was like, I'll throw your bumps in there for free, bro. You don't spend enough money. But, I mean, I hang out, you know. I like to play pool, but I can't find people that'll play with me because they usually beat him down. But he brings down his cousin and his nephew, and they like to learn pool, and that's even better. I like to, if I can watch you two play and just show you how to do it better while you're playing, I have more fun than playing with a guy that isn't really at my level. Because, I'll gamble, but I'm more for the prestige of it. Billiards is a gentleman's game. I play to win, that's all. I'm cool with just the win, you know, the W. Unless you're talking mad trash, you know, then I'll take your money. I can play pool in my sleep just like I can build a car in my sleep. Or half awake. I build better cars on 16 hours of sleep than some people do on a perfect night's rest. They actually do it for a profession, but I'm a competitive motherfucker. Period. Oh, damn. Let the room know what, crack? Jump down where? He says jump down, but gives no directions where. I'm alright with your simulations, bro.
lie?